Oh, you gotta be kidding me. What did I change it from? What did I change it from? Bam, bam. Stream settings, the fire. Okay, there we go. Bam, bam. Oh, I broke it again. Jeez. Auto find and activate. What are you talking about? What up, Holio? Hold on 1 second. I'm still fixing this broken thing. I keep breaking. Bam, 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 bam. No, wrong thing. Is that it? Yeah, there we go. All right, I'm doing good, my brother. How you doing? Bam, bam, bam. This here, bam. Doing good. What up, ND? All right, this goes here. This goes over here. This goes off there. Bam. Okay, cool. Oh, getting my muscles going on. I'm doing good. I might stay for the whole stream. It might be a long one, might be a short one. We'll see what's going on, Goob. Good, doing good. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. All right, let's see what's going on in the world today. Something's wrong in the world today. I don't know what it is. Short streams for old people. We young. Shit. Oh, inventors killed by their inventions. That was only an hour ago. Let's watch a chat history thing. We haven't watched one of those in a while. 4 months ago. Serial killers. Let's not watch serial killers.
Amazon offers hourly employees healthcare.
I don't care. I don't think it. Uh-oh. Is it still playing the frickin' ad? Oh. Unluckiest disasters.
The unluckiest disasters in history.
There we go.
You ever had one of those awkward encounters in a grocery aisle where you face off against a stranger coming at you in a clash of cards?
Oops. There we go.
So switch it up, and it's just like, come on, man, pick a freaking side. You almost immediately remedy the situation and go about your ways, exchanging a glanceless slight chuckle or a death stare depending on your personality type. But imagine this same situation with 2 giant fucking ships and 0 visibility.
Whoa.
That's exactly what happened with this ship, the RMS Empress of Ireland. The Empress was a British-built transatlantic ocean liner owned by the Canadian Pacific Railway. She was tasked with carting immigrants and cargo across the ocean between Great Britain and Canada.
We'll call you whatever you want.
You
keep going on with that, Goob. I'm going to kick you out of here. If you don't want to get called what your name is on your name, go somewhere else.
The Empress and her crew successfully completed 95 skips across the pond, bringing about 119,000 rascals westward to the Great White North and sending about 68,000 over the horizon. But voyage number 96 proved to be the liner's last. Carrying nearly 1,500 passengers and crew, including newly promoted Captain Henry George Kendall.
Leave her. You might have missed a lot yesterday, Andy. You might have missed a lot yesterday. Yeah, I'm just saying.
On his very first voyage,
She's not new.
The Empress of Ireland departed from Quebec City in the late afternoon on May 28, 1914, heading down the St. Lawrence River, where she would then sail into the Atlantic towards Liverpool in the UK. Just before 2 a.m. the next morning, the Empress of Ireland had approached the mouth of the river, heading for open ocean. The crew had observed the flights of an incoming ship, the Norwegian SS Storstad. The Storstad was a cargo ship, structurally reinforced to be able to cut through icy waters while bearing immense cargo loads. On this venture, the Storstad was hauling roughly 10,000 tons of coal. Although dark, the weather was perfectly clear, allowing each ship to spot the other a few miles off of their respective starboard sides. At their current headings, each ship looked like they would safely pass each other with a few miles of buffer. No problem. But then, of course, there was a problem. A thick-ass fog rolled in right as both ships approached. Now, neither ship could see the other, so they had to resort to using their foghorns to communicate their actions. The The Empress sounded 3 short blasts. Being cautious, Captain Kendall ordered the Empress full astern, meaning that the engines would be thrown in reverse to slow the ship down to a gradual stop until the fog had lifted and both ships could safely pass unobstructed. The assumption here was that the opposing vessel, the Storstad, would hear the Empress's plan to stop and wait out the fog and hopefully do the same. No such luck. By 1:50 in the morning, the Empress was reportedly at a full stop, drifting only by the currents of the river. Then came
hit the
the
like button, Julio. Thank you, my
Storstad.
brother.
A single prolonged blast indicating that it was still traveling, but this blast was loud, much
Like it
louder
was
than
real
it
close.
should have been. Within seconds of the response, the Storstad
Right,
appeared out
why
of the fog, bearing down on
not?
the Empress. Oh, shit. Captain Kendall testified that the Storstad was no
Smoking
more than
some
100 feet away
B12.
by the time he was able to
Freaking
see
crazy
the ship.
monk. How you doing?
And by that time, a collision was inevitable. Kendall reportedly ordered the Empress hard to starboard and engines full ahead as to minimize the impact and hopefully make it a glancing blow.
Put it
But
in
there
a
simply
pipe.
wasn't enough time to pick up any speed. At 1:55 a.m., the two ships collided with a deafening impact. The
Dink.
damage reached as far as 25 feet into the heart of the Empress, instantly killing several second and third class passengers as they slept, as well as several crew. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Kendall quickly called out to the opposing crew to remain full ahead.
Speaking about this, you want to hear something interesting? Apparently, there's interesting. Well, we'll see if it's if the theory proves true. But the Titanic was struck by a submarine, not by an iceberg. Dun 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 dun. You know, like 1909, right? 1909, 1912. When was it struck? 1912? 1909, 1912. Titanic sinking. 1912. Right. So, and the first, oh, absolutely. The Astors were on board. The Rockefellers and the Astors were supposed to have a meeting on the Titanic during the voyage to talk about how they're going to set up the American government prior to World War I. And the Rockefellers decided not to go last minute. And then the Astors, the other family that had competing wealth for the Rockefellers, who were the richest people, I mean, before the oil, people getting super rich off of oil in other areas of the world, were the richest family in the world, the Astors and the Rockefellers. And so the Rockefellers the Astors went down, some of the Astors went down, and then the Rockefellers started the petropharmaceutical industry and the medical industry. And they made the medical industry go with you could only get licensed and keep your medical license if you prescribed the chemicals, the pills, the drugs that were made from the oil, made from petrochemicals. The Rockefellers were an oil family, so most of the main proper drugs that we have in America, pharmaceuticals made from oil. It says Pinnacles Pharmaceutical. 99% of all pharmaceuticals and their processes rely on petrochemical feedstock. So it starts off as oil in the ground. The Rockefellers owned most of the oil, and so they said that's how we're going to sell the drugs that we can make from oil. And if you try to sell something else, you will lose your medical license. The medical licensure started with the Rockefellers designed the medical establishment, the medical schools and colleges, and then decided who could get. And then the government said, let's do it. So the Astors wanted to go a different way. The Astors ended up at the bottom of the ocean, and here we are today.
Head as to keep the ships together, hoping that the ship's stern would keep
Also,
the Empress's
what up,
hull
Catra?
afloat.
Dude, I don't know. It's out for me. Also, whatever the algorithm decides what ads to give me, thinks I'm a 40-year-old man. Dogs can do whatever they want. Dogs sure can. What up? What up? What up, Loretta? Okay, let's look at them real quick. Okay, we'll do that real quick. All right, where am I? Painting witch. Oh wow, that's nice. That's freaking kick 'em ass 'em. Kick 'em to the ass'em. That's pretty freaking awesome. Zigzag. My friend told me U.S. citizens pay about 10,000 a year. Yeah. It's about about 1,400. It's about $100 a month just for average health insurance. You can find people that'll charge you that. What businesses do you recommend for smart people without qualifications? Internet troll seems to be working for you. Why not? Keep going. Maybe you can get now that you guys can't post on political stuff on X, maybe see what you try to build a channel. What up, Jeremy? Dogs are equipped with their own lipstick. You know. Hey, no problem. It's beautiful. We'll keep going to the next one. That's it. It's done. You did the good work, not me. Well, that's pretty good too. That's really good, especially the knot of the roping at the top, like the mount, the built up rope, and the stonework in the bottom, really good. And the tile, the shingling, yeah, that's really good. That's really good. You did. There's only one thing I see wrong. The handle at the bottom of the crank is coming out of the wrong side of the wood. It should be on it. It's coming out of this side of the wood instead of if here's the axle, the handle should be coming out of here, and the axle's coming out of here, and the handle's coming out of here going this way. I might be wrong. I could be wrong. It's glitchy. Dogs are better than people, but it's good. It's really awesome. I could be wrong. I can't see close, but you see what I'm saying? But it looks good. It's really good. Really good. Better than I can do. And that's really good. I had to throw some sort of criticism in there because I didn't want everybody to think I'm glazing you. All right, next one. Let's see. Sorry, get everybody here. All right. Wow. Oh, let me see if I can rotate this. Oh, why can't I just rotate it? All right, let me see if I can. Here, let me do this. I can do this. Bam, bam. Transform, rotate counterclockwise. There we go. That's freaking awesome. That's really good. That's really good. That's really good. That's really good. Really good. Really good. Really good. That's Loretta. That's really good. Really good work. Really good work. Clockwise. Yeah, that's really good. That's really nice. You're definitely an artist. 100%. I broke something. There we go. So if the war was coming to an end, what are we sending 10,000 more troops to Middle East and Hills to South Korea? My guess is, because if we clear out, boats will start sinking in the Strait of Hormuz. And so we're probably going to need a police force in the Strait of Hormuz for probably the next 100 years. Yeah, it looks good. It looks really good. Yeah, just keep on sending them if you want me to say. No problem. Yeah, beautiful work. Beautiful work.
Whoa. What's that?
I just built a budgeting app.
I'm beige funny, huh? Your YouTube's glitchy too? Let's see what's going on here. You could also, you could be a koala bear.
While they evacuated the survivors. However, the Storstad was already commanded for the stern before the impact to try to minimize the momentum of the collision.
Yeah, we can do it right now. Whenever you. Okay, all right. Well, wait. You let me know when you're ready, Kadra.
Within seconds, and the
you
Empress's
don't want
hull
it to glitch.
began to flood. Damn it! Despite attempts to prolong the sinking through the closure of watertight doors, the ocean liner sank in just 14 minutes flat, taking with it the souls of over 1,000 passengers and crew. Although its bow took a hell of a beating, the Storstad remained afloat and deployed lifeboats, rescuing roughly 200 from the frigid waters. After extensive investigations, with both sides giving conflicting stories, blame was mostly put on the Storstad as it had deviated from its original heading after the fog had rolled in, reportedly due to a misinterpretation of the actions of the Empress. According to their testimony, the crew of the Storstad believed that the Empress was
were they so close to each other
as to pass port to port rather than the original starboard to starboard. This explains the Storstad's bizarre decision to turn starboard right into the Empress's path, ultimately leading to the collision. To add insult to injury, the fog that started the whole debacle had lifted just a few minutes after impact. Could have just waited it out.
Yep. Alright, hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. 1 second. 1 second. Let me see. That should be fine. Everything fine. All right. Let's see here. Let's not spill the water. Yes, sir. Capitalism, brother. Let me guess. One of the Canadian American vessel. No, this was the. We'll see what the next one is. No, it was the Stammstadt, and let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, they don't have it listed which ones were which, but yeah, it was two. Anybody realize that we're back to Java in chat rooms? Anybody that we're back to Java in chat rooms? Back. You mean instead of being back into A?
If there was ever a prime example of being in the wrong place at the wrong time, it would be at Lake Nyos in Cameroon, Africa on August 21st.
Should have waited the fog out. Yeah. Should have.
That explosion right there was a limnic eruption, also called a lake overturn. Let's take a look at what that really means. Towards the bottom of Lake Nyos is a high concentration of carbon dioxide being farted out from heavy volcanic activity deep below the lake bed. With depths reaching as far as 680 feet down, the substantial pressure at the bottom of the lake dissolves the majority of the released CO2 into the surrounding water. This creates a gradient along the depth of the lake, with deeper waters being rich in carbon dioxide and surface waters being more rich in oxygen.
right.
It's a very delicate equilibrium which, if thrown off balance, can have catastrophic results. And as you can imagine, this is exactly what happened. Now,
That's
scientists
right.
haven't
Yeah, right.
exactly agreed on what kickstarted this chain of events. Prevailing theories have ranged from earthquakes to landslides to even really no outside influence whatsoever. But what is known is that the entire system was momentarily disrupted, causing a massive volume of CO2 enriched water to rise to the higher, less pressurized zones of the lake.
Then what
With
happened?
less pressure, enormous volumes
Then
of the
what
dissolved
happened?
CO2
Farting lake.
effervesced out of the
That's
water
right,
in a
Jeremy.
runaway
Right,
river.
right. It's very interesting. It's, oh no, he's great. He's great. He's great.
Action. And there's the word of the day for you. Effervescence. No, it's not that Bring Me to Life band. It's when dissolved gas rapidly escapes out of a liquid solution, usually by a catalytic pressure differential. You know, like when you pop open a soda bottle
pop.
and you see all the bubbles start fizzing? That's effervescence. Basically, the same thing was happening here, except with the case of Lake Nyos, it was magnitudes worse. At 9:30 at night on August 21st, 1986, it's estimated that as much as 300,000
Yeah, oversimplified is
tons
great
of
too.
carbon
I don't know if I've
dioxide,
seen
along
trust
with various
me, bro.
volcanic gases
I'm
like
surrounded by
sulfur
window
dioxide and
liquors,
hydrogen
and it's
sulfide
pissing me off. What happened to
erupted from
natural
the depths
selection?
of Lake Nyos. The sudden extreme displacement of water caused the level of the lake to drop by about 4 feet, and the force of the explosion completely leveled the trees in the surrounding area.
Yeah.
The now escaped
Yeah.
dense gas quickly formed a
Yeah.
thick fog that crept along the surface
Of
of the water
thick
and
carbon dioxide displacing the oxygen.
spilled down the hillside.
Going to a-
Luckily, of
yep, they're about to
course,
say.
right towards populated villages.
When its outboard
the
engines
fog
even blow in
reportedly
the water.
swept across the landscape with speeds upwards of 30 miles an hour.
And just
It was an
death. It just moves the oxygen out of the way, an oxygen nitrogen mix, and then you breathe in a couple breaths of carbon dioxide, and you go sleepy time for eternity.
Unstoppable beast. The first village in its path
Look at all the cows.
was Lower Nyos. As the cloud consumed the village, residents lost consciousness within seconds. Many were suffocated in their sleep, while others collapsed where they stood before any sense of what was even happening. Okay. What am I? Dead? Within minutes, Lower Nyos suffered a catastrophic 98% fatality rate. Of approximately
98%.
1,200 villagers, only a handful survived simply because they were on slightly higher ground. Guys? Next to be engulfed was Subam, which suffered a 50% fatality rate, followed by the 45% fatality rate in the village of Cha. The gas cloud had reached as far as 15 miles from the lake before dissipating. In its wake, it left the bodies of not only 1,700 villagers, but 3,500 livestock, as well as countless birds and insects.
What I thought was common knowledge is never turn on your
The
car
entire
with your garage
region
door
was
closed.
cast into eerie silence,
Yeah, carbon
where you would
monoxide
usually hear the
that's right.
chirps and chitters of nature.
Yeah, so
Now there
people
was
used to
nothing.
86 themselves that way, Katra. People used to just start the car and sit there till they died, and people would speed it up. They would put hoses over their exhaust pipe and then run the hose into their window, roll up their window, so it was so then they didn't have to wait as long. Yep, that was like stuff that happened in the 50s and 60s.
Any survivors stood amidst an inexplicable sea of death, unable to do anything about it. Since the disaster, preventative measures have been put in place to avoid
So
history
you're
repeating
up in
itself.
heaven before the pearly gates, and St. Peter's like, so what brings you here? Like, you were killed by a farting lake. Like, son of a, you gotta be kidding me! A farting lake, huh? I didn't expect to go that way. You know what would be interesting? Imagine being around that fire. The fire would extinguish. So you're sitting around and the fire's lower than you are. Say you're standing by the fire. The fire would extinguish as the level of carbon dioxide raised up to get to your nose and mouth. And then, and you can't smell it or taste it. Yeah, they should not be doing that. Yep, carbon monoxide. What up, Mark? And 2 Mandela effects. What up, Neo? If I was killed by a farting lake, I left my asses off by those gates.
In 2001, a permanent degassing pipe was installed, allowing a controlled release of CO2 from the bed of the lake to the surface, with 2 additional pipes being installed in 2011. As of 2019, it's been determined that the degassing process is in steady state and successfully self-sustaining, requiring no external power, meaning that it can continue on in perpetuity under current conditions. At least there's some good news of this story.
Right.
Hey everybody!
Hey everybody! Hey everybody!
Starting a business
Hey everybody!
is never easy, but with
Hey,
GoDaddy Arrow
don't use GoDaddy unless they change their ways.
The morning of December 6, 1917 marks one of the worst disasters in Canadian history. Just slightly ahead of the Canucks losing the Stanley Cup to the Bruins in 2011. 2 vessels cruised along the Halifax Harbor in Nova Scotia, Canada. On one side, you had the SS Emo, a Norwegian merchant steamship tasked with transporting relief supplies to Belgium amidst the events of World War I.
Those are both freaking wackadoo Mandela effects. Yeah. That's what happened in Exodus chapter 11 and 12. The first born Egyptian would sleep in front of the door of the floor, resulting in their deaths, and the river turned red. And you know what it's probably from? It's probably from the rust. So the river turning red, they know that there's iron oxide, rust, that lays across the bottom of the ocean, or of the river. And as the iron oxidizes to iron oxide, the iron traps the oxygen, leaving the carbon dioxide, which leaves you a big level of that. When the rust gets stirred up, the rust comes to the surface and brings the carbon dioxide with it. It's only the weight of the water on top of the carbon dioxide as it's created that stays there at the bottom. It's pretty interesting. If I died that way, just know my guardian angel will be like, all of the things I prevented so much. You got a Trump from text from Trump. Did he send you a link to his bank account? I gotta pass it on to Joe. Yeah, what did he say? He said, I really like your name.
Schwanging on over to the other side, you have the SS Mont Blanc, a French cargo steamship tasked with carrying about 3,000 tons of war explosives. The captain of the Mont Blanc, commanding basically a giant floating bomb, was eager for things to go
It also happens in nature in Africa. Over 80 people in a village were poisoned by gas rising from Lake Volcano Fault. Seems to be running down through the village. Yeah, heavy gases, man. Heavy gases. Heavier than air gases. I mentioned AI picture. It was back out. Norris called and said, heaven is safe now. And heaven is now in order. I thought they were going to say something else.
Smooth. Sit back, chill, admire the sights of a nice and unexploded city. The captain of the Emo, however, was feeling rather impatient that day. He and his crew just spent several days in the harbor waiting on delayed supplies and wanted to get underway. In doing so, the captain ignored the shipping channel's etiquette and protocol, zooming towards the harbor above the posted speed limit of 5 knots, or just about 6 miles an hour. It was a real speed demon, that one. Being in such a hurry, the impatient Norwegian butthole propelled himself right in the path of a small vessel entering the harbor. He was able to dodge the dinghy, only to immediately counter a second, larger vessel, which forced the captain to dip out of the way towards the opposite side of the harbor. Coincidentally entering that same side of the harbor was the SS Mont Blanc. But this was one Emo that just wouldn't be cutting across a third time. Oh, get out the fucking way, God! The 2 ships were set to collide, and both crews frantically demanded the other to move aside. With no time to spare, both ships halted their engines, and the Mont Blanc turned port side to avoid impact. But at the same moment, the Emo slammed its engines in reverse, causing the bow of the ship to drift starboard, ramming its tip right into the delicate Mont Blanc. The 2 ships hit at a very low speed, just over 1 mile an hour, so the resulting damage was, momentarily, very minimal. That's all well and good, but remember that the Mont Blanc was carrying a shit ton of explosive material, and a percentage of that material was hundreds of drums of benzol, a highly flammable fuel. Several drums were dislodged in the collision and ruptured, spilling right onto the deck. The wonderful thing about flammable materials is that they're completely harmless unless there's an ignition source. Like a spark of some kind. Yeah, like those. As the ships began to drift apart, some metal-on-metal friction did exactly what you'd expect. Sparks flew and landed on the puddles of fuel. The crew aboard the Mont Blanc knew what was about to happen and quickly abandoned ship, frantically swimming to shore and warning any nearby residents to run for their freaking lives. But if you know anything about humans, it's that we're often drawn to catastrophe. I want to touch it. If you see some shit going down and you feel that you're out of harm's way, you're going to be cracking open a beer with the boys and watching it all unfold.
Right.
C'est un beau fou. The real kicker here, though, is that none of these people were out of harm's way, as they would soon find out. The blazing Mont Blanc ominously drifted towards the shores of the town of Halifax. At 9:04 a.m., all hell broke loose.
Largest explosion.
The hull of the Mont Blanc blew its load, creating the largest human-made explosion in history up to that point. Everything within a 1.5 mile radius was instantly Exodia obliterated. Large heaps of burning shrapnel tore through the surrounding area. Whole buildings were completely deleted. A tsunami ripped ships from the water and tossed them about like toys. In the initial blast, as many as 1,600 people were simply erased from existence.
I probably still
For those
have
outside of the immediate death zone, the shockwave of the explosion rattled homes, with onlookers finding themselves blinded by shards of glass from their shattered windows. Stoves and oil lamps were toppled, igniting thousands of fires throughout the city and trapping residents within their homes.
Because when's the last time anybody's talked a lot about Nestle? You know, you never hear about that anymore. So now they got to break into the culture somehow. So, hey, I got an idea. We'll do a freaking wackadoo. Yeah, it's all freaking stupid. It's all stupid. It's all just the way that they publicize themselves and they get back into being talked about. Okay, let me see. So let me see what Loretta's got here. We'll take a momentary break. I'm a fairy. La, la, la. Fire witch. Oh, a painting. There you go. Bam. That's freaking cool. That's freaking cool. All right, let's check out another one. Fire Witch. All right, and we'll go back. Courthouse, Helena, Montana. Damn, that's really good. That's really good. Damn, that's a lot of brick work. You must be patient. Right. What up, B2B? Who needs survival food when Twinkies are available? 11-year-old shelf life. Yeah, Big Macs. Yep. Nothing's. Bread doesn't seem to rot anymore either. Boom. Okay, let me get this going. You know. Oops. Somebody else said something too. I can't remember what it was. You don't use a straight edge? Look at her freaking rubbing it in. Yeah, I don't use a straight edge either.
The blast was felt as far as 129 miles away.
Damn.
After the dust had settled, rescue efforts were immediate. Anyone that was able to swarmed in to help, pulling survivors from rubble or transporting the injured to any unaffected hospitals. Military and merchant ships were sent in and quickly converted to serve as makeshift
in Australia, not here in America.
Fire brigades from across the region arrived to put out whatever fires they could. Surviving trains on nearby rails were used to evacuate survivors to outer hospitals as the local ones quickly became overwhelmed. Keep in mind that this was during the height of World War I, so there were many initial worries of this being an enemy attack. These worries, along with rumors of a possible second explosion, halted some rescue attempts for several hours until it was clear that this was just a freak accident. Thankfully, the rescue efforts were proving successful, but
this is what I try to tell people. You got, most people don't do anything. They never do anything. And it's very small percentage of people that shows the stuff that they do to the world. It's very, very small. There's not a lot of competition. And so it's very easy to stand out. You just got to do it. Most people would just think, oh, I'm not good enough. No, that's not the way it works. You know, a lot of preservatives, and they're going in your body, and that's not good for you. I don't care what is it called? G-GRAS or GRAS, generally recognized as safe until they figure out it's not.
Worse. The following day, a strong blizzard struck Halifax, blanketing the city in 16 inches of snow and completely cutting it off from the outside world. The pounding and blinding snow forced rescuers to stop their searches. According to Nova Scotia Archives, there were 1,782 confirmed victims, including about 100 from the neighboring city of Dartmouth, just across the river. As I said, roughly 1,600 people were killed instantly, with an additional 9,000 injured.
Damn.
In total, over 1,600 homes were destroyed, with 12,000 damaged.
Damn.
31,000 survivors were left homeless or with insufficient shelter. In one fell swoop, nearly the entirety of the city's industrial sector was wiped from the map. Despite some initial arrests and intense investigative proceedings, there was not a single conviction nor party held responsible for the accident. Survivor remains continued to be sporadically discovered as late as summer of 1919, nearly 2 years after the explosion. Alright, let's disembark from boats for a bit and head on over to trains. Trains are pretty neat. Remember those commercials from the early 2000s? Those were fun. Not as good as some of the commercials you'd randomly wake up to at 2 a.m., but that's another story. This particular chapter in history revolves around the Versailles Left Bank Railroad on May 8, 1842. Having just enjoyed a French day of French festivities, upwards of 700 French fellas and fellettes boarded a French train bound for French Paris.
Fellas and fellettes.
The train was long, about 195 standard baguettes in length.
She can't ship
in total,
it there.
18 passenger carriages were being hauled along the railway by 2 powerful steam engines. The train chugga-chugga-choo-chooed along the line at about 25 miles an hour, passing through the towns on its way to Paris. But as the engines roared through the commune of Meudon, many passengers were about to face the harsh reality of mechanical failure and metal fatigue. An axle on the front locomotive suddenly snapped, completely derailing the engine. The second engine, still under power itself, slams into the first in a concussive blast, jumping the track and spilling the contents of both engines' fireboxes.
Damn.
Hundreds of pounds of burning coals were now thrown about. All of that forward momentum pulled up to 5 of the preceding passenger cars straight into the wreck. The pileup of the very wooden carriages instantly ignited from the spilled burning coals, ruptured grease boxes, and various leaking oils. To make matters worse, the passenger cars were reportedly recently painted, only further accelerating the burn. Those who weren't insta-killed by the impact were now caught in the blaze. You see, in order to prevent passengers from falling out of moving trains or attempting to jump out of a car before coming to a complete stop, it was standard practice in the 19th century across continental Europe to lock passengers in the cars from the outside. The result of this, in this particular disaster,
he's trolling you, Loretta. He's trolling you, 100%. He's a kid, a 16-year-old kid that lives in India. He's being an asshole. He's just trying to set people up to depress you. He's just trolling. Yeah. You can absolutely don't give him your bank account number to ship your money to, Loretta.
Can imagine is that most survivors were now completely trapped in the mangled mess. The lucky few who remained relatively unharmed.
That's why his name is Pocket Studio B12. he's trying, and that's not his only name. He's got like 12 other names. That's like Bigot Knows Big B12, which is great. That's why I keep him around, because it's really good for marketing. What? What are you talking about? Yeah, eat a cow in his name. There you go.
To throw themselves from the busted windows onto the ground below. The scene was completely horrifying and unprecedented in railway history up to that point. There had been accidents before, yeah, but they resulted in maybe a handful of deaths at most. This was something else entirely. Passenger cars that weren't converted into easy bake ovens were evacuated by nearby onlookers who tended to survivors as best they could. By the time the situation came under control, the true scale of the tragedy really began to set in. Remains were attempted to be recovered from the burnt wreck, but they were indiscernible from one another. Reports described the scene as, quote, an agglomerated mass, a heap of flesh and bones, blackened and charred by the fire, formless, disfigured, and impossible to recognize. From the pile of the remains, only 7 bodies were able to be identified through trace dental features or skull measurements. At the risk of being demonetized, I can't do justice to the sheer scale of the violence of this accident, so if you want to read further on eyewitness statements and the descriptions of the devastation, I've got a link in the description to a comprehensive report by French historian Anne Carroll.
Wrong.
The level of detail she provides is just...
Prove it, Pocket Studio.
The official death count for the Versailles rail accident was just 55.
I can't.
Historians believe the real toll to be as high as 200 due to the fact that so many remains were simply burned beyond recognition. After the accident, investigations identified the mechanical failure of the axle and expanded the field of metal fatigue research. Since then, studies and practices have been standardized that force axle replacement after certain wear and tear milestones, significantly dropping the likelihood of a repeat event to statistically improbable. As for the practice of locking passengers in cars, it was abandoned effectively overnight following the tragedy. In France, at least. It took some convincing and compromise over the following years for the rest of Europe to follow suit. Safety design is a fickle fiend. Let's end on something a little bit more lighthearted, even though it still involves a lot of death. The Erfurt latrine disaster was a disaster involving a latrine in the German city of Erfurt. Groundbreaking, I know, but trust me, the whole event is quite literally groundbreaking. Back in 1184, some political turmoil was brewing within the Holy Roman Empire. An informal meeting between two rude but noble dudes required the mediation by 18-year-old Henry VI. He was the king of Germany, Italy, and Sicily, and future emperor to the Holy Roman Empire as a whole. The meeting, held in the city of Erfurt, aimed to settle a multi-year-long land dispute between the two parties. Attending said meeting were imperial officials, knights, nobles, bishops, clergy, and counts. Over 100 powerful people jammed and crammed into one small room. A small room on the upper floor. Did you hear something? Nein. Oh well. The argument carried on with both parties pleading their respective cases to the king.
Your Highness, he's encroaching on my ecclesiastical jurisdiction.
Oh, go suck ein Schwinkter.
Suck ein Schwinkter. Alright, let's see what you got. I don't think
You nearly got kidnapped in Albania. Why were you going to Albania?
Yeah. For a hookup.
You flew from Sydney to Albania for a hookup? How did you know this person?
I cheated on my ex-boyfriend with him and then came out as...
Wait. Pause.
You know that's not true. Guys, can we not get into this
What
shit?
up, Beta B?
What Scheiße do you recommend we get into?
Send her the money. Send her the money.
Smack dab in the middle of the meeting, the centuries-old wooden floor and support structure buckled under the weight of the attendees. Nearly all those present collapsed through to the ground floor. But they didn't stop there. With the sudden force of all these people...
Yes, vinegar. You can use vinegar and salt to clean it. Salt and vinegar. Yeah. Salt and vinegar. Still made up on it. Yeah. No.
Into it, the ground floor also collapsed, breaking through to a cesspit below. Within just seconds, dozens of people were now submerged in years' worth of fetid fecal matter. Ew. Oh god, it's OL. Many were knocked unconscious from the fall and drowned in the waste, while others had suffocated under the harsh methane fumes. Some managed to be saved from the slop, but according to historical records, it's believed that at least 60 people died from the collapse and subsequent poopy plunge. Some historians do believe it may have been more, as only those of high rank were named and accounted for. So it's speculated that lower ranking or less notable figures like servants and such were simply not recorded after suffering their duty drowning. In a stroke of good luck, the king remained unharmed as he was positioned on a reenforced part of the upper floor.
What up, Cora?
While there were no overwhelming political consequences, it was a pretty big
drown in it, because you ain't swimming in poop. You ain't gonna be buoyant, and you ain't gonna float on the top of it. You're gonna sink below it. Yeah, it's not gonna be. No, it would be very. Filling your
to German
lungs,
aristocracy
your mouth,
for a
your
time,
nostrils,
eventually becoming a big brown skin mark in German history.
Damn. Right. Get it over with. Get it over
We have
with.
tax expertise without hidden fees.
Have it all up. This is a nice topic. Yeah, what's up, Matt? You came at the right time. All right, let's see. What are we gonna watch now? Back. Swimming in Dookie, right? It's great. It's great for upper body workout. If you don't mind the hepatitis and the death part of it, it's all crap. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, let's see. Oh man, I keep wanting to go back. Who wants to learn how to make? Okay. All right. We're gonna. Rainford just came out with a one yesterday. He's got 23,000. We'll watch it live. We'll see. This guy's great. Listen, if you people are spending money on alcohol out there, watch this guy. Rainford's Brew Lab. He's great, and he teaches people how to brew at home with no equipment or very, very, very cheap. Hold on 1 second. We'll get going here in just a second. All right, craptacular. What are we making? This is what North Koreans do in their free time. No joke, they have all their bring stations. I'm sure they do, dude. I'm sure they do. If I lived in North Korea, I would be hammered all the time. Dude, have you ever seen the North Korean smartphones? That stuff, dude. They get a magazine that's got the apps that they're available to download, and they've got to go to their app store is an actual store that they have to walk into to give it to the people that are allowed to put another app on their phone, because they can only have what the government allows them to have. What do you do with $10 million? Open an M&M store. Yeah, he's out of the hospital, Loretta. He said yesterday he was back home and eating stuff. Yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So they're locked down.
Today, I am going to be attempting to make us a 20% apple liqueur.
20%?
Now, this is going to be part of our Apex 20 series.
For $2.19. So that's like $2.70 American.
Probably this particular turbo yeast. Most of the time.
That's about $10 for a big old bag of turbo yeast. You only need like a tablespoon or less. Quarter tablespoon.
We're going to need some Alka-Seltzer.
Okay, 2 teaspoons.
Which is capable of getting this to 21%. We're going to aim for 20 just to give us a little 1% buffer. 1%. We need 228 grams of sugar. Now, I'll explain the maths to that immediately. This already has 112 grams of sugar in because it has 11.2 grams of sugar per 100 milliliters. There's a litre there. That's 112.
Jeez, that's a lot of freaking sugar. Just for a standard apple juice.
Number 340. Now, why that's significant is because
that's what squawky is?
In 1 litre of liquid gives us exactly.
I never heard of it called that. Squawky.
Because 17 grams of sugar equals 1% in a litre. 17 multiplied by 20, 340. Okay, so that's our mathematics. We also need
fine
juice of half a lemon to give this some acidity to make our yeast.
I found juice and interviews and find watching internet content deathless and irritating, including you. So
Magic 20.
Fine. That's right. Joy juice.
Guys, so
yeah, is that what you call it in prison?
No equipment method, meaning if you want to call this equipment, you can, but it's just a 2 litre lemonade bottle. emptied, cleaned,
I
and
wonder
sanitized.
if sugar
with a
can
can.
swim. Yeah, it'd probably just float on top.
That's it, really.
I guess then it could swim it until it
chopping board
dissolves
and a
in.
knife to cut that in half. That's it. Let's get this into our 2-litre PET bottle. Now the reason I'm using a 2-litre bottle is because if we do it in here, we're going to lose a bit to get that sugar in and the lemon. So there's no point in losing it. We may as well just use a bigger bottle.
Yeah, just a water bottle that he had previously.
Funnel.
Don't even need a funnel if you don't have one.
1 litre of Aldi's The Juice Cloudy Apple Juice. Going in.
Remember, the devil is a deceiver. Remember that. Remember that.
When it was time to add my son to our car insurance.
When it's time to add my son to the car insurance.
Okay, guys, let's put our bottle to one side. Okay, just going to make some room for a chopping board. Lemon. We just need half of this. And what you do after
So apple juice,
you dry your funnel
sugar,
so that this doesn't stick to your funnel. Well, you can pour it in
a
first.
squirt of lemon juice for flavor, and
Okay,
and
sugar in.
2 scoops of
228
this is
grams.
turbo yeast. If you use just regular bread yeast, you'll get to about 6%. But that would be even cheaper. That's exactly right. You said arson.
Okay. Actually, we'll keep our funnel in there for the lemon. And this is basically just going to bring the acidity up a little bit for our yeast to be happy.
For I used to be happy. Applejack, yeah. I remember drinking Applejack was Applejack moonshine. Yeah. It's all right. It's all right, potato brother.
Right. We've got our apple juice, we've got our lemon juice, and we've got our sugar. Now, top on. And give this a very good shake to get rid of all that sugar.
Because he's
that's in the bottom of the barrel.
crazy.
This also adds oxygen.
Fan of the shine. Fan of the shine.
To our brew.
Listen, I can't. So when I've made moonshine on many occasions. I cannot drink. Only way I can drink moonshine is if I take a 32-ounce Gatorade, take a big slug out of it, and then fill it with a couple of shots of moonshine, and then I can drink that. But that's the only way I'm not just completely just like out of commission for like a day afterward. How do you know if a mushroom smells funky instead of fungi? Because of decay. D-E-C-A-Y. That's funny. That's funny, Matt. Decay. That's funny. That's funny.
Help the yeast do their thing, because they like oxygen at the beginning.
Decay. My daily workout. So he's just dissolving the sugar and incorporating air into the apple juice. And then so the yeast will use the air and the sugar and convert the sugar into alcohol. And then once it gets to the
that's all our sugar mix.
Once it gets to whatever, so different yeasts will die at different alcohol percentages. And so this turbo yeast has a nutrient mixed in with it so that it can multiply and eat a lot and survive to about 20% alcohol. And then it'll kill It'll either eat all of the sugar and then there's no sugar left to turn into alcohol, or the alcohol kills all the yeast and then it stops bubbling. Either way, it stops bubbling when the yeast is done doing its job. Yeah, that's funny. I thought it was the incorporator. They call me the incorporator. Be incorporating air and shit.
Top off.
B2B's feeling better.
Now we need 5 teaspoons of
5
our Alco 48 here to get this up to strength. I've got one open. Okay, these are 1/3 teaspoons. We're going to need 15 of these.
Jeez.
That's a lot of yeast. And in turbo yeast, there's nutrients, vitamins. There's quite a few bits and bobs in here, which help it to ferment, of course. So 15 of these. Wow. 1.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling better.
2.
That's good.
3. 4. 5. 6.
Come on, dude. I was about to say, you better freaking go into high speed mode.
14. And 15. 5 teaspoons of turbo yeast. So this stuff will get this up to around 14-15% in 2 days.
2
But it
days?
won't get to its maximum of 20-21% for at least 5 to 7 days. So I'm just going to place the top on, and I'm going to give that a
Yeah,
swirl.
do not leave the cap on like that. Do not. I mean, he's just doing it to shake it.
It's all collected
You want to
at the
be able to
bottom there,
loosen the cap so that when you squeeze the air can get out of the cap. Or
Let's
if
get
you
it
don't, it
suspended
will.
in the fluid.
You'll be cleaning, and you'll think
Just
the
have a look
bomb
at
went
that
off.
when it settles again. Okay guys, I'd say that's well mixed in. As with all our no equipment brews, we have to make sure this top is just on.
And he forgot to take the
nice and loose so you
specific
can
gravity.
Squeeze the air out like that, look.
Yeah, there you go.
That way, we're not going to get this compressing and exploding. Okay guys, these can be kept a little bit warmer than our usual 18 to 22 degrees. The packaging and the yeast actually recommends for a small batch like this.
You can do that.
20 to
Yep.
35 degrees. So
You can do
I'm
that
gonna
too.
put it in
Yeah.
the middle of
Right.
it. I'm going to put it at 27. And that will give this the heat it needs, the temperature it needs to get to our desired ABV as fast as possible. Okay, so I'm not taking a reading, guys, because you've seen
you're
on the label
urine.
on
There's
the
something
bottle,
wrong with
which
your
I'll show
urine.
you now how much sugar is in there. And you've seen how much sugar I've added. So we know that there's enough sugar in there to get to 20% if it ferments to dry. I will obviously take a reading with a hydrometer in a few days' time to see if we've hit that. If we haven't, I'll leave it a few days longer if it's still fermenting, and hopefully we'll get there. See you soon and wish us luck, eh?
So he's got a bunch of stuff going.
Good afternoon, guys. We have our Apex 20 Cloudy Apple Juice from Aldi here, first in our series. I don't know if you can see that, but can you see the shape of that bottle?
Yeah, it's pumped.
How it's
puffed
very
up. So it's carbonating.
bowed in the middle. Well,
Dude.
Top on it.
Jenkem. K-E-M.
On
But
its
that's
second day of
disgusting.
fermentation by accident.
Yeah, we use
used
balloons. They blow up and come down again. We're ready.
Very
Just so I
swollen.
know.
So I'm glad I came in the next day, because if I hadn't have done, if I'd have left it a couple of days, this would be all over the room.
yeah.
Trust me, I know. So yes, this is why I tell people use a plastic vessel and loosen that top. Now I've got it tight now because it's finished fermenting, so that doesn't matter. And if it were still fermenting a little bit, it would just carbonate this a little bit.
Right.
It wouldn't expand the bottle like that. So yes, use plastic and keep the top loose. So we brewed this on the 17th of the 3rd of this year, and today is the 23rd.
Yeah, I've got a bubbler
I want to
that
take a
you can
hydrometer
you can either
reading
cut a
and
quarter-inch
see,
hole
first
and
of all,
stick
if
the
we hit
bubbler in, or
20%.
it's got there's a bone
And
with a
then
bung, so it
I'm
fits
not
in
going to taste it while
a
it's not completely
V-shaped
clear. I'm going
cork
to use
that can fit in a
clear
bunch of
engagement,
different sizes.
bentonite, and we're going to get this crystal clear before I drink it, and then we might back sweeten it.
So you don't need to do all that. He wants to do it for looks, to add bentonite clay to it, and that will take the cloudiness out of it. And you can also cold crash it to clear it up some too. He's probably going to do both, but you do not need to do any of that. This is ready to consume right now if you so wanted to.
Things that we do. But for now, let's get that read.
Let's discuss the berserkers. Berserker. So let's see what we got.
I'll just pour it in. Very gently, because there's a lot of sediment at the bottom there.
You want to decant it off so the sediment doesn't flow into your... Yep.
I have disturbed that. Something terrible.
I have disturbed it. Well, I once let a urine bottle sit for a month and it turned black. That's not good. That's not good, dude. Jeez. Ugh.
Excellent.
Excellent.
That's dropped like a stone. Oh, come here. Can't even grab the top of it. Wow.
Yeah.
0.992. I say we hit our target here, guys. Because I know that we started with 340 grams of fermentable sugars in there, and that this is fermented to dry. I know.
Which means there's no sugar left. It's not sweet.
As far as
if it's still sweet,
is concerned,
there's still sugars left.
Now,
dry means no more sugar.
Have a taste of it.
That's a cool experiment. Leave my piss jar sitting around.
So in this series, guys, I'm going to clear all of these with bentonite, just so as you know. I'll show you on the first one and then on the subsequent brews that we do in this series. Once you've seen it once, you don't need to see it again. So what we need to do is we basically need to mix. Let's get the bentonite.
Right. You put a little bit in to get the bentonite saturated, hydrated in a separate container.
For a gallon, it's 50 milliliters of your brew and a teaspoon of this mixed in. You walk away, leave it for an hour, come back, mix it again, and then pour it back into your brew.
Uncle used to make
in the fridge
wine from everything. The jug set in the corner and anything, but and you put anything with sugar in it, berries, carrots, peels. I'm taking it dry. What up, Robert, brother?
Technically, 12.5 milliliters, but it doesn't matter if we put in a bit more. I'm not going to measure it out. All I'm going to do is pour some of this into this bottle, and there's a reason why I'm pouring it into another bottle, not a cup or something. And I'm just going to get an inch in the bottom of that bottle.
There you go. Jeez, dude, there you go. Hey. All right, we're gonna do it. All right, gold for Loco. All right, brother. All right, nice. That's what I like to see. All right.
Cement, it's not fine.
All right. Now we gotta pause this. I gotta find out what to. Yeah, dude, that's freaking awesome. Thank you, my brother. Here, hold on. Let's just do it like this. That's awesome. Hold on, 1 second. Bam. 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 Awesome. That's so awesome. Thank you. For Loco on the way. All right. Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so let's see. Let me make sure I get it. All right. Well, wait, so you want the gold for Loco. Make sure you get the right For Loco flavors. Not cocoa, For Loco. All right. Yes, I'm 21 years of age or older. All right. So let's see. Big cans. I'm guessing. So you want straight up gold. All right. Gold. Oh, my freaking gold for Loco. All right. We're making it happen. All right. So, I got to figure out a good way to hang it on the wall. I guess what I'll do is, I can run a spike through it. We'll figure out something good. Let's see. Or I could hang it. I got an idea. I've got one of these plant hangers that sticks out from the wall. There's a wall and it sticks out from the wall and it's got like a hook on the end that you usually hang a plant from, and I'll hang the For Loco from it. There you go. Kat just said I could go on her wall and take back these All right, Katra. No, you can't. He said, "Take it." All right, no, that's what I got. I promised Brianna. Yep. And hold on, what I miss? Best flavor. Nail. Okay, yeah. I think it'd be cool to do. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Wall-mounted plant hanger. Wall. Yeah, like this. There they are, right there. What I'm talking about. Yeah, it's actually more like these right there, right here. It's a little bit shorter. Yeah, like that. It's a little bit shorter than that, but that's what it's like. And I'll have it out, and then I'll hang it. I'll have it hanging from the top. I'll use I'm pretty sure I have a gold chain, like a brass sealing chain, and we'll hang it. Yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking. Thank you, brother. All right, thank you. All right, gold. Okay, notes. Hold for logo plant hanger. I'm going to the woods. I'm going to the woods. The world is two people. All right, you little native mama, go get outside. How much to put it on Catra's wall? So I'll put it on Catra's wall. I'll put it. You can decide. You can decide what you wanna do. But I'll put it. So Catra. Here, I should have changed cameras. Let's do this. All right. So I'll put it. I'll mount it right here, coming out, so it'll hang like right here, and then Catra's gonna be right here. Yeah, she threw $100 in to get a wall. Yeah. I agreed. The world is very peoply. That's the best thing I heard of all day. I think it's awesome. Can you write PBR? I can write PBR. I'll put it right here. Let's see. You already, Gene. I think it's brilliant. The owner of the walls. All right, very, very good. That's very good. Thank you. Pabst Blue Ribbon. So when I was a kid, or a young adult, I used to go to a bar. Actually, what am I talking about? It was like 10 years ago. I used to go to a bar right up the street. It was a restaurant, actually. It was called Pascal's Bistro. And I used to get a Pabst Blue Ribbon Tall Boy, the 16-ounce ones, in a martini glass, and we call them Pabst Blue Teenies. It was just Pabst. It wasn't no mix or anything. It was just Pabst PBR in a martini glass. Pabst Blue Teenie. The creator of chaos. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Oh, that's me. Hold on one second. I'll be right back with 1 second. Let's. Oh, it's so much more sophisticated. Been drinking that since 1980. So, where are you from, Yamaha? I'm from Baltimore originally, and that's where it was. Pabst, PBR and National Bohemian, Natty Bo were the two like biggest beers up there. I came down here. It wasn't very popular in Georgia, but in Maryland it was. Baltimore it was very, very popular. Quite popular. All right, let's get back to the Lego. All right, so now I gotta get. All right, so Brisk, are you on the Discord? Okay. Vegas. Yeah, I can't say I can't say I've ever drank at a PBR in Vegas. I've definitely drinking one in Atlantic City. Okay. All right. If you haven't, friend requested I fail first, and it will. All right, cool. Go.
Now, it's notoriously
We'll post a
difficult to
picture
stir
and
in,
stuff.
so
We'll do it.
the other way of doing this is to add it to some warm water and just stir it in. But because I'm using
Now I know it's gonna start
now
a
I've got to do
trend.
a
I'm gonna end
vessel
up
where I
having all
can
kinds of stuff hanging
shake
off my wall.
So
I don't want to do this. I'm gonna have to get. Kahora told me like freaking 4 months ago to get a PO box, and I got like six other people that have asked for a PO box number. I gotta when I go out to get PBR Four Loko tomorrow. I'll swing. Oh no, I guess it won't be till Monday for the because when we get the PBR, the Four Loko tomorrow, but the post office won't be open till Monday. I fail first. All here. I'll post in fail lobby. I'll just write me. Yeah, 110th grade. If you click on it, it's you can friend request that or FAILFIRST. It's all one word. Just click on my name and you make it happen. All right, cool. All right, I appreciate it, everybody. That's freaking awesome. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's pop that. All right.
And then the reason we leave it for an hour now is that the particles swell. They come together and swell, basically. So they give more surface area to drag the particles down in the brew once we add it back. So yeah, that's nicely mixed in now.
All right.
If you're not sure, just give it another shake.
That's so cool.
Then we mix it in and we forget about it. It's that simple. Okay guys, that's been around an hour now, so we come back, we just give this another bit of a shaky stir. Whatever you want to do, just to make sure it's still.
See, I mean, this guy, this is his hobby. Like, he loves doing this. Because he's got gallons of other stuff brewing all the time. So all this bentonite clay stuff to clear it up and whatnot, I wouldn't worry about any of that. I had a venison milkshake in Botswana. A venison milkshake. Venison milkshake. That it does, Brisk. It's not a standard culinary dish, but a high-protein post-workout smoothie with jerky, savory. Oh, wow. Dude, it don't say it don't exist. It doesn't say it. It says it right here. Term associated with a high-protein post-workout smoothie that includes venison jerky, a blend of sweet and savory ingredients. I just made some dope shit out. Right, dude. Right. There you go. Yep. There you go. That's crazy. Oh man, imagine that. I guess for people that like beefcake, like those people that want to put on like 60 pounds of 60 pounds in order to turn it into muscle. I wonder if bacon flavored. I'm not looking that up B2B. I guarantee they do. I guarantee it.
Use a fun way.
Bacon flavored enemas.
Oh. And just pour it back into our brew.
It right. If there's a heaven, there'll be bacon flavored enemas. And then stir that.
And then we give this a bit of a swirl.
Swirl.
And that really is it, guys. Put that to one side now, and usually overnight that will clear.
Pregnancy test.
If it doesn't,
with Wi-Fi
give it a couple of days. It will do the job. If you
They definitely have
put it
to.
in the fridge,
They definitely have to.
leave it out.
So you do it, and then it just texts you, ding, your result is ready. Click here now. You're making nails. Bacon flavored catheter. That would probably burn like a son of a bitch.
Room temperature. Then tonight we'll get to work. How are we,
That's what
guys?
you get, right?
We've got our apple liqueur here in our rather swell-looking bottle.
I send you straight to YouTube
Right, I'm going to
videos
get
on how
it
to be a
into
shit
a
parent.
clean bottle. It's original bottle.
Right. How not to be a
out
shit
this
parent. Right.
swollen
Congratulations.
scummy
Click
bottle.
here for your results.
So that we
How
can
to
have
be a
drink.
good parent.
It's not quite crystal clear yet, but it's nearly there, so it's time for a test.
So you're just decanting it off. Just get as close as you can
As far
without
as
the
I'm gonna
jump.
go.
That's about a liter.
Look at all that.
Slug it.
Well, that won't be far off a litre, guys. Maybe just 50 millilitres or so less. And yeah, it's almost clear. If I left it another day,
And Trojan and
the top one for now.
yeah. Yep. I can see the yellow. It's definitely real men chug the sediment. Like and sub. Like and subscribe.
At Gurney's, we
I always
breed for
forget to say
flavor
that stuff.
by partnering with passionate gardeners, breeders, and universities.
The thing that happens is like I forget that I'm live streaming because it just feels like I'm, it doesn't feel like I'm talking to an audience. I don't know, and then I forget. But it says so fine. Channels are great, so I'm happy. Real men chug the.
It's a bit early in the day.
Oh
I don't
yeah,
mind telling you,
dude.
but,
I remember that, dude. I remember abso-freaking-lutely people being like, dude, do it, dude. Dude, I remember the freaking weed addicts in my neighborhood, and like they couldn't get any. They didn't even have any money, so they split the bong water, hoping to catch a buzz off of it. It gives you. I do not recall. I definitely tasted it accidentally before. Like when, being a little too aggressive, if you know what I mean. But, yeah. My friends actually tricked my friend into doing it. That always happens. That always happens. Everybody does. Everybody get one. Threw up everywhere. She had to go to the store, I believe, or the dog park.
Got to get this edited to go out tonight, so it's got to be done now. It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it.
Somebody's got to do it.
Okay, guys, let's get a pour.
Every friend. Yes, right. Absolutely. Absolutely. That does look like a good cider, though.
Not bad looking at all.
No, it looks good.
Not bad looking at all.
It's going to be strong. Look, I used to drink 6% cider. It was called Hornsby's. Hornsby's Draft Cider. And that's basically what it looked like. But this is 20%.
You could probably do with degassing, really, which I'll explain quickly. You just stir and stir and stir for a good few minutes until any CO2, residual CO2 that's left in there is gone. It's just got a little bit of a smell. It's not too bad. It does smell like a liqueur.
Cool.
Like a sherry. These types of drinks smell like a sherry to me.
Like a sherry.
Anyway,
I drink apple juice like a good big boy. Yes, you better, dude. You better take a good year break. Get your freaking get your vitamins, your freaking K2, your E, A, B12, all that stuff. Get your pancreas patched up before you even consider straying. I only drink water in Four Loko, and the water is in the Four Loko. It just makes it easier. Four Loko's got water in it.
Whoa.
Look at those eyes. Damn.
Oh.
Yeah, he just took a shot. Man. And he's seasoned.
Oh wow, that's strong.
Oh, that's strong.
Oh. Okay, that's the strongest thing I've tasted in here since I've started this channel.
The strongest thing I've tasted since I've started this channel.
Yeah. Ooh. That's sitting on the stomach nicely, even that tiny little bit.
A sip.
More.
More. More. 1, 2.
It's a bit easier that time.
Yeah, don't light your breath on fire.
That's strong. Okay.
Okay.
It's chilled. Because of that, it's
mild.
It's nice to drink. If it wasn't chilled, I think that would be tough to drink.
Tough.
I wouldn't enjoy it warm. But because it's been in the fridge, cold crashing for a few days now, it would benefit a little bit from some sweetening. Because it's fermented so dry, a little bit of non-fermentable sugar, I think, would go a long way. So,
damn, it must be
not only do I
freaking
want to
potent if he's I get drunk, fall into that wall, and get covered in splitters because it isn't stained.
You want to get wasted.
Oops.
You're just going to drink it, I know. But if you've got a little bit of, in my case, erythritol, and even that, what is that? That's a 16th of a teaspoon. Probably a penny. Even that tiny bit in this glass is going to transform it. And the apples will pop a bit more because of that sweetness.
Pop.
Okay, let's get that a go.
Ah,
I had lived
freaking.
my life the only way that I had known. But when...
Ah, there it is.
There it is. Dude, no, I agree. I love it. I love this guy. I love this guy.
Even after that quick ferment, and it's rather young life, it's... Where's my paperwork? It's the 25th of March today, and we brewed that on the 17th.
So 8 days. 8 days. And he's got a liter of liquor.
With a tiny bit of sweetener. Where is it? There. Erythritol is now tasting like a liqueur that you'd buy in the shops.
There you go. Right, with none of the other bull crap in it. I like him. I think he's great.
I've had a couple of mouthfuls. Look.
You don't think so? He's definitely British.
Wow. All right, guys. Well, to sum up, obviously it's a success. We know we've hit the 20% mark. I can't neck all this in one hit. So
I can't neck all of it. You're elegant?
Well, I could, but...
I could. I'm not on camera.
God, that's strong. There's a bit of that sweetener in the bottom there as well. I can't help but keep licking my lips. Blah, blah, blah. All right, guys.
You think he's dull?
Like this video, like and subscribe. There are going to be an awful lot of these. I'm going to try and ferment all sorts of 20%. See what we can do. Across all the different supermarkets, different juices. But that's a great start. 20% apple liqueur.
Well, you know what? It's kind of odd because we've been watching like people crash cars and blow stuff up and cut electrical lines for like a week now. I don't know. I really like this guy. I gave him a like. Yeah, he's great. The thing is, I want people, adults, to learn this, to stop spending so much money on freaking going to the liquor store and buying whack ass, especially because 9 out of 10 beers that are tested contain bug spray and stuff now. So it's like you're getting all wackadoodled. You can't even spell A-lock. What up? Anyway, but yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. He's definitely got. Look at that. Look at that face. Look at that. Hold on. Let me zoom in here. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, that's strong, boy. What we up to? What up, A-Lock? We're watching. We're watching British people slam liquor. Are you into historical war stories? I like everything. I like to learn as much as I can. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that, B2B. I didn't consider it. Okay, let's see. Let's see what's next. Let's see what's next. Let's find something. Let's find something entertaining to watch. What is it? What do you got, A-Lock? Join the Discord and you can share it on there and we'll show it. Yeah, share it on the Discord and we'll show it. Yeah. Thank you, Brisk. I think this guy's got a great channel too. I think because listen, we're all it's important for people that, especially people that consume a lot on a regular basis. A lot of this toxicity is going on. I'll let you figure it out. It's 110th grade. It's not being a person. I'm just okay. Good. I was talking about the ones I suggested. Oh, I missed it. Okay, that's all right. Which the historical war one? What was it called? Is it called Historical War Stories? What up, that man? The man himself, Alexander Hamilton. It's a song. That's right. You're not alone. What recommendations for planting your own fruits in an apartment? You can get what's called window boxes, like small little window boxes that they can hang outside of your apartment window or sit right inside your apartment window. But yeah, you can. Yeah, look, I'll show you here. Hold on. Yeah, window boxes, absolutely. Window box vegetable garden. Window box. I can't spell window box. What's your name, A-Lock? Agents 5? Operation Food Plan a long time ago. Brother, A-Lock, brother, if you can figure it out, brother. You can figure it out. I'm running a channel here. Actually, useful. I've been wanting to garden in an apartment. Okay, here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. All right, so here we go. So this stuff here, right? They're window boxes, and they just hang out of your window and you hang out of your window and like this here, and you can grow whatever you want. Here's one with a whole lot, a big old cornucopia. But yeah, you can grow a lot of stuff just in a window, especially if you don't really do anything with the window. Yarn hub, but it sounds such, but it's not. Yeah. It depends where you're at. They're trying to yarn hub. Yarn hub. Damn. When a destroyer. All right, let me make sure. Oops, I broke it. When a destroyer ran the move out. Monk said he needs a parking spot for his pig. Still kind of fatigued they made it to school. Oh yeah, you're still not feeling good. I am Alexander. Thank you for the verification. If you go to Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever, you just get neutral. I'll show you what I use. I get neutral garden soil, Home Depot. Right here. It's a Miracle Grow garden soil. Oddly enough, the Miracle Grow, you would expect it, but it's just got the nutrients in it that you need. It's $3. Like this right there. Right there. It says for in-ground use, but you absolutely don't need it. You have garden, raised beds, flowers, vegetables, trees, shrubs, and it feeds for 3 months. So all you got to do is water it once a week for like 10 seconds. And done. You know, another 5 days, do it again. And then like a lot of times if you grow it in like if your kitchen sink like have a window, I don't know how your apartment's laid out, but regardless, you can put one in air. It's $3 and you could probably fill two window boxes with one bag, and then the seeds are like $1.50, and just get what you want. You know, things that you would enjoy eating. It's definitely worth it. Aaron Burr, they're studying them for National Crackhead Magazine. Fox Farms got great stuff, brother. Listen, the Miracle Grow, at least what they sell here in Georgia, it doesn't have anything else in it but it doesn't contain genetically modified wackadoodle. It's just extra nitrogen, phosphorus, and sulfur. Yeah, but you're gonna have to. All right, my brother. A-Lock. Dude, right, yeah. Right, that's for something different. I think he's talking about fruits and vegetables. Yeah. Okay, so let me see. I forgot what I was looking for. Oh yeah, sorry. Here we go. Let me close that down. Okay, let's go back here. Got the Four Loko on. Oh no.
1st of November 1943, and the USS Bory is hunting for a U-boat in the midst of a terrible storm in the North Atlantic.
A lot of people died.
A contact appears on the ship's radar. In command is 30-year-old Lieutenant Charles Harris Hutchins. He quickly issues the order to give chase at maximum speed. And the USS Bory powers through.
I think it's just youth, Loretta. Very, very.
But nearby, around 5 nautical miles away,
you can do that too. You can do it. Yeah. What up, Scott, brother?
Under the command of Corvette Captain.
Exactly. A million things I haven't done, but just you wait. Right. That's exactly the mindset that I did not have till my mid-30s. I was just like, dude, I need to take a nap. I need to take a nap was like my calling sign. Maria, the only one that got away. Robert, get that. Oh, talking about the song again. I never. You're talking about the play, Alexander Hamilton. You should. I was thinking of the Charnos is one of the. Once animation's really good. Okay, I'll check it out. I have a very nice live stream. You just had one, good, my brother. You should have sent me you should have sent me a notification. We could have dual live stream. Yep. Robert, they call me Scott Roberts. Scott Robert. All right, hold on, where am I at? So what am I watching? You said, watch the what? Crackhead Magazine. Hold on, where is it? Brisk, check out the sinking of the Scharnhorst. Okay, let's see if I can find yarn. I guess he's spinning a yarn. He's got a lot of videos. There it is.
It's a dark, stormy night on Christmas.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, we can definitely set it up. We never set it up.
Mighty German battleship Scharnhorst, one of the fastest ships of the Kriegsmarine, carves through the rough Arctic seas. At its bridge stands the fleet commander, Konteradmiral Erich Bay. He's charging towards a soft target of British merchant ships on their way to the Soviet Union. But the bridge is suddenly illuminated as star shells fill the air. Bay searches the horizon through the driving snow, only to see the ominous sign of muzzle flashes from British guns. Bay is here to fight, but not heavily armed battleships, so he orders the ship to turn 150 degrees and flee, but at the same time to try and hit the British ships. As Scharnhorst turns away, its massive aft turret, Caesar, turns to face the British and fires a salvo. They have to escape the Royal Navy guns, but the British guns are accurate and deadly. A shell smashes straight into the German radar.
Wir haben das Radar verloren.
Weiter feuern. Volle Kraft auf die Maschinen und stellt eine Nebelwand her.
As the smokescreen from the Scharnhorst starts to emerge, another enemy shell slams into the ship with a powerful bang.
Schadensmeldung. Oberflächlich.
Volle Kraft. Sie erwischen uns nicht.
Scharnhorst is speeding away. Without radar, the Germans are sailing blind, and Bay reluctantly orders to return to port, confident he can outrun the British chase.
Zurück in den Hafen.
Bay has no idea the cruisers are not acting alone. As the British ships follow Scharnhorst, they send out a transmission. To the south, hidden in the dark, waits a second part of the British trap, the main force led by the mighty HMS Duke of York. And in command is Admiral Sir Bruce Fraser, Commander-in-Chief of the Home Fleet, who's come personally to see the Scharnhorst destroyed. Fraser smiles to himself as he receives the transmission that tells him that the Scharnhorst is headed right towards their position. The trap is about to be sprung, and the enemy they've been looking for appears on radar.
I'm a diamond in the rough, trying to piece of coal, trying to reach my goal, power of speed,
Admiral Fraser orders HMS Duke of York to close in slowly. They stalk their prey, inching closer.
Patience.
It's clear Scharnhorst has no idea.
Okay, all right.
They plow through the rough Arctic seas undetected into engagement distance.
Patience.
Fraser orders his men to hold steady.
Alexander.
Take aim.
The Duke of York's gigantic turrets start to life.
Duke of Earl.
Immensely powerful 14-inch main guns.
Jaden.
Or to Jamaica to fire star
That's
shells.
interesting. I don't think I've ever met a girl named Jaden. Does she have a penis?
Bay and his men think the battle is done. They're steaming south on their way to the port when suddenly yet another star shell illuminates the sky directly in front of them. Everyone's attention turns to its source.
Fire!
The Duke of York opens fire with a full broadside. The men aboard Scharnhorst see the world around them erupt with the sounds of splashes and metal.
Oh, broke it.
A single 14-inch shell punches directly through Anton, the foremost turret, killing everyone inside. To prevent the magazine from exploding, the second fort turret, Bruno, is also flooded.
Gotcha.
Bay realizes that they're trapped. He can't turn back because of the chasing cruisers. So, his only option now is to escape to the east. Scharnhorst turns hard to port as they return fire with all they have, which for now is just one turret. The enemy fire comes crashing down all around them. Another 14-inch shell smashes into Scharnhorst's superstructure, triggering a massive fire. The Germans realize that Bruno isn't aflame, and they flooded it for no good reason. So the order is given to drain the magazine, and Bruno comes to life. Scharnhorst takes fire from the flank and behind, as Bruno is rocked by a 14-inch shell. The turret is full of smoke, and the crew have to evacuate. Scharnhorst proceeds at absolute maximum power, as Caesar, their last turret,
I am the
fires at British ship.
Alexander.
Back on the Duke of York, Fraser is getting nervous. Scharnhorst is steadily sailing away from the action. The Duke of York's guns are adjusting their aim. But an incoming salvo from the Scharnhorst strikes the ship, bringing the catastrophic news.
Sir, we've lost the radar.
Without that radar, there's no way they can adjust their aim.
Make repairs, and fast.
Lieutenant Harold Bates from the radar shack is already on it. He can see that the radar is drooping downwards. Without waiting for orders or informing anyone, he climbs onto the mast. It's in the middle of a snowstorm. It's an incredibly brave act. The wind and snow bite at his face, and he's repeatedly buffeted by the blast from the main guns. But Bates pushes through, pulling himself upwards step by step. They continue to fire into the night, Yet with the German ship racing away, the chances of landing a hit shrink by the second. To Bay's delight, Scharnhorst is on the verge of slipping out of the trap. The British ships now sail full east, trying desperately to keep up. At the same time, the German technicians successfully bring the Bruno turret back online. It's immediately put to use, sending shells towards the enemy. On the Duke of York, Harold Bates clings onto the mast, like his life depends on it. The wind howls around him, tearing his hat away. But he finds his footing and keeps going.
Hat.
With massive effort, he manages to push the radar antenna back into alignment.
You gotta be freaking kidding
Suddenly,
me.
the radar screen comes back to life.
Contact, range 22,000 yards.
Radar reports Scharnhorst at 22,000 yards.
That's over 10 nautical miles. It's within the range, but it's still a difficult shot in these conditions.
Take the shot.
Correct and fire. Quickly.
The guns adjust up and fire.
Woke up the monster.
14-inch shells fly up into the sky. They travel
Richard
for
would
30
love
eternal
come
seconds.
from away. I don't even know what that is.
Then they come down. A shell hits the Scharnhorst and passes through the thin up-about armor and finally explodes in boiler room number 1.
Oops, that'll do it.
Bay's horrified. He knows it's over.
Schadensmeldung.
Starker Dampfverlust. Wir sind auf 8 Knoten gefallen.
It's not enough. Already aware of his fate, Bay orders to make a transmission that reads,
Wir kämpfen bis zur letzten
We will
Patrone.
fight to the last shell.
Es lebe Deutschland.
Crisis.
The German engineers get to work and the ship recovers to 22 knots. But it's not enough. Her reduced speed makes her vulnerable to torpedo attacks. The British ships join the main force from the north. Scharnhorst is now surrounded.
Okay, I can understand.
Konzentration auf die Zerstörer. Lass sie nicht näher kommen.
The German 15-centimeter secondary turrets target one of 4 destroyers approaching. There's far too many of them. 2 make the charge and release 8 torpedoes towards Scharnhorst. A British torpedo finds its mark and rocks the German battleship.
Oops.
Then the 2 other destroyers make their run, releasing 12 torpedoes towards the Scharnhorst. 1 impacts on port and 3 more on starboard.
Jeez,
all
that's
in
a
quick
freaking...
succession. The ship shudders and groans. It begins taking in water and slows down to 10 knots.
Torpedos abfeuern.
Bay orders Scharnhorst to turn around and attempt a torpedo run of its own, but the ship is too wounded. Only 1 torpedo is launched. And it misses.
Oh!
Scharnhorst is surrounded by the British ships and is pummeled in submission. Its secondary turrets continue firing. Even with the ship burning and entirely boxed in, the men continue firing to the last.
That's freaking them amphetamines.
The Caesar
kicking
turret
in.
fires again
If you know,
and manages to hit a destroyer. The British destroyers push forward again and perform
I know someone
another
that
torpedo
almost
attack
did
at
in the
point
Pentagon.
blank
My
range.
girlfriend's dad.
5 explode against Scharnhorst's hull. The Caesar turret, which was the first to fire in the battle, is damaged and finally falls silent. Huge amounts of water have poured into the many holes, and the ship begins to list.
I knew it.
Still standing on the bridge, with his ship leaning heavily to starboard beneath him, Bay knows it's really over, and finally orders to abandon ship.
Jesus Christ. Is he going down with the ship? He stays?
Admiral Fraser watches the grand Kriegsmarine ship in its death throes as it rolls over. The bow of the ship sinks, raising the stern into the air. The propellers still turning slowly. Fraser would later tell his men,
Gentlemen, the battle against the Scharnhorst has ended in victory for us. I hope that any of you who are ever called upon to lead a ship into action against an opponent many times superior will command your ship as gallantly as the Scharnhorst was commanded today.
of Scharnhorst's 1,968-man crew, only 36 were pulled alive from the water.
Jesus Christ.
Contra-Admiral Eric Bay was not among them. to watch another epic naval engagement. Click this link and see when a destroyer ran.
It's like the video's talking to me. That's pretty cool. That was really good. That was really good. That was really good. All right, let me see. What am I going to do? Yeah, they done broke it. Smashed right through it. Screw it. Fourth wall. Smashed right through it. Yeah, it's done broken down. Okay, where am I at here? Where am I at here? I need to get. All right. Yarn Hub. Oh, let me subscribe there to Yarn Hub. They only have 2.96 million subscribers. They need one more. Bam, done. I mean, if you think about breaking the fourth wall nonstop, I do it all the time. Yeah, but if you think about it, I am breaking. Yeah. I'm nonstop. The HMS Belfast. It fell fast. HMS Belfast. All right, here you go. At its London birth, ordered in 1936, laid down in 10th of December 1936, decommissioned in 1963. No, you can't see what I'm looking at. Third town class. Oh, one of their Supermarine aircrafts from the Belfast. In an Icelandic fjord. Man, they got lots of words on this page. Do you, that mean you have to break the fifth wall, Richard, to keep moving forward? Favorite MTV Unplugged performance? I liked, I mean, definitely two of the best were Nirvana and Alice in Chains. Jane's Addiction never did one. If Rizzing counts. Of course it counts. Of course it counts. Yarn Hub. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's go back. Cinematic military history. Alright. Now I need to watch something funny. Schwer Gustav. Volcanic eruptions. Damn. Thai moonshine. Thailand's moonshine. Epic 130 whackadoos. Custom frame needed for 100 horsepower Power Wheels tank. Is this safe? Sewn in eyelashes. Jeez, best engines ever. Biggest morons ever. Dude. We need it. Sorry, I apologize. 10,000 Maniacs is very good. Yeah. They did good, yeah. Yeah, sorry. My recent classes have been bogged down with drug production. Your recent classes have been? My favorite historical fact? Oh, that's a good question. I've got many. Two that I'm actually working on videos for right now, and I would like to wait till the videos come out because I would. But let me give me a second. Let me think of a one that won't give away the freaking wackadoo. Good question. At 110. Oh, gotcha. Jeez, there you go. My bad. Look. Sometimes I'm slow. Let's see. That's a good question. I'll have to think of it. What up, Georgie? How do you think the world would be today if Archduke Franz Ferdinand wasn't assassinated? That's a good question too. I honestly think it would probably have turned out the same, because I don't know if that really mattered as much as we were told that it mattered. I stand last stand the Alamo, Elizabeth I destroying the Spanish Armada. There you go. There was a lot of very, 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 very interesting things, and especially if you chase truth and you learn what you've learned in America about world history, and then you try to learn what other countries teach about world history, they're not the same things. They're absolutely not the same things. And each country tells their populace, their tax base, that they're the best country in the world, so that they don't want people to leave. They don't want their tax base fleeing, right? So it's very interesting. There's a lot of very interesting stuff. What do you think about the insane luck of the assassination, brother? Listen, and that, like, I don't think it was coincidental that it was so easily that his car was so easily, like cornered. I think it could have prevented an immediate July crisis. Yeah. But like, listen, sometimes in politics and things like that, they're ready to go and they just need either like a false flag type thing or an event to trigger the anxieties are already high and the plans are already set. And it just needs. Have you ever wore Speedos at the beach, drunk or sober? I never have. I've definitely worn Speedos. I've never worn them at the beach before. They don't make them that big. His driver made a wrong turn and drove past his hat. Right? Yeah. I don't think that was on I don't think that was coincidental. I think that was absolutely on purpose. A pretext, right? I was joking about believing America, by the way, right, man? America. All right.
Yeah, I heard it.
All right, what's the audience?
Okay. Damn it!
Is that a remote control snake? All right, hold on, let's see something real quick. I want to make sure there's no copyrighted music in it. Okay, all right. Yeah, like you don't think like listen, if you're driving the Archduke through the city, you have people a mile ahead and the day before and the week before going through, checking all kinds of shit, making everything happen, this and that. Just like, and then so there was some construction. Like the city didn't know that there was gonna or whatever, or the accident. If there was an accident, they would have bulldozers ready to push any accident out of the way. Like this kind of stuff is not. They don't reroute. Now they have multiple routes set up, but the accidental, let me loop by the person. How did the assassin know that that was going to be rerouted? And they were just waiting there, knowing the route that they were supposed to take him. Why wouldn't he have been on that route? Why was he on the route after the route changed? Because he knew where to go, he knew where to be, right? I think the driver was in on. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. He was told where to go, and these people they don't make a left unless a left turn was programmed in them to go. Like, you're gonna drive 700 feet, put on your blinker 12 feet before, and all that. It's all set up. The marches that they do, the pomp and circumstance stuff they do, the pageantry is all like down to the step. I skinny dipped at a public pool at night, and the cops came and I had to hide naked for hours. They found my clothes and took them. They did that on purpose. They absolutely. Hold on, I gotta pee in the toilet. What was I just thinking about? Come here, bro. Okay. Oh. It's hot in here. shave my legs. Oh, I sit to pee at home. I only do it in the dark. Like if it's dark, if I wake up at like 4 o'clock in the morning and it's still like dark out, I go and yeah. One time my fraternity was smoking on the basketball courts and the cops pulled up and one fat friend couldn't run, so he ran 10 feet into the woods and pulled his gray hoodie over himself, and he got away, didn't he? Dude, did he get caught? Please tell me he got caught. I mean, he didn't get caught. He pretended to be a rock. He's just sitting there saying, I'm a rock, I'm a rock, think like a rock, think like a rock. Oh yeah, that'll freaking give a guy a heart attack. She's gonna came back out of the room 2 hours later, covered in mud, and said, crawled away. Loving it up when I'm going down. Loving an elevator. Loving an elevator.
Oh my god.
Damn. Oh.
He's so beautiful, poor thing.
Dude, don't get close.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Holy.
Oh, it's a person. That's crazy. Instant karma. Dude, he's hung over, definitely.
Oh, I know good.
That must be Russia. I thought she was gonna catch it after bounce off his head. When I felt a little nutty, I ran it up the flagpole and see who still looks, but no one ever does. Bah.
You finished it. No! That's how you play 9,000 pickup.
One. Yeah, this sucks. That sucks. That sucks. What is this? How to make a powerful generator. Workpiece breaks loose and destroys helicopter versus cable inside the Tsar Bomba. Oh, let's look at that. Yeah, let's check that out. That'll look cool.
This is the AN-602.
Damn, that's a big
also
old
known
bomb.
as the Tsar
You should look
Bomba.
up scary intro. We can do that next.
The most powerful bomb ever detonated.
Non-nuclear,
Built by
right? Or was it
Soviet
most
engineers at the height of the Cold War,
Oh, it was
the Tsar
nuclear.
Bomba had a destructive yield of 50 megatons of TNT, unmatched by any other bomb ever created. In this video,
first
we'll
time I
break
ever
it
heard of
down
them.
in detail and explore whether it was practical as a weapon and could have tipped the balance of the arms race. In this film, we'll focus on the Tsar Bomber's test, from loading onto the carrier to explosion and its aftermath. My name is David Webb, and this is Blue Pawprint. The Tsar Bomba was an aerial hydrogen bomb, 6.9 feet in diameter and 26 feet long, just about the length of a classic London double-decker bus.
That's a big old friggin' bomb.
It weighed
What's
around
going in? What's up,
54,000
anomalous?
pounds.
We're looking up some CGI.
The casing of the bomb was made from steel.
Tsar Bomba, the largest nuclear munition ever made, nuclear bomb ever made.
Lined with beryllium.
How
It
are
covered
you, my
a
friend?
synthetic
How are you? Welcome.
fiber thermoinsulation layer, installed to keep sensitive explosives and nuclear materials within a stable temperature range.
Yeah.
At the tip of the bomb was a control module.
You have a skunk. Good luck,
this
Loretta.
Module was connected
Tell me how that
to
goes
two
later.
protruding radio rangefinder antennas and barometric sensors. The tail section of the bomb featured 3 fixed fins for aerodynamic stability on release and a rear compartment for a multi-stage parachute pack.
Right.
To understand how the Tsar bomber worked, we're going to take you through its
It was
launch
originally
sequence.
planned to have uranium lining,
The
which would made it
carrier that delivered the Tsar
100
bomber to the test
megatons.
site
That would have been
was
double
Tupolev
the yield. That's pretty freaking...
Tu-95V, a heavy modified
That must,
version
but it would have
of
been
the
so heavy that they wouldn't have been able to lift it. There's no way. There's no way they'd be able to lift it. Yeah. Imagine. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of freaking weight. That's a lot of weight. And then any kind of lead lining that would have been required in the passenger compartment of the plane would have added to the weight of the plane also. So right. So there is a level where you could make a ground-based nuclear bomb 100 megatons, no problem, but that doesn't do as much damage as 50 tons in the air, for lethality, right? But yeah, you can't get it up there, right? So I think that's why. Well, it would have been, but they wouldn't have been able to. Yeah, right. They'd have been gone because the plane would have been too heavy. It would have had to. They probably could have shed. Nah, I mean, I don't know. We'll say. You wouldn't if you wouldn't need the shielding if it vaporized, right?
Soviet 4-engine turboprop strategic bomber Tu-95. To fit the Tsar bomber, the bomb bay of the Tu-95V was substantially enlarged. It was widened to 5.8 feet, and its length was increased to 23.45 feet.
Right, but it was 26-foot long bomb.
To mount the bomb, a specialized beam-type bomb rack was installed directly to the load-bearing beams of the aircraft structure. 2 internal fuel tanks were removed, and a transverse bulkhead was relocated, allowing more space for the bomb bay.
That's crazy.
The machine guns in the Tu-95V's tail turret were removed. In their place, sensor probes were installed to measure the thermal and shockwave impulses.
Right. So they want the plane to be within a range to use the plane to measure the blast characteristics of the bomb. So the plane's going to be flying away, and while it's flying away, they want it to detect what's pushing the plane.
The plane was coated in a special white reflective paint to protect it from intense thermal radiation.
So
heat.
they're using paint rather than lead shielding, right? You should watch the Kyrgyzstan nutshell in a nutshell video on Project Sundial. We can watch that next
explosion.
We're gonna check out what's here.
Once the bomb was carefully hoisted into the enlarged bomb bay and multiple ground checks were performed, the Tu-95V received clearance for takeoff. Even with all the modifications made to the aircraft, the Tsar bomber had to be carried semi-externally.
Well, that's what Anomalous was talking about. That it was originally going to use uranium encasement or to double the payload. So
one way of the Alenia Air Base, a major Russian Navy reconnaissance base, located on the Kola Peninsula, 92 kilometers south of Murmansk. It then climbed to 6 miles and headed towards the target. The test site where the Tsar bomber was released was officially designated the State Test Site No. 6 of the Ministry of Defense. It was located on Novaya Zemlya, an archipelago in northern Russia situated in the Arctic Ocean.
We're coming together as a class.
It covered more than 21,000 square miles of land and 14,500 square miles of surrounding water. Zone S of the test site, chosen for the explosion, was just 9 miles north of Mityushika Bay. The nearest settlement, Severny, was 34 miles away, presumed to be at a safe distance, even though its population had been evacuated. At 11:32 a.m. on October the 30th, 1961, the Tu-95V bomber was over the test site and released the bomb. After the bomb was dropped, the parachute system activated, A massive cargo parachute system weighing nearly 4,000 pounds was housed in a round compartment.
It would be so
at the rear
powerful
section
as
of the
made
bomb,
only as it turns,
and it
no
consisted
matter where
of
it
9
detonates,
parachutes.
everyone goes.
The sequence began with a small 5.4 square feet drogue chute, which pulled out a larger 54 square feet parachute. Next came 3 parachutes of 65 square feet each, followed by 3 more, each measuring 430
Because they're probably getting
square
ripped
feet.
to shreds,
Once
too.
a series of smaller parachutes had stabilized the descent, the main canopy unfurled. At over 17,000 square feet,
That's a big one.
its area was 3 times the area of a Boeing 747's wings. It was one of the largest single parachute canopies ever used.
That's a big one.
The parachute system slowed the bomb's fall for a total of 188 seconds. It gave the pilots time to fly to a safer distance of approximately 28 miles before the explosion. The Tsar Bomba detonation altitude was 13,000 feet above the ground. This was the height estimated by the Soviet scientists to provide the maximum explosive damage while reducing fallout. The radio altimeter transmitted a signal to the ground and then measured the distance from the reflected signal. Its readings were verified by barometric sensors. If the data matched, the safety devices were deactivated. The primary fission charge was made from 2 spheres located in the weapon's fore and rear sections. Each sphere consisted of a shell of high-performance explosives with detonators,
High performance.
a beryllium inner casing, and a plutonium sphere around 4 to 6 inches in diameter at the core. A system of gas-filled spark gaps was connected to high-voltage capacitors, which were charged by a battery pack. When triggered, each spark gap closed to pass very large currents instantaneously, ensuring the detonators fired within 0.1 microseconds of each other. In that time, light would travel just
Pilots
98
and crew
feet.
were going to
A spherical shell of
50%
high-performance
chance.
explosives, presumably
Flip a coin.
octal, a mixture of octogen and TNT, exploded,
Octogen.
creating a shockwave and causing compression inside the core. Once the plutonium had been compressed, it went supercritical and would start emitting vast amounts of neutrons. A neutron striking a plutonium nucleus caused it to split into 2 smaller nuclei, releasing energy and emitting additional neutrons. These neutrons went on to split other plutonium nuclei, launching a chain reaction. The beryllium inner casing reflected the neutrons.
Yeah, definitely
back
would have
into the
been
core,
0 if they didn't have the
therefore
load.
increasing the
Yep.
efficiency of the primary stage.
They wouldn't
and
have known
producing
it.
a stronger initial blast. The fission process generated an enormous amount of heat, reaching temperatures of 100 million degrees Celsius, several times higher than the core of the sun. It released a massive pulse of high-energy gamma rays and X-rays, which was then used to trigger the secondary stage of the explosion. The second charge consisted of a lead outer casing, a layer of lithium deuteride, which was a compound of lithium, and the fusion fuel deuterium, and a plutonium rod in the center. The plutonium rod was compressed and subject to a barrage of neutrons released during the first stage. It made it turn supercritical to produce more neutrons. Lithium deuteride absorbed the neutrons and produced tritium, a radioactive isotope of hydrogen. Under extreme temperatures and pressures, deuterium and tritium nuclei collided and fused to form helium, producing an enormous amount of energy.
That's what the sun does.
The lead cylindrical casing
hydrogen,
acted as a
helium,
tamper, holding the
releases
materials
heat,
inside long enough
photons,
for the
heat,
fusion
energy.
reaction to develop. The original Tsar Bomba design had a cylindrical casing made of depleted uranium, but for test purposes, lead engineer Andrei
you go.
Sakharov ordered it to be replaced with lead. This modification halved the bomb's yield from its designed 100 megatons to 50 megatons, but at the same time reduced the amount of potential radioactive fallout by nearly 97%, making it the cleanest nuclear bomb by megaton ever detonated. The entire series of nuclear reactions lasted only a fraction of a microsecond. The first thing to be seen was an extraordinary, intense flash of light. Witnesses described it as dazzling, brighter than the sun at noon,
dazzling,
lasting for more than a minute.
Yeah,
it was followed by the fireball, expanding rapidly and reaching a diameter of nearly 5 miles, enough to cover downtown Los Angeles. The fireball nearly touched the ground. The only reason it didn't was that the shockwave from the initial blast bounced off the ground and hit the expanding fireball, causing the characteristic flattening seen in photographs. Had the fireball touched the ground, it would have created much greater
light can slow down. It can. You can do that here on Earth. Yeah. Light is slower in water. Speed of light through water versus speed of light in a vacuum. Yeah, speed of light in a vacuum is about 300 million meters per second, and speed in water is only 225 million meters per second. I mean, it's slowing down light. It's not the refractive index, but so in space, there's a theory now as of the end of 2025 saying that light may slow down when it's passing through dark matter. So like there's a whole thing going on in astrophysics right now saying everything may be wrong about the distances in the universe. Because if we're wrong about how fast light is forever in a vacuum, if it slows down while passing through dark matter and then speeds back up on the other side, which we can't test, right? We can't test it, so it's going to be an assumption. So we don't know, and if it does slow down and then speed up, things may be a hell of a lot closer or a hell of a lot farther than we originally thought, and then all of our theories for the age of the universe due to expansion would be whack off. Yeah, the difference in the speed of light, right? Dark matter has right. Yes, I was asking if light slowed down when passing through mediums, and it said it did because the path travels longer through certain mediums. I mean, we're trying to detect dark matter with laser bending. Right. But the problem is we can't put a sensor on the other side of the dark matter, right? And then shine a laser through it, knowing that we're going to hit the sensor on the other side and say, okay, we know how far the sensor is from the laser, so pulse the laser and it should hit at the speed of light. Any difference in that, or, the length divided by the speed of light, and any difference in that would be what the rate of change is through the dark matter. So, but we don't know. But that's a big thing that's going on with the lithium problem. Wondering if that's why our numbers are wrong, like because it doesn't make any sense. We have 3 times too few lithium atoms to do the problem. Whereas dark matter at earthly scale is pretty uniform.
Radioactive fallout. The fireball transformed into a towering mushroom cloud.
Yeah, that would be scary.
Somewhere between
I'd
40
shit my britches.
and 42 miles
the
high.
Lithium anomaly, yeah.
Approximately
lithium anomaly, but there's an axiom right about lithium.
And extending above the stratosphere.
Right, because we use
the top of the cloud spread out to about 59 miles wide.
We use an
While
assumption
the base measured around
in order to make the
miles
numbers
across.
work.
The explosion created seismic effects.
But then as our
equivalent to a
sensors get
magnitude
better, we're
5
finding different
earthquake.
things, which means that the numbers need to be adjusted.
The Tu-95V
Like
aircraft that dropped the bomb
before Einstein met Hubble, Einstein thought that the universe wasn't expanding, and he used the cosmological constant to fudge his numbers in order to say this is why the universe has always and will be. And then when he met Hubble, he's like, oh, oops, it's actually expanding. It was actually his greatest blunder. Einstein's greatest blunder. Yeah, brother. No, I'd shit my britches. Right. You saw that freaking 5 mile wide. What up, Chirage? His greatest blunder is the introduction of the cosmological constant to his field equations of general relativity in 1917, added solely to create a static, unchanging universe. He abandoned it after Hubble discovered an expanding universe, but it's now the key to understanding dark energy, right? Yeah. What up, Joshy? Yeah, it's very, very interesting, right? So, like, when you people that know more about something than other people, right? So Einstein figured these things out. So now he has knowledge. He created knowledge that nobody else had. So he's got to teach that to people, right? The people that create knowledge are the ones that get to teach it. The problem is when you're talking about things celestially, we can't go and grab some and test it. And then you have to believe them. Like, everybody believed that the cosmological constant made sense and the world and the universe was just forever, and everything stayed where it was because the time scales are too long. So then when Hubble found out that everything was with his, I think it was a 100-inch telescope that he had, he found out everything was moving apart from each other. And then that was like, well, oops, wrong. So then, because we can't go out there and look until new sensors are made, right? You can make some pretty cool explosions with VFX software called Houdini. Yeah, I'm very familiar with Houdini. That's great stuff. Yeah, very familiar. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So right, so Einstein came up with a cosmological constant because back then in the 19-teens, everybody thought the universe just has and always has been, and everything was just was moving, but staying its own distance apart from each other. Yeah. It's a lot to learn, and this is a problem, brother. When you read about this stuff, if the book you're reading is from the 90s or the early 2000s, there's science that's being done today that proves that stuff either incorrect or just wrong. But hundreds of thousands, millions of people have been taught from the books that were written before the new science came along. And this is why arguments on the internet can be so rough, because people are like, I paid $70,000 for that education and I know that this is the truth. But well, yesterday this happened. So yeah, I believe the three planets, Mars, Earth, and Venus, are the three stages of habitable planets like Mars. Brother, I tend to agree with you. It does sure seem that way, especially as we continue to move farther from the sun. Earth will become more like Mars, and then Venus will become more like Earth. We'll see, right? Everything's what up, John? Everything's out. It absolutely appears that way. Anomalous. John Jones. K3B equals John to the Jones. Sun's gonna get closer to Venus and swallow before the sun gets dim. Yeah, it'll be a long time though. It'll be like next week sometime. A couple days past Sunday.
The blast, even from over 60 miles away. The aircraft was shaken badly and reportedly lost altitude, yet regained control and landed
So
safely.
it probably lost altitude because all the air was pushed out of the way. No air, no lift. So while they were basically in a vacuum, right, all the air gets blasted out of the way or sucks in, and then so the plane just falls out of the sky, and then luckily the vacuum fills in. But that's crazy.
White coating on the Tu-95V's fuselage sustained scorching and superficial burns. On the ground, the rocky surface of the island was reportedly level and turned to a black, dead, 5-kilometer lake of melted earth. The 34 miles distant village of Severny, presumed to be at a safe distance, was completely destroyed. The violent tremor caused by the explosion could be felt nearly 560 miles away, including in Norway and in Finland.
Wow, that's a big one.
While the Tsar Bomba was the peak of nuclear development for the time, it was too heavy and too complex to be practical in warfare. It was exceptionally effective, though, as a political statement, but at the same time, a sobering reminder of humanity's capacity for destruction. As a result, both superpowers begin to reconsider the path of unlimited nuclear escalation.
Right.
Within 2 years in 1963, the partial nuclear test ban
All right,
treaty
brother,
was
good
signed,
some anomalous
prohibiting
CGI done, my
atmospheric
friend.
nuclear tests. Ultimately, the Tsar Bomba helped push the world towards nuclear restraint.
I will never
rather
forget
than
the shadows on the walls.
nuclear
Yeah,
annihilation.
brother. Yeah, that's some freaking
The Tsar bomber was truly one of a kind. But if you'd like to find out about the first mass-produced long-range missile, please watch our video on the V2 rocket.
Oh, V2. V1, right. All right, where are we at? It's almost 8 o'clock. Let's see. Somebody mentioned something earlier. That was anomalous nutshell thing. Okay, you got that. Oh, you're right. You sent it, Brisk. Man lost in the Himalayas. Ever heard of the Rip Bullet? Most insane video of Perseverance. Oh, okay, that's the one you sent. Yeah, that's what I got right here. Have you ever heard about the sun coming up in the west? No more counterclockwise rotation. No, hold on. What? Have you ever heard about the sun coming up in the west? No more counterclockwise rotation. That I've never heard that. I've never heard that. Never heard it. We can look into it after this here. Why not? How you doing, Robert?
1991, a man set off into the Himalayas on what was supposed to be a week-long hike. When the week was up, however, the man was still missing, and what he would go on to endure in the next few weeks would be one of the most prolonged and grueling ordeals in the history of the area. This is his horrifying story.
It says no AI-generated content used. All right, hold on. I gotta check something real quick. Hold on. I gotta make sure this isn't copyrighted real quick. Dude. All right, hold on. I gotta see if this is copyrighted first. Look it up. It's insane. It's in ammunition. The Rip Bullet. Okay, 3 Days of Darkness. What up, Cookie? The R.I.P. Bullet. All right, I gotta see if this is copyrighted or not first, brother. Hold on 1 second. R.I.P. Okay, all right. Oh, geez. Radically invasive projectile, specialized lead-free copper fragmenting hollow point ammunition called frangible, I believe, for personal defense. Figure neat petals that break upon impact multiple wound channels, penetrate 13 to 16 inches, known for defeating barriers like drywall and glass. That's pretty crazy. Upon entering soft tissues, they separate while the solid base continues to penetrate for home defense. Oh, so basically it's supposed to turn a 9mm into basically a shotgun type. Drawbacks, inconsistent. FBI recommended 12 to 18-inch penetration, particularly through clothing or intermediate bearers, typically more expensive. Well, illegal. Their exotic nature and marketing could raise issues in self-defense, of course, court cases. Okay, I'll skip it. All right, there's no reason to make a bullet like this. Yeah. It turns into petals, into fragments, like how shotguns spread buckshot. So you have more injury. You don't just have a hole through somebody. You tear up more different organs. There's ones called frangible bullets that are like powder that's really, really solid, compact, like how like calcium pills, like tablets are. And when they hit, they turn into dust. So it's more like being punched really freaking hard. Yeah. And if you miss and it hits something, they like if you miss your target, like the person, and it hits a wall, it just turns into dust rather than going through walls. So it's the opposite of that. An internal shotgun, right? They call it petaling.
Sat down to write a letter.
Oops.
Slipped the paper into an envelope and sealed it before dropping it off at the post office. The letter was bound for an unusual place, the South Asian country Nepal, which at the time was considered a third world country and one of the least developed on Earth. For James,
in 91,
however,
it was considered a third world country.
The perfect place for him to fulfill an elective period requirement before he graduated with his medical degree and help those who needed it most. After sending the letter on its way to a Kathmandu hospital, James eagerly awaited a reply that just never came. He was a bit.
How you been, Siraj? You still pumping out content, brother? Keeping it going.
But James
what many subscribers you at?
Nothing for an answer. So 1 full year later, he had
100 yet?
To Nepal in hand and recruited his good friend Tim to join him there. His hope was that he could convince a hospital there to let him come on board temporarily.
115, shit. I'm sure.
But as it turned out, he wouldn't need to lobby for a spot after all. Just before he was set to fly to Nepal, a response finally showed up, and it was a resounding yes. The hospital informed him that he could begin his elective period at the end of December 1991.
I don't know why I put random numbers.
Receiving this was the icing on the cake for the then 22-year-old. James felt like he was on top of the world. He was attending a great medical school.
Whenever I get a new account of something, I always try to find something that doesn't have numbers. Yeah.
And earning top grades, and he had met a woman he planned to marry once he returned to Australia after his residency in Nepal. Everything was just going his way, and while he'd have to leave his family and fiancé behind in Australia for a while, he was excited for the adventure that awaited him in South Asia. James wasn't exactly what you'd call a thrill seeker, but he very much enjoyed staying active. He worked out sometimes 6 times a week through hiking or bushwalking, as it's sometimes called in Australia. He also cycled in some of his home country's most challenging natural terrain, but it was karate that was his real passion and something he truly excelled at. James had earned a black belt and competed nationally, and in 1989 he won his weight class at the Queensland Championships, and later that year he finished 3rd in the Australian Championships. All this is to say that James was young, fit, strong, and capable of taking care of himself. Now, despite his residency not beginning until December, James flew to Nepal in September along with Tim to settle in. He then visited the hospital a handful of times and met the doctors and nurses he'd soon be working alongside, and they got to know him a bit too. And when some of them learned about his passion for staying active, they recommended that he use his downtime before his elective period to begin to trek the nearby Himalayas.
I used to watch Brew a lot. Yeah. I mean, I probably haven't watched him in probably 6 months. I mean, I don't. But yeah, I used to watch Brew all the time. And the spin-off, or what Brew spun off of the main channel that had the 5 characters in it, and then Brew has his own, and I can't remember the other characters' names anymore. But yeah, I used to watch them all the time. Yeah. Cookie.
Like James, this was the opportunity of a lifetime. The Himalayas obviously aren't just any mountain range, and Kathmandu is like the epicenter of activity as one of the closest settlements to Mount Everest. Interestingly though, while James enjoyed hiking, he wasn't much of a climber. In fact, he was terrified of heights, so climbing a peak like Everest was out of the question, but luckily the Himalayas offer a variety of terrain that was much more suitable for him. After getting settled in Kathmandu, James and Tim immediately started planning a hike up the Jomsom Trail, which is a popular trekking route that takes more than a week to complete and runs through forests, rocky landscapes, and the deepest gorge in the world. And since this was more than just a leisurely day hike, James and Tim wanted to make sure they were prepared. The Himalayan winter was fast approaching, so they set about securing a list of supplies, and they would also hire 2 porters to help carry their gear and a guide to lead them. When the day finally came to set out, James and Tim quickly found it to be an enjoyable trek. As the days passed, they reached as high as 9,800 feet, or 3,000 meters, and were treated to some of the most spectacular views anywhere on Earth. The weather was cold, considering the high altitudes, but it wasn't anywhere near as bad as they were prepared for. As they continued on, they even ran into some trekkers who were just wearing ski jackets and sneakers, and soon James and Tim felt a bit ridiculous for being so over-prepared. So just a few days into the hike, they decided to let the guide and porters return to Kathmandu with much of the gear they had brought with them, while they continued on with just what they had in their backpacks.
Yeah, I remember. Yes, absolutely.
A few days after that, they arrived back in Kathmandu, riding the high of completing a successful trek through the Himalayas.
Yeah, I've definitely seen it. Yeah,
the trip went so well, in fact, that they
that was hard not to see back in the day. That was like one of the most popular channels on YouTube.
The Kathmandu Hospital. And after having a taste of the Himalayas, they figured they'd be able to prepare with a little more knowledge of what to expect. The problem with that assumption, however, was that their next trek would begin in late December, which was a much different animal than a Himalayan September. Their preparation for the Jomsom trip.
They have to take you on an emotional roller coaster. You've got to let it be known, like, oh, this is so simple, so everything, so you feel that way, and then they have to take it all from you. So you want to put yourself in that position mentally, right? So yeah, that's like 5th level storytelling when you get good, when you can get people to like fall in love with the character and make them think everything's going good, and then you feel like the hell that you're going through, or you can at least
much more appropriate for their next planned trek. But the ease that they completed the Jomsom Trail gave them a false sense of security. This time, they planned to take the Halambu Trail, which was a much more challenging route, but one with large.
Yeah, I remember that too. Yep, absolutely. That's probably got like 25 million views.
They made their final preparations for the trip, but they did so with minimal gear, just enough to fit in their rucksacks. James also brought 10 pairs of underwear, a handful of t-shirts, a pair of thermal underwear, several pairs of pants, 1 sweatshirt, and a light jacket. Additionally, he brought 1 towel, his camera, and 4 different books to read during nights in the lodges. On December 21st, they got their trek started and made it to the first lodge, where they met a few German hikers who were on their way back along the Halambu Trail. And according to the Germans, the trek wasn't that difficult, but there also wasn't much in terms of payoff of things to see. So James and Tim start to have second thoughts about their plans. James then pulled out a map of Nepal that he had, and as was often the case in third world countries, it was old and outdated, but he could at least see some of the other trail options if they want to change course. After looking at the map James was reviewing, the Germans pulled out a much better
Well, it's too difficult. The air is too thin. Their air is too thin. On Everest, the air is too thin for helicopters to fly, because you need to be able to push air down, or make a vacuum. The airfoil creates a lift by having high pressure of air and low pressure of air, creating lift. And if there's no air, or very thin air, you can't do that. So they would have to physically carry them down with humans. And so that is too dangerous, right? Yeah. Yep, exactly. Mummified by the cold. Yep. Yeah. So they just leave them there. They cover their faces and and people know them, like the bodies, like the bright orange. The bright orange hiker, that has a bright orange suit. They say that when you pass the bright orange hiker on the right, you know that you're heading in the right direction, to tell you where to go, because you can still see their puffy coats and stuff, and they're used as markers on the actual printed manuals, the printed guidebooks. They tell you'll find this guy here when you pass this checkpoint. Yeah, it's crazy.
They then set their sights on the Gosenkund Trail, which was an offshoot of the Halambu Trail that wasn't marked on the old map. So the next morning, they got an early start.
Take them off, frozen hiker.
Who's trekking solo.
Drones or jet propelled.
And in one of those small
so jets bring their own oxygen. Rockets do. The oxidizer. That's how they work in outer space. They have their own oxidizer, so they bring their own oxygen. But yeah, jets need air too, or there won't be any combustion. So like jet airplanes would need. But rockets, you could use rockets. But still, that's way too expensive. And if nobody's paying for the recovery,
scenarios, James and Tim immediately
and you sign that,
Mark
you
Jackson.
sign those legal waivers saying if you die, if you break a leg, if you get hurt, you're done. We're gonna leave you there. What up, Envivor? If we were being real, the Sherpas could take them down. Yeah, right. Yeah, they rob them blind, I'm sure.
As Australian, and the three made fast friends.
Yeah, they could. Yeah.
As it turned out, Mark was also planning to take the Halambu Trail, but James and Tim were quick to convince him that it wasn't worth it based on what they had heard from the German trekkers. One of them then suggested they take the Gosenkund Trail together, and it was settled. The three men then continued along the Halambu Trail toward the intersection that would lead them to their new route. Along the way, though, Tim suffered a leg injury, and as much as he tried to push himself through the pain, it just wasn't happening. Tim then stopped the two and said that he was going to return to Kathmandu. James and Tim then had a quick conversation, and James said he'd return with him, but Tim insisted that he go along with Mark and finish the trek. Tim didn't say it at the time, but it was written all over James's face that he wanted to keep going, so the two friends made plans to meet for dinner at their favorite restaurant on Christmas Eve before going their separate ways. As they did, Tim asked James for one of the maps he could follow, and in an absent-minded moment, James accidentally handed him the new map the Germans gave him, the one with Gosenkund. Tim also forgot to hand over the one letter they had between them in case James and Mark would need to start a fire at some point. But either way, James and Mark then continued to trek to the Himalayas for the rest of the day before making camp somewhere around 9,800 feet above sea level. The next day, they made it to an area called Therapati, where the intersection with Gosenkund was.
Doesn't that seem to be
Once
the
there,
way
they
it
noticed
is?
several truckers coming back down Gosenkund toward them, and the two groups stopped to chat for a moment, namely so James and Mark could gather some info on what might lie ahead. The returning trekkers said that it was a challenging trail for sure, but there was no snow on it, which made it infinitely easier to traverse. So, satisfied that they were making the right decision, James and Mark thanked the trekkers and continued on to their next lodge. At dawn the next morning, the two men awoke to a surprise. It had snowed overnight, albeit with a light dusting, but the clouds were concerning. So just to double check the conditions, they spoke to the lodgekeeper and asked if it was going to snow that day.
Yeah, bro.
The lodgekeeper then told them that there was no snow in the forecast, and they should be able to make it over the pass with no
if he
problems.
wouldn't have been,
So around 7:30 a.m., James Mark departed the lodge and spent about the first hour and a half on a pristine trail, taking in the breathtaking sights of the mountains all around them. As the morning wore on, though, conditions changed rapidly. The temperature fell noticeably, and more dark clouds rolled in. Soon it also started to snow, but it wasn't anything like what must have fallen overnight. Instead, these were large flakes that severely limited visibility and started to accumulate beneath their feet faster than the two men expected. Before long, the storm had dumped 5 inches of snow onto the ground, and the once clearly visible trail was now buried. This caused James to become concerned as they continued on, and he wondered if maybe they should turn back. Before he could say anything, though, he and Mark somehow ended up on the opposite sides of a creek, and they could no longer see one another. It would take them 15 minutes of shouting back and forth before they were able to reunite, and James immediately voiced his fears about the conditions to Mark.
So
Mark,
here's the
however,
problem with our MREs. A lot of people, like MREs that aren't actually the military MREs, are overpriced. They're overpriced. You can make your own, and you should. It's not difficult to do so. It's not difficult to do so. You can absolutely. Yes, they do last a long time. And if money's not an object, then yeah. Well, you said cost effective. Yeah, it's definitely not cost effective. Definitely not cost effective. Way more expensive. Way more expensive.
Unconcerned and convinced that he could find the pass that would lead them back to Kathmandu. James wasn't so sure, and in a move that disappointed Mark, decided his best course of action was to retrace their steps to the lodge where they spent the previous night. Mark, on the other hand, decided that he was going to continue on, so after a brief conversation, they went in opposite directions.
Hey everybody, Walter Goggins here. Starting a business is never easy, but with GoDaddy Aero, that...
As James started on his journey back the way he came, he did his best to follow the footprints, but the snow was falling so hard that they were filled in more and more the further he went.
Yeah, now that they're
Before
separated.
long, he had no idea where he was. There were very few landmarks, if any, to mark the trail, and the snow was falling so hard that it was impossible to see more than 30 feet ahead. This meant that James had to face the fact that he was now lost.
Yeah.
So next, figuring that the creek nearby must lead to some semblance of civilization, he started to follow it, and in checking his old map, he saw that it ran to the town of Tolu. After 4 more hours of walking, he noticed that the valley he was once in had significantly narrowed, and the high rock walls were rapidly closing in on him. As far as he could see ahead of him at this point, he saw that several creeks came together to form a small river, so he continued on. After a short walk, though, he saw that the river had come to a complete end, as the rock walls alongside him were now closer than at any point previously. It was a waterfall. But, still hoping that he could somehow find a way down it, James crept closer to the edge of it and looked down. And immediately, he knew he was in trouble.
Yeah.
He estimated its height at around 100 feet or 30 meters, and he was suddenly without many choices.
That's a big one.
Going down was out of the question,
yours,
but
they
going
got
back was no
nothing on
guarantee either.
Yeah,
This
we'll
left
see.
going up as the only other option. Again, James wasn't a climber, but he figured if he get high enough, he might be able to get above the clouds and wait out the weather. James figured that the rock wall was about as tall as the waterfall, and so over the course of the next 2 hours, he went from ledge to slippery ledge as he somehow made his way to the very top. There were times when he was only hanging on by his fingers. When he was finished, he crested over the cliff and collapsed into exhaustion.
Yeah, boy.
But as dangerous as a decision as it was to climb, James did find a rocky overhang that gave him some shelter at the top of the cliff. While he regathered some of his strength, he recalled a few lessons from medical school on hypothermia and just how dangerous a condition it can be. So it may seem counterintuitive, but as he settled in under the overhang, he stripped down, pulled out his towel, and made sure to dry every part of his body. He had just spent hours cold and wet, and his clothes were soaked, and he figured it was a lot safer being cold and dry instead. Once he was finished, that night he camped under this rocky ledge with his sleeping bag pulled over his head. In the morning, James got an early start in his desperate attempt to trek out of his current situation. He then located a different creek that he started to follow, but the snow was so deep that the going was extremely slow. After 2 hours, he had walked just a single kilometer. The banks of the gully he was walking in on this day weren't nearly as high as the ones he encountered the day before, but they were instead extremely slick with ice and snow. So anytime he felt like his best move would be to climb again, he'd only get so far up before falling back down to the gully floor. By 4 p.m., he had enough and fortunately found another overhang to camp under.
That's right, my friend.
Just like before, he took off his clothes and dried himself the best he could and noticed that his feet were completely numb. He then dressed in a set of dry clothing and laid down for the night, shivering much worse than he was the previous night. In fact, at one point, he was certain there was no way he'd make it through the night. He even got up and reached into his backpack for a pen and a notebook and started writing a letter to his family. The guilt he felt for getting himself into this situation was overwhelming, and he couldn't apologize enough for the heartbreak this would cause them. When the letter was finished, he closed his notebook, stored it away, and laid back down, waiting for the end. On December 29th, so 5 days after James was supposed to meet Tim for dinner in Kathmandu, the phone rang at the Brisbane home of Joanne Robertson, James's older sister. Her husband answered the call, and before long, he came downstairs to talk to her. Tim had sent a fax message to James's parents informing them that James was missing. The news obviously rocked Joanne, and she found herself panicked, not sure what to do with this information. Her first thought was that she needed to jump on a plane immediately for Nepal, but by this time, the Australian Foreign Affairs Department had caught wind of James being missing and urged Joanne to stay put. Instead, they recommended reaching out to a mountaineering expert named Carl Harrison, who lived in Kathmandu, to lead a search for her brother. The next day, Carl and the first search party headed out as James's family waited anxiously. They waited for the phone to ring with the news that James had just been snowed in at one of the trail's lodges, but as the days passed, that call never came. Joanne reached back out to the Foreign Affairs Department for updates frequently, and on January 2nd, 1992, there was finally something. They told her that the search party received a report of a sighting of a solo trekker from some
Wait a second. Jeremy, is 8088 having anything to do with the processor, the Intel processor? Shiraj. I wonder if that is it. Does that have anything to do with the 8088? That was my first, the first IBM PC I had an 8088 processor in it. Anyway, all right.
Canadian trekkers, and they were 99% sure it was James. This was a huge relief to Joanne as she called her parents and told them about the good news, but sitting around and waiting for information was becoming too much for her to bear. The next day, she went and got a travel visa for Nepal, and on January 7th, she boarded a flight bound for South Asia. By the time she arrived in Kathmandu, James had been missing for 16 days.
Yeah, that's crazy.
On many occasions, James tried trekking out of the Himalayas only to be turned back to his lonely rock overhang by the depth of the snow or the intensity of the snowstorms that continued to roll through.
What was he eating?
Having brought only 2 chocolate bars that were now long gone, he had no choice but to eat snow to survive, and before long, it became clear that walking out of there wasn't going to be an option. When it came down to it, he knew that his best chance of surviving the ordeal came down to being spotted by a helicopter or waiting until the snow had thawed enough in the spring, which was still months away. From that point onward, the rocky overhang became his new home. He had no food, no fire, and nothing but the clothes on his back and a sleeping bag to keep him warm, so he did the only thing he could do, which were sleep and read. Obviously, though, little could distract him from the raging hunger he felt. He thought about food when he was awake and dreamt about it when he slept, but after the first 2 weeks or so with nothing but snow to eat, the hunger eventually dissipated as he leaned on the discipline he learned as a karate student. Almost like he was meditating, he'd do his best to think about particular movements, techniques, and sequences, consuming his mind with every tiny detail. Soon, about the only thing that could break that train of thought was the condition of his feet.
Yeah, I was about to say, I can't
He hadn't been able to feel them for some time, and it didn't matter what he did.
Meat? Probably about a year ago. I used to eat it a lot. I used to eat like carpaccio. Yeah, I used to carpaccio. Yeah, carpaccio. Carpaccio. Yeah, carpaccio. Yeah. I only eat it raw if I know what. If I only. Yeah. It's very important. Beef tartare. My dad used to eat that a lot. Yeah, I've eaten sushi probably in the past year. Past 6 months I've eaten sushi. Yeah.
To try to warm them up, nothing worked. Then, one day, he removed his shoes and socks and saw that his feet were completely blue. He then reached into the medical kit and pulled out a pair of dissection scissors. Then, he jabbed them into the side of his foot. The wound quickly bled, but James felt absolutely no pain.
Jesus, dude.
He was now terrified that if he did survive the ordeal, he'd lose his feet. But as if this wasn't enough to worry about, he was suddenly reminded one day that he was not at the top of the food chain in the Himalayas. James was awoken one afternoon by horrifying animal screams. He then ripped the sleeping bag over his head and jumped up, looking over the rocky ledge to the slope above him. About 100 feet or 30 meters away, he saw a bush that was violently shaking, but he couldn't immediately make out what was causing it until a large black figure moved into the clearing. It was a Himalayan black bear, and now James was in its sights. James then grabbed the dissection scissors and held them tightly in his hand as he shouted at the bear to come down the slope to him. This was a moment of insanity on James's part, as the only thing he thought was that the bear could give him a quick end. But instead of coming toward him, the bear got spooked and darted up the slope and out of sight. But either way, for the next 5 nights, he heard the bear near his overhang and waited to be attacked.
It's just like a very cool way to prototype extremely quickly. If I go here in Figma, I just have this design here.
Meanwhile, as James was fighting for his life, the rescue effort was hitting problem after problem. Several different rescue teams entered the Himalayas and were turned back by the terrain, conditions, or weather, and some even got lost themselves. Now in Nepal as well, Joanne was much closer to the search for her brother, but she still felt helpless to do anything, so she did only what she could. She then sought out the French-Canadian trekkers that had apparently seen James, and when she met with them, most of the group were certain that it was her brother they spotted. One of the women in the group, however, wasn't so sure. She remembered talking to a solo trekker from Germany in the days before the sighting and thought she recognized him as the man mistaken for James. And sure enough, search leaders received a letter from a German man who said he was trekking alone on the Halembu Trail. This all but crushed Joanne's hopes that her brother was still alive somewhere. By then, James had been lost for 21 days, and Joanne was growing more and more desperate. She suddenly recalled a conversation she had with a local woman when she arrived at the Kathmandu airport. The two women spoke about James's situation, and Joanne asked her what she'd recommend. And in response, the local woman said she'd go to consult a Buddhist Lama, which is a spiritual leader. To an Australian, this came off as an odd suggestion, but the local woman assured Joanne that Lamas could see what others can't. To that point, Joanne hadn't given the suggestion much consideration at all, but as things became more desperate, she figured it couldn't hurt
the
to do
spiritual realm doesn't mean nothing to
Joanne
anybody until they need it.
Lama and explained the situation to him, showing him a map of the region where James was believed to be lost. After hearing Joanne out, the Lama prayed on it for a few seconds and then looked down at the map. He then dropped his finger on a specific area, a triangle formed by the towns of Pedi, Gopti, and Talu, and told her that the searchers should look there. The area the Lama pointed to, however, was an unlikely place for James to end up. For one thing, mountain experts doubted there was even a route that would lead them to where the Lama pointed, but he insisted that this is where they'd find James. Before she left, she asked the Lama if they'd find James alive, to which he replied that she would meet her brother again. At the same time, though, arguably, the more practical approach to the search was still underway, which included tracking down Mark. Rescuers still hadn't been able to find him either, and there was some concern that he might be lost in the mountains too. It was known through Tim that Mark had a flight to Thailand after Christmas, and he was scheduled to arrive back in Australia sometime before January 21st. A message was then left for Mark at the airport by the Australian embassy, and on January 15th he called Joanne. Mark had made it out of the Himalayas by following another pass he had located, which led him to a local village. He then explained to her that he and James separated somewhere between Pedi and Gopti, which was a striking revelation. This meant James had turned back to the southwest, which was not an area where rescuers were looking for him. If he continued on that path, it would put him right in the middle of the triangle the Lama had pointed out on the map. After 30 days stranded in the Himalayas, James finally heard the first signs of any attempt to find him. There was a distinct chopping sound in the distance, which he initially wrote off as the wind, but as it drew closer, it became clear that it was the sound of a helicopter. He then rushed out of his sleeping bag before grabbing it and trudging into a clearing. He then waved the sleeping bag over his head after he dropped his pants to reveal his bright red long johns, which he hoped would make it easier to spot him.
He dropped his pants.
He estimated that the chopper was about 6 miles or 10 kilometers away from him, and he watched it circle for a few moments before it eventually turned back and disappeared into the distance. This was one of the most disheartening moments of his time in the Himalayas to that point. By this point, James looked like a shell of himself, and his once muscular body was now more than a skinny skeleton. He also had little strength and felt ill, and he developed mouth ulcers and a bad throat infection. All in all, he was completely miserable and hopeless. This was when he was seriously considering ending things, but the only thing keeping him from going through with it was the realization that his body would one day be found and his family would learn just how much he suffered before death. So, despite the slim chance of surviving or being rescued, James did his best to carry on. On his 42nd day in the Himalayas, he once again heard the sound of a helicopter drawing close to him. With every ounce of strength he had remaining, he pulled himself out of his sleeping bag and once again waved it in the air. For 20 minutes, the helicopter circled James, who waved until he completely collapsed in the snow from exhaustion. Moments later, the chopper darted down the valley and disappeared. This time, though, James knew he had been seen, but he also knew that it would take up to 4 days for them to reach him by foot. By then, he was sure he'd be dead.
I finished watching Godfather. What it do? Yeah, it's a good movie, huh?
Sat by the radio like she had every day at that point, waiting for any information from searchers in the mountains. The radio then suddenly crackled, and a voice came over saying they had found James and that he was alive. The rescuer made sure to repeat the message twice, knowing that it was such an improbable development that it might not be believed unless it was said multiple times. In that moment, Joanne was so overcome that she couldn't even respond to the message. Sometime later, when the helicopter returned, Carl and a team of rescuers set out on foot. Under the rock ledge high above the mountain valleys, James lay in his sleeping bag listening to only the sounds of silence and wind that he had heard for more than 40 days.
40 freaking
Suddenly,
days.
a third sound
17,
interrupted the other two as he swore he heard voices in the distance.
Good, but I still don't
To
know
James,
what to say.
this was it. He had reached
What
the point
up,
of
Space
hypothermia
Cow?
where he was starting to
Only
hallucinate and he was
stupid
sure
people
death
that
would soon
read
follow.
Painted
But
open
then
and
the voices
eaten.
came closer. So next, taking a deep breath just to be sure, James whistled loudly through his teeth, not expecting any response. As he waited in silence, though, a whistle returned, and upon hearing this, James sat up in his sleeping bag and shouted. As he looked out from beneath his rock overhang, he heard the crunching of boots and soon saw two men who crouched down to look beneath the ledge. One of them then asked if he was James Scott from Australia, and James said yes. The two men then leapt beneath the overhang and started hugging and kissing him. The rescuers had been so invested in finding him that they were overjoyed. One of them then looked at James and said that he was a god. When James asked why he said that, the rescuer told James that no one had ever lived in this part of the Himalayas for more than 10 days. James, however, had survived 43.
Jesus.
The next morning, a helicopter flew in, and James was attached to a harness and pulled aboard. Back at the landing pad, Joanne anxiously waited the arrival of her brother, and when the helicopter
I wonder
landed,
what his first
several
meal
rescuers
was.
exited
Al
first and
Pacino was
helped
going
James out.
insane in Godfather 3.
He
was a
immediately started
disappointment.
walking toward Joanne as she ran to him, and the two
Don't
embraced
watch
for what
it.
felt like an eternity. She hardly even recognized him. He was dangerously thin, dirty, and bearded. And this would be the last time James would walk for some time as he was taken to the hospital. But he would eventually make a full recovery. The spot where James was found was exactly where the llama said he would be. If you made it this far, thanks so much for watching.
Dude, he's lucky he didn't lose his feet, dude. Can you imagine? Dude, there's people that get lost for like 3 days and lose fingers and whatnot. You know, but it's because he kept himself dry. That's the big thing. Heat needs a medium to transfer through. And that's why, like, oil is a very good medium. That's why you can fry food very efficiently, more efficiently in oil than you can in water. But if you're not wet, if you're dry, you can't. He's really lucky. 43 freaking days, dude. It must have been, right. Like, I guarantee the company... What was his name? James, what? James. I don't have his name in here. I can't believe it doesn't have his name in here. I wanted to see. I guarantee it. I guarantee the company definitely used it as marketing material. He became, he did good. He needed more pemmican. He probably wished he had a whole bunch of it. Yeah, definitely a testament. Absolutely. Because all the clothing he had fairly minimal except the bag. Yeah, it said at the end, too, I could have swore it said.
In December of 1991, a man set off into Earth. The man was still missing, and what history of the air advised.
James Scott. What sleeping bag did James Scott use? James Scott. It just says a blue sleeping bag. No way. There's no way. Scott had originally had someone's basic equipment. Wow. The company didn't use. Wow. Yeah. Hi, do you know what the physiological trap called crab bucket? Yeah, crabs in a bucket. Yeah. It's when you try to start doing well, and the people that you live around and with that's in your bubble pull you down back into the boiling water. When you start getting to the top of the bucket, they pull you back down. Yeah. How you doing, Neo? Uh-oh, you almost had it. I'm heading to Target, getting one up. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what crab in a bucket is. So you live with a bunch of people and you all basically doing the same thing. But as you start to get above them in either like you get more popular, you more money, better looking, whatever, they'll either psychologically pull you down and they'll say you're actually ugly, you got this, I got that. Yeah, it's a huge thing. You see it all on the internet all the time. People that are like people that are trying to do the same thing that you do, but if you do it better, they'll try their best to damage your reputation and stuff like that. It's all right, brother. You make it. It's all right. Chance Vecino. Oh yeah, we can play Minecraft. Yeah, let's see. Let's do it. Minecraft. The man himself. Uh-oh. Italian. Cello v. Cello. Is that your name? Cello? Point server. All right. He's beaten up. Ah. All right, hold on. Mine just expired, so now mine says buy now. So I gotta. It just expired yesterday, I guess. All right, hold on. I gotta buy some. The C is a ch sound, like as in ch ants. Oh, cello. What'd I say? Did I say cello? I figured it was cello, like a cello, like the instrument. Yeah. You didn't say the magic word. Damn paywall overlords. Yeah. Buy now. That's so stupid. All right, let me see. Bam, bam. That's so dumb. Yeah, well, that ain't happening now because I got my only way to pay it right now is through PayPal, and my money is on hold. $97. You can't see it. $97 on hold. Here, I can click on it. Yeah, on hold. Money on hold. Yeah. Anyway, okay. So they probably available tomorrow. Sly and the Family Stone. Family Affair. Yeah, Family Affair. Family Affair. How you doing, Kelvin? Yeah. Okay. Let me close this down. Yeah, that's dumb. We'll play tomorrow. Do you recall your favorite song from the album By Yourself? I got no idea. PayPal associate have $1,000 from a job from the it pisses me off. So I decided to use it instead of Cash App and like expecting it to show up immediately. It's like, oh, we're gonna hold it because this is a new account and we want to make sure you're not a scammer. Yeah. So it's sitting there. I had to hit complete saying that the job was completed because there was no. It's a business account, so it's waiting for there to be a tracking number and then showing that the thing's been shipped and has arrived. But I said it's a service. Like if somebody's like, hey, can you frickin' build this for me? And I built it, and then I said, okay, thank you. Here's the money. Okay, so then I had to get complete. So now you have to wait 7 days for it to clear, which is so dumb. And then I don't get paid till I think tomorrow either from YouTube. Let's check it out. Check it out. And then that'll probably go to PayPal too. And then that'll probably be freaking 60 days. PayPal. YouTube payment activity. Yeah. So March 1st went out. March for December 1st to January. See, so December 1st to January 31st goes out on March 1st for YouTube, and then so that will be. When are my payments expected? Earnings are finalized between the 7th and the 12th. YouTube pays you between the 21st and the 26th, depending on your time zone and form of payment. It may take more. So it should have came in yesterday, And then now tomorrow is Saturday, so it probably won't be till Monday. Freaking stupid. What up, brother? Dun, 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 dun. What up, John? What up, Barbara? Barbara. I still Space Cowboy. I still don't know what you're talking about. The album By Yourself. I don't even know what album that is. By Yourself. By Dollar Sign? Ty Dollar Sign? No, I got no idea. I've never even heard of that guy. Somebody mentioned something earlier we wanted to look up. Gersher Singh. Yeah, we're definitely not looking into the McMartin thing now. We're gonna have to do a full day on that. All right, let's watch something interesting. I think we'll go to something funny now. We'll go to something funny. We got the guy freaking. That's me. No way. Look, I'm on the front page of YouTube now. You know this guy? You remember this guy? I did a short with him here. Look, you guys want to see my hair like a year ago? I think it's
your dog has puppies and one of them comes out looking like this, then you should definitely.
You don't say. You should definitely take it to the vet. Looks like it's about to pop. You should definitely take it to the vet. Good call.
Your dog has puppies and one of them comes out looking like this, then you should definitely.
You don't say. You should definitely take it to the vet. Looks like it's about to pop. You should definitely take it to the vet. Good call.
Your dog has
puppies. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that in a long time. When was that? That was 2023. That was December 2023. Yeah, that's scary. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's got 10,000 views on it. 300 likes. That's my most liked video. Do you recall your favorite brand of wet wipes? I have no idea. Yeah, the hairstyle. I cut it myself. And so when I decided to grow my hair back out, I cut it myself. And that was that was the last time I had a short haircut. It was December of 2023.
Puppies and one of them comes out looking like this, then you should definitely.
You don't say. You should definitely take it to the vet. Looks like it's about to pop. You should definitely take it to the vet. Good call.
Your dog has puppies.
I'll leave it up, baby. You gotta eat, and I gotta eat, and then depending on maybe the wall. All right. And we got a bunch of stuff to do now too. Today I got. I think you. Oh no, you were here for the other ones. Yeah. Whatever. That's fine. Whenever you want to do it. Like a year ago, 20 years random. Like a year ago, 20 years random, 80-year-old. Yeah, I'll be saying that too. Barbara Tacanelli. You sound different, yep. I was playing a character back then. Like, if you seen it, I was using you guys are freaking crazy. I was getting my YouTube legs in. That's when I was just making like YouTube shorts like that, like just like one or two in the year, and then January 2025 was when I was like, I'm gonna start live streaming. That's not Richard. That's Richard. Richard. I wonder how much money he made off of that. Oops. But look at that puppy. Look at that dog. And he's been doing this a while too, because he was all over the internet back then. Yeah, it's a dog with an inflated face, like it's about to pop, right? Something bad happened to that thing. Yeah, that's rough. And it was odd. I was looking at it here. I went to the front page of YouTube, and now it's gone. And I saw it, and I was like, hey, that looks really familiar. And I was like, oh my God, that's me. All right, that's fine. Yeah, poor bear. Hopefully he got the treatment that he needs. Probably needs some B12 or D12. Dog. 12. Okay, anyway. okay. What happened? What's that? I don't care. I don't care what that's about. It doesn't. Dog 12. Darwin Awards. I built a better Baines on. Toxic oil wells trap workers in Java. The most evil weapon. Fastest man-made objects. We watched that one. Oh, dang it. Dang it. Turning 30. Oh. It's a freaking, I like the way black looks with you. Thank you, Diabolic. Thank you. How you doing? He filmed World War I. Best vehicles. I built a 260 watt laser. Every time the crash, the turbo gets bigger. Truck trials from block to fire. Heavy equipment fails that hit differently. We gotta do it. Sorry. I think navy would be his best color based on his vibes. That's crazy. That's crazy. And this is so crazy. They got it mounted to the they got it mounted to the wheel, the end of the axle, the freaking, what's it called? That hinge there. That I can't remember what it's called. The CV joint. The transverse. No, CV joint. Yeah. You should get that color assessment. Have you ever seen Zoo Tier List? No. I got no idea what it is. Zoo Tier List. You can find me a link. Yeah, that's me. You're on the Discord. I'll give you this. Yeah, let's do this. You can post links. Oh yeah, you're a freaking Jamulator too. Standard, go. Okay, bam. Diabolic native. Let's just continue like this. What? Yeah, I got you. All right, have fun, Siraj. Thank you, brother. Thank you, my brother. Always being around. I appreciate it, my friend. Buy the Navy. Yeah. Okay, there you go. I'll buy me a Navy blue shirt. Oh, you're leaving? Bye. Nah, you had to delete it. I caught you for it. Should I post it? You can post it right here now. You can post it in the chat now. You got privileges. Yeah, privileges. Hey, man. Thank you, brother. Thanks for freaking supporting the channel. I appreciate it. Tier Zoo. No. Now I've never even heard of it before. I might have seen a short, maybe, but no, it's not. How long are these things? Let's see. I'm gonna watch the other thing.
From the #1 rated brand.
Dude, don't get an electric. I mean, if you've got a very small property, like freaking like
Select Cut, it's the most powerful mower in its class.
Oh yeah. Yep. I seen it before. Yep.
The Humble Worm may be one of the most overlooked characters in the entire game.
Hold on. I went to a flat Earth server, lost the last 2 of my brain cells. Brother, weird stuff over
powerless
there.
And pathetic. In reality, the Worm faction has access to some of the rarest, most extraordinary special abilities in the game, and can be a nightmare to play against. But which worm builds?
It's you can do the experiments yourself. You know, like the people that have full channels, it's got to be rage bait, because if they've got like 100,000 subscribers and all these views on their flat Earth stuff, why not just go do the experiments? You should buy a monocle. It would suit you perfectly and look incredibly wise, elegant, and distinguished in every way possible. All right. Once my YouTube money comes in, I'm gonna buy a monocle. Let's look them up real quick. I guess I gotta get a size for it. Monocles. Monocle's Pizza. Monocle. Shopping. Oh yeah! Wow, how expensive. Oh, there's one. Steampunk one, $6, $50, $100, $88. A modern monocle. It's diamond shaped. Look at that one. Look at this one here. No, I want one of these. I want one of these guys here. Right, yeah, right here. Alchemy Gothic Steampunk monocle. That'll make you go blind. You can't see it. This will make you go blind. Maybe this. Oh, or like, that's like a jeweler's loop. A jeweler's loop monocle right there. Monocle magnifier. That's like a jeweler's loop. Oh, that one's got a freaking... Oh, look at this one. This one's got an eyeball on it. Look at that. I can get this monocle here is $100. And I can, for $150, I can get a freaking a night vision one. Oh, there you go. This one looks good. Right here. And it's got 5x magnification. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. If you've ever been in a plane, can you personally disprove? If you've right. If you've ever been in a plane, right? What up, Manish? When they say the glass is refractory and they make the curvature, they say that oh, you're talking about the people. Right. Yeah, I'll look like the Pringles guy. Don't have one, does he? Oh yeah, he does. Hold on. Yeah, he does. I'm talking about. I was thinking about Monopoly. The Pringles guy, not Bulls guy. The Pringles guy. Yeah, he doesn't have one either. Right, he don't have one. Right, I was right. Yeah, neither one of them do. There you go. I'm the best there is, plain and simple. Thank you, John, brother. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you, my brethren. What up, Kip? Hey, you can take a picture out the window, use reference points, measuring the curves based off what you can see. So I never argue with them on simple things directly about satellites. Satellites fake. The Starlink drive. Right, yeah. They just want to argue. Thank you, my brother. Yep. That's exactly what it is, the Mandela effect. What up, Throw, brother? All right, let's get back to this. I want to see some destruction. You missed a good show, bro. You recall how many times we kicked in the neighborhood? I've got a sister, younger sister, so dozens of times. Let me do this real quick. Hold on. Hold on, this real quick. Hold on 1 second. Boom. Make sure I hit this. Like, love. Bam. Awesome. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. That was just a good stream. People beating the odds and living for 41 days in the Himalayas. And then the Tsar Bomba dissection. It was a good stream thus far. All right, let's get Space Cows out of the way. So we can just watch this. He's got this freaking dude, this rectangle nostrils. Bro will never recover from this. Oh, it's a fake freaking wackadoo. Dude, AI's gone too far. It's like, kiss me on my mouth. That's freaking so crazy. Space Cow, you're freaking nuttier than squirrel turds. I know, before I even saw the chat in the Space Cowboy video. Yeah, I see you, Austin. Yeah, all right. I would honestly prefer to do it earlier so I don't have to sleep with the stink of spray paint. But if you want to do it, whatever, you paid for it. Oh no. Yeah, they're gone. They're goners. Yep. Oh, they're dead. Yeah, they're dead. Yeah, they're no longer. Medic. Whatever's right. Whatever. Whatever you want to do, whatever's fine. Why wouldn't they do that from the bottom? Why are they on the bridge? Why wouldn't you be on the ground and doing that? Why would you be on the bridge? Do you understand? Like, why would you do this from the bridge? The ground is just 12 feet below you. Why wouldn't you be on the ground and do it? Technology. Technology. I hope you're excited. Yeah, she's excited. I was saying, but don't you shower at night? I'm talking about the smell. This is my bedroom. I'm talking about that's where my head will be, right there, right, like this, like that's my headboard right there. So that stinky ass thing. I would like to at least to be able to fume the room out for a little bit. Speaking of beating something, have you heard about the famous actor Alan Richardson beating his neighbors? Nope. I have not.
Dove Men Plant Powered Body Wash. Transform your shower. Elevate your scent game. Another celebrity. I definitely saw. I saw a thumbnail that showed him with like blood dripping off his hands. It was like an AI thing, but no.
This one getting violent.
I recommend fully cleaning out again before the smell of Four Loko can be
That's
persistent.
Reacher star Alan Richardson appearing to punch his neighbor 4 times as the man kneels on the ground. The alleged assault happening near the actor's home in a suburb of Nashville yesterday as 2 of his sons watch on motorbikes from just a few feet away. TMZ with the shocking video from a witness and this photo of the alleged victim, Ronnie Taylor, who showed the apparent injuries to his face. He claims it all happened after he confronted the actor and asked him to stop speeding and driving loudly through the quiet neighborhood. Alan's take? Well, a source claims he wasn't the instigator, telling TMZ it was Ronnie who allegedly first pushed him off his motorbike twice before Alan retaliated, and the video only shows his response.
Who knows where we go from here?
Hollywood. That guy. We'll do it tomorrow earlier, Castro. Yeah, like this is so dumb. Now, I can't. Why would they be on the structure they're trying to destroy? Demo. That video was one side, and here's the other side. Maybe a fan. Just blow it around your room for a little while.
Tonight, police clearing TV star Alan Richardson of any wrongdoing following a violent confrontation when a man steps out in front of him. That man, Ronnie Taylor, told TMZ he stopped Richardson for riding at high speeds through their neighborhood outside Nashville. Even turning appears to push Richardson and is then shoved to the ground. Taylor.
Everybody's crazy. You're jealous of my cool videos that I've had. Air freshener will make it worse. So what we can do is tomorrow when we do it, I can open my windows and I can keep the door open for a few hours before I go to sleep. That's what I would like to do. Have you ever seen? Yes, I remember Street Beefs. Jeez. We're not gonna watch Street Beefs. We're not gonna watch Street Beefs, Brisk. If that's what that is, we're definitely not gonna be watching people beat the piss out of each other. Is that what it is?
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working.
We'll watch it for 5 seconds. I don't want to watch people beat the hell out of each other. Yeah, that's all. We're gonna get copyrighted too. Yeah. Why not open the windows now? Huh? Because it's getting colder, and I gotta sleep, and I have to leave it open all night. It does not work that way. Gramps learned a lesson from the Patesville. Right, exactly. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, yes. Exactly. I learned my lesson. Right. That's why I said 2 days ago we'll do it at 3 o'clock, 3:30 yesterday. Yeah.
The guy driving the car is a real pro.
I got it all set up for you. It's not like I'm not going to do it. I was ready to do it. And we can do it tomorrow. I definitely don't want to have a room full of stink all night. Because at least if we do it earlier, I can stay out of the room for a few hours and stream from outside or whatever. I mean, the window's open with me not in here. By the way, Richard, I've seen the ad on the video. Yeah. I got, December 26th, I got monetized. And then January 12th, I got ad revenue started. Yep, 35. Richard, have my big buddy. What up, Mel, brother? Dun, 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 dun. Dude is freaking 86th. Low clearance. Yeah, you guys ain't getting to work on time. Fair enough. On the street beast, but I don't think it's copyright song. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to. I got lots of kids and stuff in here. I don't really like. That's why I don't play games with shooting people in the head and stuff, like shooting your friends in the head and stuff like that. I just prefer to keep the. I prefer, I know promises on what I'm doing tomorrow. Whatever day you want. What song played? What song played for Backwards Skate Only? What song played for Backwards Skate Only? I can't remember, dude. That's it, dude. I haven't. I have no idea. I can't remember. Dude, I used to go skating all the time too. Do you want to learn extra? Do you earn extra if someone watches the full ad? No. No. If it's a skippable ad, they watched it until the skip point. Yeah, I get paid for that. And if it's a full ad that's not skippable, like that's twice as long, I can choose if there's going to be a skip button or not. Right? And so I just make it skippable ads so you can skip it after 3 seconds. So I only get like 4 cents or whatever it is. Yeah, but I could have longer ads and then get more pay from that. All right, no problem, my brother. Black velvet, a little boy smile. Black velvet, that's all southern style. A true religion that will bring you to your knees. Black velvet, if you please. Yeah, I keep them off. Yeah, unskippable ads piss me off so bad. Yeah, I agree. Me too. That's why I don't have them. Sometimes because I have to change it every single time I start the stream. It resets back to auto and mid-roll ads. So sometimes when I'm in a hurry, I just hit go, and then people are like, ads, game. So but I can turn it off midstream too anyway. Backwards Skate Only. Remember when ads were 30 seconds? Yep, I remember back in those days. I remember a long time ago. I can't remember that played for Backwards Skating. Black Velvet. Black Velvet and a little more. What happened? Skip button after 5 to 10 seconds. It was a couple skate. I always had to get off. Right, me too. I was lonely. Lonely.
I was wondering if you can call for my brother to meet me back up here.
What's his name?
Last name is Krodick. First name is Mike.
Mike Krodick?
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm trying to picture what I'm going to say.
Trying to make a blueprint?
Yeah, I'm making the blueprint of what I'm going to say.
Okay.
Mike Krodick.
That's probably a good way.
Attention Walmart shoppers. Will customer Mike Krodick come to electronics, please? Mike Krodick to come to electronics, please. Your party is waiting. Thank you.
Awesome.
Who needs ads if you have channel sips? Hey, brother, listen, I love it. I appreciate it. But I only have low, medium, and high, and then automatic and manual for my ad settings. I got low so I have it on low manual, and so it shows that, and then I guess that's just part, because obviously YouTube makes money when I make money, and I guess I could possibly, I don't know if I can turn off monetization for the stream. It just looks like low, medium, high, and then manual, auto, for ads. You know what? If I set it for a lower age range, like 13 and over, then ads aren't shown either. But then again, if I say something that doesn't fit that age range thing, then I get I'm just pretty petty. It also helps that you're so beautiful. Thank you. Pepper gas got fun in my tooth gap. I was like, how did pepper gas define physics? Then I remembered I don't have thigh there anymore. Am I missing something here? Mike Krodick. No, I appreciate it. When I left work to start doing this full time, I knew it was going to be rough for a while. I appreciate every penny you guys send. I love it. If I can do anything for you, I try to make everybody's day as good as possible. Ugly people have no place in media except for being monsters. You know what's weird about American media versus like the BBC is like, and even BBC actors and actresses are like regular schmegular people. They're not like 8 out of 10s, 10 out of 10s, they're just, autocorrect. Oh, I don't have a tooth there. I was like, what happened to your thighs? My thigh gap? I was like, what the hell is she talking about getting pepper sprayed in her thigh gap? Who's Pepper and what is he spraying in your... What did you put there? Black velvet and little one smile. Black velvet in that small southern style. Everyone in American media has to be perfect. Yep.
Oh, I texted Mom before she even opened the link.
Because you sent her a tracking code disguised as a URL.
Wait, the link itself is tracking us?
Every link you copy has a hidden ID that tells companies exactly who sent it and who clicked it.
That's right.
But I sent it through WhatsApp. That's encrypted.
Doesn't matter. The tracking isn't in the message. It's baked into the URL itself.
So even private chats aren't private.
The chat is private, but the link you copy, that's a tracker with your fingerprint on it.
What do you mean fingerprint?
See that FBCLID or IG shit at the end of URLs? That's a unique ID assigned to you.
And when someone clicks it,
company knows who sent it, who received it, when they opened it, and starts mapping your entire friend network.
So I'm literally doing their tracking work for them.
Exactly. You're the delivery system. They can't see inside your encrypted chat, but they don't need to. You handed them a tracking device labeled as a link.
How is this even legal?
Because technically you're agreeing when you copy from their platform. Therefore, when your friend clicks, they've connected 2 dots in
Right. So I get people here, like the guy that was here earlier, the kid. He's like, how'd you know where I'm from? Because he got his photo off of the internet that he used for his profile pic. Well, never mind, I won't say it right. Anyway, I hate you so much.
Their social graph database.
Okay, how do I stop being a tracking mule?
Before you hit send, delete everything after the question mark in the URL. Everything before as the actual destination. Everything after is surveillance.
That actually works.
The link still works perfectly. You just removed the part that says Peter sent this to Stewie at 3:47 p.m. on Tuesday.
So we've been voluntarily building their social maps this whole time?
Right.
Every share, every forward. You weren't spreading content. You were spreading tracking codes with your signature on them.
Why does Instagram know I texted?
Right. This is the difference between YouTube and Instagram is when you share like a YouTube video, it only shares the video URL, not the tracking code wackadoodle. So the way that you get, like, if you remember on TikTok when people would be like, oh, who loves you the most, hit the share button, and you see what the person shows up when you hit blah blah blah, and they were just so you would hit the share button and then you hit copy link or whatever, and you never sent the link to anybody, but the app thought that you were sharing this video, so like, oh, this is a video that likes being shared, people like it, so let me give it to more people. Yeah, it's definitely wackadoo. Darwinism. Beautiful examples are peak rain rot.
Great. The new GoDaddy Arrow has AI marketing tools to help small business.
Oh, we're gonna go into here first. We're gonna finish watching this first. I want to watch this. Then we'll watch out. I have that up next. What up? Yeah, there might be a slight delay in the mega base. Building only build one bomb. Won't take 12 years. That's fine, brother. That's fine. Just let me know when you're ready. Yeah, I tried to get on a couple of minutes ago, Alec, and I didn't pay for my Minecraft. My 3 months ran out, so I got to pay. It'll probably be tomorrow or Monday when I get back into the server, so you guys can keep it till then. You should look up Niagara Falls, but we can look that up too. Why don't you look it up? You're a moderator. You can find it. Give me the link. My name is Catridge, and you should.
The ice could only support 3.5 tons.
I'm doing a gaming stream, plays ranked Rainbow Six Siege, right? Oh, do one. So I'm gonna start doing more gaming next week. I was talking with my editor today, and he had a couple of games he's sending me to play. Also, Rainbow Six, I suck at though. I suck at all those freaking first-person shooters. But what I looked like, what he sent, it was the Papers something and Iron Lung. So that'll be happening next week. Boom, roasted. She knows I love her. It'll be more fun if you type it out. Moderator abuse. I'm eating. Damn, he's definitely stuck in that ice. Definitely stuck in the ice. How are you, brother Obama? I agree, throw justice for moderators. Okay.
Wonder the
I'll get back to it,
weighing 10 times that limit never made it to shore.
Ice road truckers. Bad mother fathers. Yeah, he's stuck, boy. Damn.
A pickup isn't just a vehicle, it's a
Come
beast.
on, is he gonna pull out the tractor trailer? No. You gotta be kidding me. It's gotta blow the engine. He's melting a hole through the snow. No way. No way. That's impressive. That's really impressive. That's really impressive, dude. If you guys want to learn how to play Rainbow Six, I can Sherpa you. I can Sherpa roll. Damn, that's a lot of weight too on that frickin' truck. You gotta be kidding me, dude. Look at he's holding on to it. That dude's holding on to the side of the excavator. He's holding on to the side of it. Duramax, yeah, they're definitely built different. I didn't have the cojones offered. I didn't have the cojones when they offered to go north the truck. Dude, that's a different kind of ball sack. Absolutely. My peak was gold one when I was a teenager, but I can't compete with those kids, right, dude? They're born with a controller in their hand. Fine. Yeah, was that so difficult? Daredevils of Niagara Falls. Yeah, this used to be and people still do it. Like, look. We'll see what we can find in here. Like they build their own barrels. 1930. It's like a bathysphere. It's all dented up, beat to hell. Smiling Gene survived the trip, 1928, in a huge rubber ball. A Greek waiter, George Stakatis, suffocated to death after his barrel was trapped behind the falls for 14 hours, 1930. 1961, there's another bathysphere. Canadian to conquer the falls is Carol Sukic. Carol survived the plunge but was killed while recreating the drop from inside the Houston Astrodome. Now, that's 84. 1985, there's another one. He was fined $5,503. Super Dave made a trip. I didn't know Super Dave did that. Canadian mechanic Super Dave. Oh, different Super Dave. Dave could not get enough. He made a second in 1993. Moderate herself. She's been moderated, dude. She's been moderated for like a month now. Catra? Are you talking about the same people? Stephen Trother, 1995. Related to the excavator bids, it's 12 seconds. All right, I'll finish up here real quick. 1995, rides a jet ski. The parachute did not open. He ended up promoting parachutes, plunged to his death. Dude. The parachute didn't open. He plunged to his death and his body was recovered. Egyptian tourists captured this amazing image. 39 years old, 2003, Kirk Jones plunged wearing only the clothes on his back. Entered the water 108 seconds later. He made it, swam to shore. Wow. He was charged $2,300 and banned from entering Canada for life. Wow. He just went over in his bare freaking, just in clothes. Do again. I'm 26 and please don't compete. Moderate her. Moderate her. I barely know her. I got to it first. These guys are freaking crazy. All right, so let's see. I forgot what I was asking for too. Okay, now he's got. Let me just get it here. Scroll here. Excavator life. I love this, dude. The female cops saying, "You are not him." He's like, "No, if I let go, it's gonna fall." And she's saying, "You are not him. You are not him."
You are not him. You are not him.
And he's like,
Oh, I'm an idiot. Maybe I'm not a trucker and I don't understand.
it seems like all Niagara stories lead to death. Yeah, I went to college in Buffalo and multiple times water stone choke. Yep.
You are not him. I got a badge.
It's amazing. Just that extra little bit of weight of this is why I'm never going to be a cop. I'm never going to be a cop. I'm going to go to the shop. I'm going to pick up a mop. Swap. Okay. Oh, wrong way. Pause that one. I gotta go here. Turns out, that's right. Turns out he was the man. All right, you are not him. Yep, I was him. What up? Sorry. Just had a beef bowlie. Beef bowlie fart? What's a beef bowlie fart? Physics is simple. A 280-pound man can definitely make a difference in that situation. Yes, right. Yeah, it's counterweight. Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. You see these barrels right here? These white cubes? These are the ones, if you guys ever seen the water storage I have out back, it comes out of that's what they are. Those cube tanks right there. I wish I could be like the cool kids. Do what the cool kids do. Siege takes too much brain power from you afterward, man. You are the coolest kid. All that paper, dude. All that paper. That was newsprint. Also, trucks and bigger vehicles bother me so much on the road. It's like, fine, I tolerate them, but semis, I cannot stop right in my bumper. Give them lots of distance, right? Yeah, my mom was the same way. She hated people, semis, tailgating her. Do you guys store rainwater? Yes. So I've got a big barrel that stores the rainwater off my roof, and then I've got a float and a pump in there. So once it gets filled up, it pumps to like these white cubes that you see right here. I've got 4 of them. I got 6 of them, but I got 4 of them set up as water storage. The same thing happens. I have hand dug a well, and I sleeved it with 6-inch PVC pipe by 17 feet long, and when I cut a whole bunch of slits in the side of it with a little oscillating tool, the thinnest blade that they have, so it works like a filter. And then when it fills up, it hits a switch, and then it pumps down. And then when it gets to the bottom, it triggers another switch that turns the pump off. So the rain comes into a secondary barrel that pumps over into the storage, and then the well does the same thing. So we stay in copper. We're staying copper. Quit talking like me. Quit tailing me. Jeez. And my coworker's even better than me. Get off my arch. Not man. Right. 55-hour week is a lot of work. Space cowboy. You don't need it. You don't need to when you're an amazing major cowboy. I always wanted to be a truck driver, but can't stop hitting the dab. Yeah, and, brother, B12. Start getting vitamin D and vitamin B12 in your body, brother. Then when you stop hitting the dab, you won't feel as odd sober. It's weird. It's weird. Check it out. I heard it's illegal to collect rainwater. Florida, California. It's yep. The state owns the rainwater. Yep, California, it's illegal, but not in Georgia. Yep, in California, it's illegal. Yep. And not only that, you're also taxed for the area of your roof. Because the rain that hits your roof that you can't collect has to use the gutter systems and the sewer systems, so they tax you for that. That's California, and I think New York also. Sorry, I don't know if it's legal or not, but who cares, right? Yeah, I can't believe Tiger. Oh, somebody mentioned that earlier. Let's look it up. Yeah, right. Yeah. Tiger Woods arrest. Arrested for DUI, live updates. After rollover car crash. Uh-oh. Damn, imagine owning something God gave us. Yeah, right. Exactly. It's coming from the heavens. Right? Yeah, dude. People, these freaking, yeah, our government needs to be cleansed. When I run for president, it's gonna be called my party's gonna be the Enema Party. It's gonna be the Republicans, Democrats, and the enemas. I'm here to freaking get the shit out. My whole life, this guy has been only time I hear a Tiger of doing something dumb. Only time you hear of Tiger, he's doing something dumb. If you're a celebrity and a DUI is the worst, you get your fine. If you're not Diddy, you don't cheat, you don't abuse. Yep. DUI isn't that bad in the scheme. He flipped the car over, so hopefully he didn't kill anybody. Because they're all Hollywood's going away as we know it, right? And they lie about how much money they make. Like, you hear these actors saying, "Oh, I got $20 million," but you never see the checks. They do not get that much. They do not get that much money at all. No, they'll get like $2 million, and then they'll buy a $2 million house to act like they're making $20 million. Listen, there's people that have been in like 35, 40 films, supposedly making $20 million each, and then they go broke. They're coming back to the movies because they don't have any more money. Where did it all go? Right? They don't get that. They just say words, and we believe it. Tax. I can't believe it happened to Tiger. Does it have that? He just had back surgery. It's probably why he was drinking on his pills. But I know Tiger Woods probably ain't only having a DUI. Spit the coffee on that one. So, sorry about that, Mel. Wake up in the morning feeling like Pete Diddy. No one's perfect. We can't judge Tiger. Hey, Richard, I'm about to ask a big question I haven't heard you talk about in a while. But what do you think about the Epstein files? I tell you what. There's a lot of them, right? And so I think that the people that did stuff, I'll tell you what's going on rather than what I think. Okay, what's going on is a lot of the names that were blacked out aren't men. They're women, and the problem is the women that started off as being abused, underage women, ended up becoming of age and then started going and getting younger girls to bring into the party. And so I think that's the big reason a lot of these names are blacked out because of that. They're having to decide these girls' lives were ruined because they were abused, but then they became abusers. So like that's why a lot of the arrests haven't happened yet. This is what I'm told on privately. But this is what makes me hate the Republicans and the Democrats. The Democrats said for years that Trump's in the Epstein files as doing stuff to kids. Comes out and he's in the Epstein files telling the cops that they need to look into Ghislaine Maxwell. So it's like, okay, who do you want me to believe and who am I supposed to not believe, right? And so everything's all muddied and wackadoodle. This is what needs to happen. Criminals need to go to jail. Child touchers need to swing, and that's it, plain and simple. I mean, of course, Epstein was basically of politics, the way that that P. Diddy was of the music industry. They were running scams. They wanted all the money, so they would get influential people, rich people, movie acts and music acts in bad situations. They put them in these situations that they came in on their own, and then took pictures of them in order to rule everything. We can still hold him accountable. Drinking and driving is so dangerous. Judging him and holding him accountable are two different things. Yeah, I agree. Yep, we can. Yeah. I agree 100%. And Martin Preschool identified Chuck Norris as one of the men that essayed. That's very interesting, though. I didn't think of that. Yeah. By the way, Richard, only OG I'm seeing is a major cowboy. Where's the rest? ND was in here earlier. She was in here like 2 days ago. She's really busy getting through school and stuff. Clementine ended up being 16, so she's no longer around. They definitely used to be Siraj was in here earlier. They definitely used that as a way to redact people who weren't victims anyway, to disguise those blacked out names, other blacked out names that have been victims turned abusers, right? And what do you do, right? Because you're going to ruin their lives, and they're probably going to end up, in jail for the rest of their lives too. So it's like, but what do you do? They did end up abusing people, So it's like, what do you do, right? Yeah, that's what you need to do. You need to deter it. It's so easy to hurt kids these days. It's so simple, and yeah, it's got to stop. It's got to stop. The other OGs are past tense. All right, let's see. All right, I'm not going to watch anything on this. We're going to go back here. Yeah, it's really easy. The law's got to be enforced. Plain and simple. The law's got to be enforced. For everything. Like, if I got to follow them, you got to follow them. Plain and simple. We're all playing the same game, same rules. Oh, that guy must have let go.
It takes a truck of the same size to get a mining dump truck moving again.
Yeah, it's all full too. The crazy thing I hear now, modern days, is that more slaves than there's more. They're right. There's more slaves on Earth now than there has ever been. Right now, currently, I think there's 11 million slaves. Is that what you just said? Yeah, 11 million slaves in Africa. So yeah, it hasn't stopped. It hasn't stopped. It's got better PR. It's got better public relations. It's got better marketing and advertising for it. I think about perception too, being there with the first month of a few. I think it's about perception too. Being here with the first month of a few months later might feel different, but after the first year passes, not so much. Perhaps a year or two will be OGs. My messages are being censored. I'm just saying punishing the evil. I'm just saying punish the evil, and you too hates it. Yeah. No, I agree, and I don't know why. I mean, I understand. And supposedly they're censoring less. Like now, you can actually talk about abortion and stuff like that, like without being demonetized. Like that was actually one of the releases that came out. Anyway. But if you talk about Iran and stuff like that, they'll block you. Even if you're saying pro or anti-Iran and whatnot. What do you think about the current Uyghur genocide? I mean, that's been going on for what, 20 years? No, like 30 years. Almost 30 years. It's like not the mid 90s. Maybe that's the Tutus and the Hutsis and the Uyghurs in China. Yeah, dude. It's all. I think this stuff's evil exists, and people try to push it aside and saying, oh, well, we're modern and progressive people, so no, we've gotten past that. It's just that they don't have enough money. No, it's not the way it works. And so just there's other things that are in the news cycle, so we don't hear about the absolute slaughters like Syria, shit like this going on there. There's a bunch of bad stuff going on, a lot of people dying, and people just don't care. There's more active genocides than people realize. Yep, that's one thing I'm about a lot. All it talks about is really awful. Yeah, a lot, dude. There's hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people dying. Yep, Myanmar. Space Cow.
Customers would bend over bit.
Yeah, ma'am, can I ask a favor out of you? I'm looking for my cousin.
Okay.
Ben, could you call for him? Because I've been looking for him. Ben, Overbitch.
Overbitch?
Yeah. See if we can win this hand on rain bet real quick. A
Jason
13.
King, brother. I don't care because they're distracted. They don't care because they're distracted in entertainment. Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Would Ben Overbitch please come to like
Boy. How did she not catch that? Overbitch? I don't know, but if I worked at Walmart and that guy came up, I'd be like, what do you want me to say, dude? Sure, let's do it. Let's freaking do it. Simple justice, being a victim turned criminal, still a crime, sad but true. Right, but here's the problem. The problem is you let criminals out of jail saying that they need help. They had bad childhoods and they just need psychiatric help and whatnot. Why let them out of jail to do that? Why don't you require them to get that while you know where they're at and what they're doing before you let them out? That's what's so crazy. They had rough childhoods. Okay, well now they're getting fed and they have a place to sleep and they can access health care and mental health care. And they're just like, no, let them out. So that what? So what? So that they can go and pay a few $1,000s for mental health care? You're not going to pay for it unless they're in jail. They're letting them out of jail because they don't want to pay for it. That not because they want them to get help. They don't want to pay for it. Maybe I'm you. Yep. Yeah. And the thing is, you have the deterrents are a thing. The problem is if you shoot somebody, you go to jail for a few days and you get out while you await your trial. And then while you're out, if you know that they've got video of you killing people, or people turn on you, know you're going away when you finally go to court. So then you'll just kill other people. Yeah, it's exactly what's going on. Yeah, I'll go on, Richard. Have a good one, Richard. I'm gonna go do some game. All right, brother. Yeah. It's not. This isn't difficult, right? It's very easy. It's just that the politicians try to overcomplicate it, saying, "Oh, if we had a couple $100 million more, we'd be able to." All right, I'm gonna jump off the boat, guys. Short, fun ride. Let the young generation battle energy. All right, brother. Good to see you again, my friend. There's like no suspension in these things. That's why the wheels aren't coming down to meet the road. Hey, look at that little guy up there in the pilot, in the cockpit. Damn. He's dragging two of them.
If it was pulling a regular car, the poor thing would be dragged along like a toy by this powerhouse.
He's a wheelie bar. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Well, so what do you do? So the hurt people hurt other people. So now the other people are hurt, and what are they gonna do? So why help the people that hurt them? What over helping the people that have? So they don't help the victims. They help the perpetrators until the victims become perpetrators. I want to know what Epstein's childhood looked like. You already know. Skidder, they pull huge logs out of it. Right, I mean, but it's not. It's very rare. Like 0.01% of predators were not preyed upon as kids. Like it's almost across the board. Yeah, and then it's because people. It's because they feel like their lives, their innocence has been taken away from them, so they don't want anybody to have any. If I had to grow up like this, then you're gonna have to grow up like this, and that's absolutely. Project Hail Mary seems like a good. You're like the fourth or fifth person to say that, real brother. Now I'm gonna have to put it on the list. I'm making a Motor City style pizza, Detroit Motor City, baby. Post a picture on the Discord. Uh-oh, I think I hit the wrong button. I did. Uh-oh, I definitely broke it. Oh, there it is.
By Dill, though. You can just say Dill.
What's his last name?
Dill.
Doe?
Yeah.
Dill Doe? Yeah, right. What's his name?
First name's Holden, last name's Tudor.
For what sick things did he do? For what sick things he did?
Customers with Holden, Tudis, please come back to the
For what sick things he did generally concerns me for how it's been treated as how long it's been going on. Since the early 90s. Early 90s, like 30 years, that at least. Like, dude, he went to jail in 2009. And in 2012, our Democratic politicians were still in contact with him. They found a lot of these people were texting him while they were on stand, in Congress was in session. They were in Congress saying, "What should I ask? What should I do?" This is crazy. He was running a lot of the government because basically said, "Hey, if you don't do this, I'm going to let everybody know that about all this stuff going on." Didn't invite the Motor City Madman. The Motor City Madman. Detroit style pizza, thick crust. Detroit style pizza. Bam. There you go, brother. There you go. There you go, man. Freaking awesome. Would have been it could have been people before him too that was kept saying, oh, absolutely. Yeah. Trump called the cops on him in 2009, right? So everybody knew years before that. I love the internet. What up, Matthew? Epstein was still alive. Right, I agree. There was more than one Epstein out there. I agree. I think that too. Absolutely.
Sometimes trying to fix a problem only makes it worse.
Why didn't you jump in, brother? You better stop it. You can see it happening from a mile away. Tractor, freaking overloaded trailer. Done. Way too fast. No. All the hydraulic piston or the line to the hydraulic piston popped. You see all the green hydraulic fluid squirt out. Now there's no hydraulic fluid in there to hold it up anymore. It slams back down. They seem to like to do that. Just fall over. Oops, wrong button. Wrong button. They're all chained together. Look at that. Man, that's a lot of power. Oh, it ripped the wheel down. Maybe that was the one the guy was holding up. jeez. He almost got run
It
over.
was simultaneously the best and worst day of his life.
Damn, that was freaking close. That was so freaking close. We just watched this. We just watched it, Space Cow. I'm leaving you guys. Is actually hold on. I'm leaving you guys with this. Dude, it's actually crazy. Dude was freaking super lucky. Of mining trucks tires. I think it's 6 feet by 2 feet. Is that what it is? Mining truck tire dimensions. Uh, 5.2. So 5.2 to 13 feet in diameter. Wow, that's a big freaking tire. All right, let's see what Thoreau's got.
How do I know you're not some AI thing, though? What? How would I be able to tell?
Here, man. Here.
Oh, is that? Sorry, can you hold that up?
It's not AI.
Can you?
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's
That's
like
our director.
Oh, I see. I thought it would be your name.
No. That's our director. We have a multiple. You see all of them here.
Oh, I see.
Still running.
But you know, is there
What's
not
going
some
on?
way of telling whether you're real or not? Can you like hold up
that's a
3
monster
fingers in front of your face or anything?
Oh, come on. That's too much.
Oh, you don't want to do that
Well, I'll do that here.
in front of your face?
What do you mean? I mean, that's too much. Come on.
Why would it affect the AI?
Too much to us. Well, I think that's too much.
If I'm making
well, I think that
your face.
Yeah, you can tell he ain't got
that's
no.
too much, don't you think?
Yes, it is. Because, you know, if you were real, you would.
Right, I reckon bunch of wackadoo ass people. Like look at that mustache. It's all fake. Look let me zoom in. Look at this guy's. Look at the filters on this guy's face. Look how bad it's. It's too much. It's too much. And look at the sharp line right here on the edge of his face. Right, I'm see if you can see the mouse pointer right here on the edge of his face. Look how sharp the cut is. Freaking bastards. People just trying to scam everybody, man. Everybody's trying to get their scam on. Hold 3 fingers in front of your face. Okay. Is that monster truck? Yes. That monster truck. Yep, same thing that monster trucks use. I watched it. Dildo and freaking wackadoo and freaking Holden Tudix. Yeah, I definitely saw it. Say potato. You say potato. I say potato.
Building materials desk, Holden Tudor.
Her last name is Tracian.
Tracian?
And then first name is Penny.
Penny.
Yep.
Penetration.
Penetration. Can you please meet your party at the pickup and returns desk? Penetration. Please meet your party at the returns desk.
His last name is Owners. First name is Gabe.
Attention customers, meet your party.
Gabe Owners.
Gabe Owners.
Dixon Mayos?
Yep.
Yeah, all right. Potato. Freaking. That's gonna be an expensive thing. This guy says I ain't stopping. Oh, bam! That's an I-beam. He's gonna get through the other side. You say potato, I say potato. You better run. I hate the truckers aren't required to have covers. There probably are. They probably, on highways, they probably are supposed to have covers. But they don't even have licenses a lot of the times. First name's Itza, last name's Boy. It's a boy. It's a boy.
Primo, salí, seguí saliendo.
Looks like the universe itself got this guy's back.
Yeah, dude. Yeah? Yeah? You think so? It's locked. Don't get in front of it, dude. What are you doing? There you go. Good. Oh, good catch. Good catch. That was a nice catch. Look at these freaking guys. Oh, you saying the covers are absolutely required in the United States. I thought you meant those guys that were driving down the hill absolutely were in the United States. Gotcha. Right, the covers on the trucks. Right. Yeah, they are. People just don't law. What's that? Damn. Reach down, brother. Yeah, that's gonna be expensive. Damn, dude.
Explaining this to the boss won't be easy.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Gee, I should have been. That's all right.
Yeah.
It took me a second to put it together. So were they loading this up on the side of the road? Man, that seems to happen a lot, dude. I mean, enough to make these. I've been watching them for like a week now.
A Chilean driver risked it all by taking a massive cargo onto a crossing and ended up making the news.
What? Look at that. Unbelievable, dude. That company is screwed. That's it's absolutely amazing that they just blow those things up rather than, I mean, I know it's difficult to take apart, and I guess it's not worth it. I wonder, I guess they don't remove the winch motors or anything.
It's their first day working together as a team.
Damn. Steel. I didn't show. I thought it was going to be one of those big old spring rolls of rolled steel. Rolls of rolled steel.
Он, мне кажется, сейчас упадет. Не?
Yeah, you hear that? Just go through it, dude. There you go. Who needs it? This guy. He's hoping his testicles will hold him down.
His cargo handling could use some work.
Jeez. Look at that. I guess we're putting a bridge in. It's a lot of weight. Look at that. Look at that trailer. Oh, they're going onto a barge. Or, I don't know what they're going. Look at all them tires. There you go. You guys are screwed. Yeah, try to get that out.
Jetzt kommt ein Groten Deutsch. Ist nur genug Speicher? Ja, sicher.
Hopscotch. There's a pattern.
Der Deutsch, der bremst gar nicht.
Locked up.
Architects built a pedestrian bridge over the highway to keep people safe, but that doesn't stop certain reckless drivers.
Unbelievable. I can't believe they didn't put a what do they call the height check things that are usually like a PVC pipe that are raised, you know, to that you hit it, or hanging chains that let you know. What are those things called? Do they have a particular name, Mel? Like before you go through like the McDonald's drive-through, they got like a PVC pipe that's hanging down to the height of the roof, and it says like 9.6 feet or 9 feet 11 inches or whatever.
All the fuss around it didn't do anything to improve the situation.
McDonald's drive-throughs. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, right. Me too. They're yellow with their PVC pipes with caps. Yeah, right. Yeah. And they definitely have like laser ones too that they have like on the highways. But yeah, that's what I know. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Just a height gauge. Okay, height gauge or a veil. Okay. Warning sign.
Like an idiot by myself.
Vail, Colorado has a warning sign. Okay. I thought you were calling it. I think they're called idiot bars.
Oh, there goes. Golly. That's not what he had in mind. Yep. However, we can get to it.
Right. It seems like it's okay to mess up all this stuff. They're like, yeah, we'll just take care of it. Like, hydroplane? No, locked up with brakes. Almost jackknifed it. No space cowboy. I do not. This seems to happen so freaking often. Yeah, that's wrenched. Well, it's an easy way to dump it.
У вас горит. Фавик, отгони, Фавик сгорит. Серый, ты умеешь ездить на нем?
Wait for that
Сейчас
tire to pop.
взорвется.
That tire's gonna go.
Фавика, отгоняй, Серега. Фавик сгорит.
Left the glow plugs on.
Провода замкнули.
A 6,000 volt power line versus heavy machinery. The vehicle didn't stand a chance.
Срочно надо поливалку, скажи, или что там, воду с КамАЗа. Затушить, пока он не сгорел колёс.
Vercooter? Vercooter.
Industry pros are praising the excavator operator in the comments. Thanks to his skill, the operation to rescue the dump truck from the river was a success.
What a mess. Oh, must have went off the overpass. There's nobody in that tent. They done.
They started
Look at
filming,
that little
fully
freaking-
aware of
What
what
up,
was about
Tracker,
to happen
brother?
next.
Watching people overdoing it over and over and over again. It seems like they can't stop.
Driving through this kind of mud is a challenge not everyone can handle. Even the heavy truck didn't make it.
I wonder what brand that is. Definitely it's Russian. That's a lot of water. A lot of weight. Uh-oh. No. It's unbolted.
Твою мать.
Отлично. Можешь остановиться.
No. Look at this beast. Wow.
А вот жопу заварили бы, пошел бы.
There's some big old tires. They got a big old block of concrete to get it weight in the back. There it goes.
Че спустила?
Man. Imagine the boss showing up here and be like, how did you get yourself into this? My tender excavator. What up, Robert? What up, man? Look at these freaking guys.
This is one of those times when giving up is actually the best choice. Yeah. You
You think I'm thinking probably like $250,000. You think it's about 125? Dude, think about it. Like nowadays, a freaking Dodge Ram truck is 120 grand. I'm thinking that's like $250,000. Let's see. Standard excavator. Well, $196,000 pre-owned. So yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, small ones are 16,000. John Deere 160C pre-owned is 44,000. Yeah, okay, there you go. 120. I guess it doesn't have a radio in it. Ain't got no radio in it. Yeah, that's a good thing. I was gonna rip the track off. You better catch it. This is just fun for some people. I think we'll get out. That's a freaking soupy mess, dude. Oh, it's tracks too. Damn, that's saturated. That's crazy.
He was supposed
Freak
to, but
Bob?
he couldn't
No,
make
I don't
it.
think so. I don't think I've ever heard of Freak Bob. That looks cold. That looks like a log. Is that a logging operation? It looks like what they use to pull trees out too. Yeah, right, Kelvin. I'm right there with you. Yes, yeah. Go home. Eat a snack. Oh, that went through ice.
The driver got it wrong. Only the pipes were meant to go underwater, not the whole machinery.
Oh, no. Okay, so it was through pipeline. Look at this freaking dude. Yep, there you go. Try that one more time. Who else is going in there to hook it up? That's a lot of snow. Yep, I'm right there with you, brother. I'm right there with you. As soon as I get out of this, I'm done. Take this job and show it. There's a diver in the water. You gotta be kidding. You better start putting that thing down, brother.
The guy who filmed
I
this
didn't show
wondered
it.
what a crane operator should do in this position. The simple answer, get out of the cab as fast as possible.
Start lowering it. He's gonna flip it.
Io poi lei là sotto, che ho scritto il puscio.
Into the street, into the street, into the street. You better push it, you better push it, you better push it, you better push it like I got a motorcycle.
Cosa ti avevo detto?
Freaking
Guarda
crazy.
la macchina, scappa via la macchina.
Jumping
Ma
in
questi sono matti, sai. Io mi meraviglio più dei vigili che non sono venuti a chiudere. Ma si capiva che veniva giù intero? Sì, vabbè, ma l'ho capito. Non so neanche, lei a destra, sì. Si capiva che veniva.
Look at that freaking beast. It's like, how much work do you get done when you're doing that crap all the time? What a mess. I was doom scrolling and came across a dude promoting a vegan diet and a book about it. He tried to convince me, and his viewer says that B12 isn't necessary at all. Dude, I'm telling you, I think these people are paid to get by the drug industry, the medical industry, to make more patients. It doesn't make any sense. And dude, look, I was reading a study from China yesterday, and I think I showed it on stream, where they're giving their children, the students in the public schools in China, they're giving them B12 and folate for depression and anxiety, test anxiety and just standards. A 95% positive correlation between low B12 and anxiety and depression. And the Chinese are doing this, is giving their kids vitamins, and we're not even talking about it. We're acting like, what are you? It's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. I would have laid down next to it and screamed, workman's comp, workman's comp. Yeah, brain damage. Yeah. That's definitely brain damage, dude. And there's something called not treatment resistance. I think my treatment resistance. It's not, called treatment resistance. They do not want treatment. People with low B12, it shows that they have treatment resistance. That they, as psychologically, not like they're resistant to treatment, like we're treating them and it's not affecting them, but they don't want it. Like people, they turn away from asking for help. So people that have, and I think that's depression, like, oh, it ain't worth it anyway, it ain't gonna work. That whole feeling, that malaise is related to it, and they're doing all that work, and we ain't doing none of it here in America. It's all more studies are needed. More studies are needed. It's just copy and paste, repeat since the freaking 1930s. No, that guy, that's the vegan sign guy. The vegan sign guy, you know him too. They probably have Toxo too. Vegans who have cats. Yep, Toxoplasmosis gondii, brother. Yep, absolutely. China and workman's comp. I don't think so. China and workman's comp. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. There ain't no workman's comp in China. That guy's probably not doing very well. Exactly, and guilty. I can attest to the feeling of low B12 and resistance real. Yeah, dude, isn't that crazy? Isn't that absolutely insane? Like, and there's more to life than B12. There's more to it, but the biggest change people feel is when they take B12. It's the fastest. Wow, that actually did something. And then they can say, okay, well, let's start piecing things back in. That's why I'm so adamant about it. About getting people to start taking it. It can only do good. It can only help us progress out of this freaking slump. All right, let's see what we got going on here. What we got going on here? What we got going on here? All right. So we do one more. Most ridiculous. Okay, we got most ridiculous worker mistakes caught on camera, or total idiots at work. All right, we'll just do this. We'll do this one more time. Not one more time. Same way. All right, let me grab some water. Real quick. I got 2 tickets to paradise. got water in my blood. Okay. I just appreciate that I found a person that believes in vitamin therapy viewpoint. Yeah, brother. Hey, I'm glad to do it. And imagine, no, they're not being internet live streaming free. I mean, it doesn't cost me anything to do this, right? But if you wanted to put a commercial out promoting vitamin and wellness, it would cost you $1 million, a couple $100,000 easy if you wanted it on at 3 o'clock in the morning, right? And it's like, yeah. I think we're pretty as a whole roll on B vitamins. I think we're pretty as a whole roll, brother. Yeah. The B vitamins are very, everything pieces together. Like some vitamins get things from your gut into your bloodstream, and some get it from your bloodstream into your, so it's like all this stuff works together, and we know it, like even Centrum and Centrum for Men and Centrum, that all used to be a big thing in like the 90s and the 2000s, and right, it absolutely, they stopped talking about it at all after COVID. Like when COVID happened, people stopped
Hello,
talking
everyone.
about vitamins at all. You don't hear it at all. You don't see vitamin commercials or anything. I mean, if you see one, you let me know. I haven't seen one in years. I got 2 tickets to paradise. Uh-oh. Let's see if that's going to drop. Hey, don't let yourself off yet. It's only in your head. If you're left out or let down. What? I don't recall it. Hey, don't let yourself off yet. It's only... it's only in your head. If you feel left out. As a whole... Right, as a whole, we're low on B vitamins. What up, Brianna? Hope all is well. Just woke up. That's all right. How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, I think so too. And even the things that have enriched, that's only A and D, and it's such a little bit amount, such a small amount of D, that it's for psychological purposes. People think, oh, I drink milk, I get vitamin A and vitamin D. They've got no idea about the amounts you're supposed to get, but it's right there in the jug. Look, vitamin A, vitamin D. Yeah. B12 is so important, in particular red blood cells. D8, right. Yeah, that's exactly right. The myelin sheath, the insulation around nerve fibers is unbelievably important, and there's hundreds of different issues that just thin or damaged myelin sheath can cause. And your body, the amount you take, 2.4 micrograms a day, that you get from your diet, the recommended daily allowance, is just enough to keep your brain working and your heart beating, not for you to thrive throughout growth. And I think a lot of people, a lot of Americans especially, are undernourished during their growth cycle, their growth spurts and their growth cycles. Thank you, Brianna. Thank you. I got 2 tickets to paradise. Brianna came in to give a life. Oh, dude, this has got to be scary as hell. Dude, did you see that? It's crazy. I used to work in an aluminum factory. It didn't happen that bad, but it happened pretty bad.
Here's how a heated argument at work backfired. A disgruntled co-worker sabotaged another by throwing untreated metal into the mix, causing a dramatic explosion in the furnace.
That's freaking crazy. I got 2 tickets to paradise. Ooh. You gotta be shitting me, Richard. You better start lowering the bucket, dude. It doesn't take that long to lower the bucket. What's going on, dude? What are you doing? This is probably not seatbelted in, so he's probably fell all over there. Dude. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy that they just dump the whole truck? Like, that's so crazy. We got such high-powered hydraulic rams, pistons that can, dump, instead of the truck bed just dumping, they just dump the whole truck and bed. That's absolute insanity. And then those two arms, they just snap, bam. So it looks like they used hollow tubing rather than solid rod for the, I guess you have to, right? Save money. For the actual piston. Something bad happened. Something bad happened. Bidet. I have a bidet. I have a bidet, Robert. I don't play around. I pressure wash. There you go, brother. See? We sit the same. Oh, yeah, you're done. You're done. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, dude. That's going to be expensive. Look at this crazy shit. Look how clean. Hey, you better get out of there, buddy. You better get out of there.
Fortunately, the other shelves were properly secured.
I'm a bidet evangelist. I load oranges. Oh, look at this rocket. This is a rocket engine test. Hold on. I loaded oranges into Florida one time and took them to LA and I unloaded one of those tilt beds that raised the whole truck. You're out of the truck though, right? You park, you get out, you go inside while they do the unloading, right? Like, you're not in the truck while they do that, I'm guessing, for that reason.
A reminder about the importance of strict quality control in every step of additive manufacturing.
Test firing. Oh, jeez. That's freaking crazy.
A recently built berth crane tipped over at Singapore's Chuas port. Luckily, there was no damage to the surrounding infrastructure or other equipment.
What happened to the operator? Jeez. Yeah, you better run. Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy.
On August the 12th, 2015, an unusual incident occurred along a river embankment in Russia. An oil slick on the water's surface caught fire. According to the Russian Emergency Ministry, the cause may have been careless handling of an open flame, such as a barbecue spark igniting the oil film.
Yeah, right. There happened to be an oil slick on the water at this location, and it doesn't look like there's any people around there having a barbecue. That's how they wanted to get rid of it. That's how they wanted to do the cleanup. They didn't freaking barbecue spark. They don't have any chemtrails. Okay. Two tickets to paradise.
You scared? Hey, little meatball, man, I want to give this to you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the M-word pass, man.
Oh, no kidding. I'll say, there's no cameras on me or nothing, right?
Nah, dog.
Midget.
Yeah.
Nice.
You say you're my midget.
That's right, you're my midget, man.
Keep that thing forever, man. Let's go. Fool.
Keep that thing
Hey, why you
forever.
running away from me, scared?
M-word pass. Oops. You better run, dude. That must have happened before. That dude wasn't even scared. Look at that. He didn't even flinch. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's not even flinching. Not even flinching. Boom. Like it happens every day. Walks right back out. He's got his N95 mask on. You know what's gonna happen. Why don't they use a crane, excavator to offload these trucks instead of tilting it so high? You're just waiting for the world to spin. Oh, that's just a completely wrecked vehicle. Wrecked. Dixie. It's gonna miss. Damn. Holy crap. Holy shit. I want to know what caused that. Dissimilar metals at the wrong temperature. Dude. Yeah, we'll wait. That can wait to go in later. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. What are you doing, dude? You gonna open it? You gonna open it? What are you doing? How much do you get paid an hour? You're gonna open it. Let some air into it, huh? Let some air in? Gee. Not the mama. Not the mama. Chilling. Let me walk up over here. That's spinning a little too fast. Gonna just freaking disintegrate. Oh no, Bill Gates is gonna be so upset. We can't save the planet.
A tornado and a fire raging through a factory, filmed by the firefighters who responded to the emergency.
Oh, look at that. Wow. What are they called? Fire tornadoes? $1 million to remove that? Yeah, you think? Probably. Probably. It ain't gonna be cheap. It ain't gonna be cheap. It's hard to look at. They're trying to. That pattern was to see if there's any occlusions or ripples in the glass.
Holy.
This is already the 4th major Starship incident in 2025.
Oh, Starship.
On June the 18th, an explosion occurred at SpaceX's test site. During a static fire test of Ship 36 and its super heavy booster, a nitrogen tank depressurized and ruptured.
Depressurized. It's a lot of energy. Nitrogen? What were they using nitrogen for? Oh, right, nitrogen. What am I thinking of? Right, geez, right. They were using NOx. Liquid nitrogen.
A major malfunction occurred at the steel mill.
Scientists playing for. So my father used to work for the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory, and there was a buddy he had that had this explosive, like one of the guys that was the explosive guys, and they would weld plates together. So you take 2 sheets of metal, like dissimilar metals. Like if you wanted to weld aluminum to steel, you can't do that. Like you can't like weld it with a welding rod, right? Because the aluminum would evaporate. So what you do is you put the steel on the ground and then the aluminum on top of it, and then you place explosives all over the top of it, and then it blows up from top or from side to side, like and it forces them together. It's called explosive welding. And so the guy was really good with it. He could like write his name in the explosives, and then it would like dent in. Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. Explosive welding, dissimilar metals. Explosive welding is a solid state process. Here you go. That joins 2 metals together. And you can see as it goes left to right, the top metal and the bottom metal, and the explosive detonates left to right. Yep. Yeah, right here. Aluminum to steel or titanium to steel for incompatible metals. You think about the temperature that you need to melt steel is like 3800 F, and aluminum is like 1100. Right, so if you're trying to melt the steel and aluminum together, the aluminum is going to vaporize before the steel even starts melting. So yeah, you got to do that, and that's what they do. Then you got to flatten it out. Oopsie, that's going to be a mess.
A vat of molten metal tipped over, spilling its contents across the floor. Fortunately, the workers reacted quickly.
Grab the mop. Look at these freaking guys, dude. Look at this freaking. Lift it about an inch or two, brother. Tilt back. One second. One second. Definitely finicky stuff. Alec Steele does some videos. Okay, gotcha. Recall eating boogers is last before going hungry. Okay, let's see what we do. We're gonna go check on the chicken coop. I think it might be open. History of the Grand Falls, Space Cow, watching stupid stuff on the internet. Loaded oranges somewhere. Oh, I'm way behind. Not the mama.
It's free.
For what?
We're trying to revoke all women's driver's licenses.
Oh, well, then why would I sign that?
You'll sign it?
Yeah.
Because women can't drive, you know what I mean?
Actually, some can, the ones that were taught right. No.
Freaking wackadoo. Hot snake on the floor. Chickens. All right, let's go check on it. Let's go check the chickens real quick. Ready? Hold on. Let's go here. We got to get a phone. Oh. Phone. Remote camera feed. Bam. Remote camera feed. remote camera feed down here. Bam. Camera. Photo. Camera. Bam. Start. Bam. Sources and settings. Okay. Start. Bam. Bam. Hello. Hello. Okay. All right. Problem here is I don't have a light, and the freaking there this is gonna suck. Hey, look how awesome I look in this light. Somebody take a picture. Oh. I need to drop a f-stop. Oh man, everything's open. Greenhouses are open. Yep, it's definitely open. That's good. Oh no, it's not. It's definitely closed. Dang it. Well, you can't see it anyway. Man, I was just saying all kinds of cool stuff too. I wonder when the camera went off. I guess I should have put it on 5G. He's transitic. Lamau. How many? 1.75 acres. The lighting has you looking possessed in the photo. I want to see it. Transethnic. Yeah, that's definitely iron steel.
Uncontrolled release of molten iron during the commissioning of a blast furnace after major repairs.
Woo! Woo! Woo!
The failure of a drilling rig's power drive.
I would totally like to try to work on an oil rig. What up, the core? Yeah, I would work on an oil rig. I'd give it a try for like a month. Live stream it. See me. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's expensive. Yeah, that's me expensive. Yeah. Oh, that's really expensive though. Yep.
This often happens due to a wire line snap.
That often happens. Look at this guy. Look at that. Oh man, you don't want to be near that guy. Oh, I thought it was gonna go. Okay. Look how awesome I look. Look how awesome I look. Oh man. Looking good. Richard, I remember the day I first scrolled into your stream. You changed my life. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you telling me that, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad it worked for you, my friend. Your symptoms matched mine, you know, at one point in my life. So I'm glad, bro. I'm glad, Robert. The government put hair-eating fungus in the chemtrails because they want everybody to go bald. So they're the only ones with hair. Frickin' Obama. Son of a bitch. Catcher, you're not sorry. My bad, indeed. I did say it was just my set. I said my bad. Yeah, brother. And Robert, more people we could try to get on the right path, the better. Let's do it. That's what I say. Get them some B12 and some bidets. You won't like me when I'm angry. I'm sure you're glad you took the advice, huh? Right? Imagine how many hundreds of people don't, you know? Hopefully I planted seeds in enough people that, you know, they get to the point. Oh no. You won't like me when I'm angry. My skin turns green and I'm wearing purple under my ears. Oops. Run. Oh. Ripped, what are those things called? Feed belts. I can't remember what they're called. Feed belt. There it goes. That'll be expensive. You better catch it.
Well, he almost got it. It was Jay's.
He's cussing. Did you ever watch a video I sent it? No, it's still here. It's still here. There's also Harry Performance in B12.
Sometimes even a safe load can cause equipment.
That's why I don't have hair in my mouth. Genius work. Government. They deliver it with pigeon poo. Yeah, hair and mouth to be crazy. Yeah, absolutely. Becoming a wig check. Wig check. We're gonna save the world.
Feeding 75 tons of steel into the furnace brought some dramatic flair to the operation.
Look, it's green, there's copper in it. No, copper? Yeah.
There's no way
that's staying up there.
Yeah, that's fine. Wait, faux show. Faux show. Yeah, you're done, dude. You better drive it back in. Drive it back in. Slide it back on. Why wouldn't you re-grab it? All he had to do was drive back in to re-secure it. I want to know what this crazy thing is. What is it? It's a drill of some sort. Or is it salt? I can't know what's going on here. It looks like it's oxyacetylene cutting or something. That's a lot of deep red. That looks like it's cutting lithium. And that's the color lithium burns at. It burns with. Man, look at that. Look at
The
that big old
infamous
turbine
accident
blade.
at the gas power plant in the Netherlands teaches us two crucial lessons. First, always inspect the brakes and reducers, especially on heavy lifting equipment. And second, never stand under a suspended load.
Look at that freaking thing. That thing will slice you up. Man, he's standing right under that thing. He's getting in there. Jeez, dude. You gotta get out of the way. Yeah, all those blades bent up. That ain't going.
Warehouse environments
back into work.
require extra.
If those blades are off by like a gram, then it vibrates. Straps. Is that what you're saying? Straps. I was thinking the same thing. Yeah. I was thinking the same thing. Why were they using
Caution,
straps rather
and
than
here's
chain
why.
or? Bundles of, I'm guessing that's probably cotton or something. Yeah. On such a mission critical part, right? On such a mission critical part, they use straps. Imagine being in that shower. There goes Mel pulling out. Left his doors open. Left his. There goes all that beer. Oh yeah, hey, that load you just picked up? No. I'm confused about what happened there. It's a bottling line. Oh, what?
Нереально, она что, из-за того, что столкнулся с...
He just pushed the shopping cart down there and it caused all this wreck.
Нереально.
Look at this.
Нереально, она что, из-за того, что столкнулся с...
А по ножке ударил тележкой.
Yeah, he's fired.
Упс, такой.
Помогите, помогите.
What? Have you ever heard about that bridge or that tunnel fire that burned like it was margarine and something else, like margarine and flour or something? It was like one of the hottest things, and because it was a tunnel, as it was burning, it sucked air through the tunnel, which turned it into like a rocket stove, and it burned like. Let me see if I can find it. Tunnel margarine fire. Mont Blanc, yeah, there it is. Caught fire in Mont Blanc between France and Italy. Mont Blanc tunnel fire. Unspeakable catastrophe. Claimed 36 lives. Crazy to see where our raw materials come from. Right, most people have no clue. They think everything comes from China. Right? They got no idea where the raw materials come from. They have no idea where the raw materials go. They have no idea how they're processed. They got no idea about anything like that. All right, Mont Blanc. I try to find a shorter one. Let's see videos. All right, let's do this. Mont Blanc. There it is. I don't need a documentary. I just need a short. That's only 19 seconds. 52 seconds. Here we go. Deadliest disasters.
Tunnels are marvels of engineering, carved through mountains, burrowed beneath rivers, or driven deep into the earth to connect communities and facilitate commerce. But these same features that make tunnels so useful also make them uniquely dangerous. When disaster strikes inside a tunnel, there's often nowhere to go. No fresh air, no alternate route. Just an enclosed tube of concrete and steel that can transform into a furnace with temperatures reaching over 1,000 degrees. Throughout history, tunnel fires have claimed thousands of lives in some of the most horrific ways imaginable. Victims have been burned alive, asphyxiated by toxic smoke, or crushed attempting to escape. Today we'll examine 6 of the deadliest tunnel fires in history, from wartime Afghanistan to the picturesque Swiss Alps.
Okay, what up, Shiva, brother? All right, we're gonna have to do that. How long do we got left on this? We got a couple minutes. We'll do history. This is only 12 minutes, so we'll do this first. Then we'll watch that, and then we'll watch tunnel fires if we can make it up that long. Keep awake that long. Let me see who produced this real quick. I just want to make sure real quick. Okay, all right, that's public. Okay, cool. All right, cool. All right. History of falls into the Grand Canyon. I'm back.
哇，这么多，这么多。
Cam 5. Oh, you guys can't see it. Dang it. Crazy what some people do standing next to a canyon. Look at this. Oh, is it liquid nitrogen? Is it trying to get out of there? Oh, it's carbon dioxide. Oh, it's powder of some sort. Okay, I have no idea what that is. Lime, maybe? Let's see, what's this? I gotta keep switching.
On the 26th of February, 1919, the Grand Canyon in Arizona officially became the 15th national park of the United States of America. The canyon, actually a gorge of the Colorado River, and the many tributary canyons which surround it, are mostly comprised of extremely rugged and sheer terrain, although areas along the north and south rim have been maintained and cultivated for the purposes of tourism.
Dude, I used to know things like this. It's a copper mine, right? It's a copper mine. Oh, quarry for stone. No, I don't know. Is it the one next to? Is it the one next to? Is it in Giza? Deepest open pit mine in the world. Brigham Canyon in Utah. Open pit mine. It's copper mine. Okay, yep. I was familiar. Man-made.
Our journey begins with the Bingham Canyon mine, located near Salt Lake City, Utah. This mine is the world's deepest man-made open pit, reaching a depth of about 1.2 kilometers and spanning 4.5 kilometers in width. Known primarily for its copper production, the mine also yields gold, silver, platinum, and palladium. The mine has been operational since 1906 and is considered the largest man-made excavation. It has a visitors center and is a national historic landmark. Among the challenges and dangers we have, the sheer size and depth pose risks of landslides and rockfalls. Also, managing the environmental impact, including water contamination, is a significant challenge. Our journey begins with the Bingham Canyon mine.
Oh, that wasn't very good. Oh.
The Bingham Canyon Mine, more commonly known as the Kennecott Copper Mine, is an open-pit mining operation extracting a large copper deposit southwest of Salt.
Look at that. Look at that, dude. Wow. Those little trucks are huge trucks. Look at that. Look at that. Damn. That's freaking deep, boy. That is deep. That's freaking crazy. Look at that freaking. Yeah, that's freaking crazy.
National parks are indeed considered to be one of the 7 natural wonders of the world. Millions of people visit the Grand Canyon National Park each year, most of them without incident. They come to see the mind-bendingly vast gorge itself, to hike some of the many trails within it, to observe ancient rock art and geological formations, and sometimes to enjoy river rafting or helicopter flights over the canyon.
If we do nothing, everything on this planet will go extinct.
Project Hail Mary in IMAX.
Oh, there it is.
To a casual visitor, the idea that someone might fall from the rim into the canyon itself can seem absurd. The gorge is so vast, so unmissable, and so obviously hazardous that it seems only logical that it should inspire caution in all those who venture
the video.
close to
They're spying on us.
And yet
Yep,
records
guaranteed.
exist of more than 50 falls, the majority fatal, over the course of the national park's existence. Most of these falls occurred not in remote areas off the beaten path, but instead at popular, busy viewing areas. Specifically because of the high number of visitors, many of the most popular sightseeing areas have been fitted with railings or walls, as well as highly visible signs warning tourists to stay on the trails and away from the edge. To further mitigate the danger,
I wonder how many people are trying to get a selfie and
pamphlet or a verbal warning describing the most prominent risks to life.
My dad, this looks fun.
Rangers patrol on a regular basis.
Yeah, I've heard it too.
Visitors whenever they can
at least half a dozen
any
people in the
dangerous
past 2 days.
behavior. And yet still, despite all of this, falls do occur. 3 causes predominate when it comes to falls from the rim. First and foremost, people tend to fall when trying to take, or pose for, striking photographs. While death in pursuit of a selfie might seem like a relatively modern phenomenon, the first fall of this kind occurred at a surprisingly early point in the canyon's history. On the 22nd of March, 1925, 40-year-old Lewis W. Thompson was attempting to take a picture of himself standing on the rim of the canyon. While stepping to one side to better frame his picture, he lost his footing and plummeted to his death.
Yeah, people are nuts. They just have to get to the edge.
Since then,
Like
Dozens
petting
of other
buffalo and
tourists
grizzlies.
have
Yep.
also passed away
Yellowstone.
in pursuit of the perfect photograph.
It's a beautiful place.
Among them is 20-year-old John Eric Hastrick. On the 27th of April, 1981, Hastrick was attempting to take a photo not of the canyon, but of the Bright Angel Lodge Hotel on the South Rim. Seeking a better
Yes,
angle,
sir.
he clambered
Yeah,
over a
they'll kill you
guardrail
quick.
and,
Both
with
of
his
them.
camera
Yeah, they'll kill you
viewfinder
quick.
glued to his eye, walked backwards towards the lip of the abyss. He went over the edge and fell to his death before he could line up the shot he wanted. Almost 2 decades later, on the 19th of August 1999, 25-year-old Gabriel Comerford was visiting Moran Point on the South Rim. He wanted a souvenir photo and, being alone, asked some fellow tourists if they would help him take one. They readily agreed, and Comerford handed them his camera.
And then walked off
He
the
then
cliff.
clambered over the guardrail, walked out onto a narrow precipice, lost his footing, slipped down a rocky slope, and fell into the void. Not knowing what else to do, the tourist with his camera used it to take several photographs of Comerford's final moments.
Jeez.
Not the souvenir he would have wanted. Many other people have also fallen victim to the desire for the perfect picture on the edge of the Grand Canyon. Despite this, it is interesting to note that on almost any visit to the Grand Canyon National Park, many visitors can be seen in almost any popular viewing area, travelling beyond the railings, clambering onto precarious ledges, or taking other incredible risks in order to pose for pictures. The second common cause of falls from the rim is more nebulous, but relates to the sheer scale of the canyon. Numerous reports exist of visitors being overcome with dizziness or a
Brother,
sense of
I'm
vertigo
starting to sweat
when
too.
sitting on the canyon edge. One striking incident of this type took place on the 9th of March, 1989. 34-year-old tourist
why you get
Gisela
someone
Elixman
to take
took a
your
seat
photo
on
and
the
make sure
very
you have
edge
your
of the
footing,
canyon
never walk
at
backwards.
Mojave
Never
Point on
walk
the South
backwards.
Rim and enjoyed
Right.
the spectacular view. When she tried to stand and move away from the edge, however, she was overcome
People falling into the Grand Canyon trying to get selfies and photographs of themselves, monk, brother.
with dizziness and fell to her death. Just 3 days later, the same thing happened again. 21-year-old tourist Yuri Nagata was visiting the West Rim's second trail view overlook as part of a group tour. As they arrived at the viewing area, the tour group leader addressed the
Crazy
group,
how tunnel vision
telling
people
them
get,
of the
that's
terrible
right.
incident involving
It
Elixman.
would be gorgeous. Yeah, it would be gorgeous
Nagata
to
dutifully
farm it.
listened to this cautionary
Yep.
tale, and then immediately walked to the railing, crossed it, and took a seat on the rim of the canyon. When one of her friends asked her to stand and pose for a picture, she
slept.
just like Elixman, lost her balance and fell into the void. While 2 identical incidents taking place so close together is rare, the story echoes throughout the history of the canyon. Before Nagata and Elixman, there was 21-year-old Elizabeth Hazelhurst, who, in 1971, sat
grow like
on the
7
rim
private
of the
zones
canyon
of
with
that
friends
elevation.
and fatally lost her balance when she tried to stand. Before her,
Just see and
there was
remember,
17-year-old
later why-
Herbert
just,
E. Cole,
Just see and
who,
remember it
in
later. Why take risky
1947,
photos? Right. Why not use a selfie stick? Copy and paste. It's so and Teddy Roosevelt part of
died
along
in
with the heights.
exactly the
It's
same
hilarious 'cause
manner
my anxiety
after
is to walk
watching the
backwards.
sunset
Works
from the rim
backwards,
with
works,
his
should not
girlfriend.
work, feel especially when I'm anxious.
In each case, the victim took what they perceived to be a small risk. They sat on the edge of the canyon to take in the view.
I mean, look at what we've been watching for the past week. People take these risks, like people driving 100 miles an hour. You have a couple of drinks and be like, "It's so beautiful, honey, let me take a selfie. Oops, it's definitely different, but it's still a canyon. Right, it'll still kill you. Yep. Imagine the people that go out there on their own, not with tours and stuff like that, and fall. How often do you think they only go to the bottom when they see somebody fall to look for bodies? New oil refinery is going to be to Port Brownsville, Texas, the first refinery in 50 years. Yep, a lot of that's happening, brother. A lot of it's happening. Living on the edge. People living there in a trance or something. Yeah, that's it. They're it's like their soul already left their body, and they're just and then they walk out. Their body walks out for the picture, and then just like, yeah, I agree.
The very last view they would ever see. Thirdly and finally,
he
a
misses
small
here,
but
right?
significant number of falls have been caused by, quite simply, the desire to show off. On the 28th of November, 1992,
I've hiked up Small Mountain 2
38-year-old
summers
Greg
ago. Sounds
Austin
like
Gingrich
mountains
was visiting the
it's so
park
damn
with his
cool. I'm
family.
sure it'd be cool. It's so damn hard to be cool. Yeah.
The group
yeah.
were hiking along the south
stuff
rim
you want to see.
when
Don't
Gingrich
die,
saw
right?
an
Don't
opportunity
die.
to play a practical joke
Yeah,
on his
right.
teenage
How would he
daughter.
get back?
He planned to clamber up onto the low stone wall that separated the path from the canyon edge, then pretend to lose his balance and tumble off towards the void. He would then hop down onto a ledge on the other side of the wall and hunker there for a moment or two,
and then pop
just
up.
long enough to give his daughter a fright, before popping back up and revealing himself to be unharmed. His prank didn't go to plan. The moment Gingrich landed on the ledge, he lost
slipped.
his footing and toppled over into the canyon proper.
I don't
He
have
dropped
my phone
without
out,
making
I
a
mean,
sound,
I think that's not
perhaps too shocked by his fatal miscalculation to even cry out as he fell. The target of his practical joke, his teenage daughter, was used to her father playing tricks on her.
Damn. He was trying to joke with his teenage daughter, and he fell to his death in front of
Unaware
her.
that he had actually fallen,
I don't
she
know where the
carried on
Danish
up
freak
the
went.
path, expecting him to follow as soon as he
Yeah,
saw
maybe
that
it's
his
natural
joke
selection.
hadn't landed.
What do you do?
She had
What do you
walked
do?
all the
Like,
way to the car park and met up.
If you're really willing to risk your life for a joke, check out Benjamin Jenks and Co. Man.
Up with the rest of their group before she
We'll
realized
check out. We're
that
gonna check
anything
two more
was
things out
truly
after this. We'll
amiss.
get to it on the Harold
It would
Demond
be
where the
past
kid dies.
nightfall
Yeah.
before a search and rescue team would find Gingrich's body and fully confirm that his final prank really had gone too far.
Yeah, that's crazy. Alright, I'm done with this one. Done with that one. Let's do this real quick. Let's see what Space Cal's got first.
I just need to scan you real quick. Oh, you have a tiny wiener. I just need to scan you real quick.
Freaking Space Cow. I doubt stories like that about him. I doubt stories like that about King. Someone pushed him. You know, like, dude, that actually happens more often than you'd think. Like, people go in there, like guys that push their girlfriends, like fiancés off. I remember it was probably three stories of in the same type of areas, like very big canyon areas all around the world, where a guy didn't know how to tell his girlfriend that he didn't want to marry her, so they went somewhere and then they pushed her off. Yeah, like and that happens, and the guy didn't know how to tell his wife. It was like the same area. It wasn't the Grand Canyon, I do not believe, but it was the same thing where he did not want to tell his wife that he wanted to divorce her, so they went there on their like 20th wedding anniversary and he pushed her off. Yeah, but they all get caught. You know, it's like, I guess only the ones that got caught actually get caught. The rest we had no idea. It's plausible, but kings usually aren't that stupid. They have responsibilities. Plus, they're killing kings everywhere back then, right? Yeah, it was part of the history back then. Part of the culture. Overhead crane in. Yeah, that's not gonna work anymore. That's not gonna work. Alright, Benjamin Jenks. professional interpreter of President James, a Whig politician, put competition in his father's legal business, failed romance. What were they? Benjamin and Kyle have hitchhiked 14,000 miles across the country over liquid videos. Oh, okay, that's probably what I saw over here. Okay, right here. Stumped on what to give your husband or dad. Totally fire joke. Round one. I ran it up the flagpole and see who still looks, but no one ever does. Alright, see if you can find a link. Let me see. We'll go back to here. Alright. You know we can do it.
Come with me, and you'll be in a world of OSHA violations.
Oh, that's the melt pot.
Factory workers encounter all kinds of wild scenarios, but some mishaps, like this furnace explosion with molten metal, are just impossible to predict.
Yeah, that's no bueno. I bet you can predict them. Don't put something stupid in there, and it won't happen.
A sling or strap snapping during a lift is one of the most dangerous and unpredictable hazards in lifting operations. This usually happens due to an incorrect rigging angle, worn out fibers, or overloading.
Yeah, it's a lot of money gone. And it's like they know the weight, they know the angle, that they know the physics and the math behind what the crane can do. It's just they were trying to save money by not using two cranes. They should have used two cranes. They had the space to use two cranes. You know, do you recall the fastest way to pick up chicks? Me? Yeah, I give them my line, the line that never fails. Do you know how to fix a bent lawnmower blade? It's very difficult. It's very difficult, and they're usually only about $13 to $20. They're not worth fixing, Naruto brother. But you can after you take it off, you can try to hammer it as flat as you can get. But if you don't get it very good, it'll start to vibrate and it'll shake. Yeah, it's better to just buy another one. Yeah, if it's a push mower, yeah, you probably you got to take it off, take the blade off. Yeah, he didn't hammer it, right? Put a line on the table, that's just enough for me. He's a Ricky Wackadoo. But yeah, they should have used two cranes. What's up? What's up, Catra? Excuse me. Yeah, they're cooked. What's the line? You know what the line is. So many suicidal forklift. I see you spilling over. I'm not skipping over no comments. What are you talking about? I clicked every single one. Oh, what's your line? I did miss that. Push on. Yeah, tell the line. Oh, yeah, I'm not telling you. Yeah, I'm not telling you. That's because then it won't work anymore. I need to use it in life still. That's why you need to be verified on a forklift. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Forklift certified.
This is what it usually looks like when something goes wrong at a paper mill.
You gatekeeper. Once I get to my shop setup, we'll put flattened blades. 16-ton, yep, that'll do it. That'll do it good. 16-ton hydraulic press, yep. Yeah, it's not enforced. People don't pay attention. Gatekeepers go down. Well, you're never going to use one. Discord exists. Well, you're never going to use it curious. Oops, better stop it. Better stop it. Oh, yeah.
The moment a powerful rush of water came crashing down on the warehouse.
From the ceiling? Yeah, what are you trying to stop that? 16 tons, nice long room for 6.5 months, 14 foot and 20 foot. I wonder how often that happens in a marble factory. It's like, damn, you look like you take B12. Yeah, girl. Yeah, how about you take the D? Yeah. He doesn't have one. I don't think he doesn't look at him with that goofy haircut. Monk knows exactly what it is. It's the line that always works.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
They're like, we're trying to replace humans with these robots. Never fails. Richard would do a great Grinch impression. I feel like I'd have to think about what I would say, but I think I could do it. I think I could do it. Damn. Oh, man. Dude, look at all that. Jeez. Man, that's gonna be expensive. Oh. Dude, that looks like he's like an extension cord.
Patrón, otra vez jump.
Oh no. Is that the engine? Is that a whole? I can't tell if that's supposed to be a piston, a rod arm. What's it called? Piston rod. Yeah. It looks like it. Yep, it sure was. That thing was heated up. Sometimes you gotta come with the B12 line, right? You gotta bring it. A kid in China got slapped by a robot that was doing a tap dance. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, man. So that was supposed to be all of the drill pipe so that they can drill a well. Or it was they're putting in telephone poles and that was all it was. I think it was drill line though. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, that's what it was. It was the drill pipe. Alright, let's look this up real quick. Let me clue some of this stuff down. Mean robot. Yeah, it was funny. I thought it was pretty good. Mount Blanc fire. Mont Blanc. Tunnel fire. Bam.
Protect your dreams under our roof.
Oh, hush.
Buying a used car without getting ripped off is all about research, but there is nothing like...
There are places you never want to see smoke.
under the hood of your car.
All right, hold
An
on.
air
Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, let's see. My glasses are hanging off my face. Bam, bam. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. Got my hair in my eyes. I got my cinnamon graham crackers. All right.
plane cabin. Basically anywhere that isn't a pig roast, a camp bonfire, or a papal conclave. But one place you really never want to see smoke is inside of a tunnel, because the entire point of transportation infrastructure, like tunnels, is that you're immune from the forces of weather, unwelcoming terrain, and even time doesn't really matter because they're designed to be continuously open and accessible, well lit and traversable, and, barring the actions of other drivers, generally safe. But an otherwise normal day in 1999 bore witness to one of the worst transportation catastrophes in modern history up to that point. A fire broke out inside the Mont Blanc tunnel that linked the nations of France and Italy.
I remember. Yeah, dude, 600 people got cooked. 600 people.
It was
the doors didn't open. A bunch of people thought the fire was more minor than it was.
Unspeakable catastrophe that claimed over 36 lives and saw drivers, public officials, and even one of the world's most famous automotive companies brought to trial to answer for the horror that occurred on that tragic Wednesday morning. How did the Mont Blanc tunnel catch fire? Were the people brought to trial truly responsible for the tragedy? And could this have been prevented? This is RCR Stories, the Mont Blanc tunnel fire. Wednesday, March 24th, 1999. An Italian motorcyclist named Pierlucio Tinazzi approaches the Mont Blanc tunnel on his BMW K75 motorbike.
I love him, dude. I love him too.
Opening in 1965, the tunnel was located in Chamonix-Haute-Savoie, France, on the French end, and Courmayeur et Ostavali, Italy, on the Italian end. From day one, the tunnel was huge for the region.
Not K9. It was the climber or something climber. It's a mountain climber guy. Yeah, I can't remember what it was called.
Significantly reducing the travel time between the French Alps and the Italian metropolitan cities of Turin and Milan. Yet despite being Italian himself, Pierlucio Tinazzi was not entering from the Italian side of the tunnel, but the French side. Nicknamed Spadino, after a kind of small sword, it was kind of fitting that Pierlucio was on a vehicle as agile and precise as a motorcycle, even if the reason for the nickname was his very lean frame.
But then that kind of played into his agility on the motorcycle, because he was an avid motorcyclist, and trips like these were not uncommon. I mean, anyone fortunate enough to be reasonably local to this area could be forgiven for wanting to take these sorts of trips whenever they could. Even if it was just to commute, I imagine it would be exhilarating to ride your motorcycle through this terrain. Afternoon wasn't far off as Spadino advanced along the highway towards the staggered alpine horizon. Pines and fir thickened the skyline, splashing color against the Alps and the monotone majesty of its glacial peaks and brutalist stonework. It was beautiful terrain, although the empty eye socket of the tunnel ahead didn't exactly inspire distracted awe. If the tunnel could be assigned any quality of beauty at all, it was in its function, how it linked nations, connected people, and facilitated the symbiosis of trade. We don't generally think of arteries as beautiful, but the human heart wouldn't be much more than a fleshy paperweight without them. Not too far ahead of Spadino is a Volvo FH12 tractor trailer, which has just reached the toll booth to Mont Blanc Tunnel.
Between Italy and France.
Gilbert de Grave had been a truck driver for over 25 years, and on this morning he was entrusted with transporting some 8 tons of margarine and 12 tons of flour, which sounds like a lot, because it is, but it also wasn't exactly an uncommon amount of material to transport, since, depending on the configuration of the FH12, load capacity could top out at over 20 tons, or as high as more than twice that number. It was about 10:46 a.m. Central European time when the Volvo truck came through the toll booth and entered the tunnel. De Grave and his Volvo would not be alone among working men passing through. French truck driver Maurice Lebras and Italian truck driver Patrick Devoisseux were transporting their own cargo across the vast, shadowed expanse of the Mont Blanc Tunnel, as the passageway was typically populated with heavy trucks
8
transporting
tons of
goods
margarine
between
and
regions.
10 tons of flour, I think he said.
Interestingly, Patrick Devoisseux was not only a motorcyclist himself when he wasn't hauling stuff in his Renault Express van, but he was actually a friend and former co-worker of Spadino's.
What up, single track,
Small
brother?
world, huh? Of course, the Mont Blanc Tunnel was a civilian route as well, with commuting men and women and even families passing through the single-bore tunnel, which stretched some 11.6 kilometers or 7.21 miles. And stood approximately 14.3 feet tall and opened around 28.2 feet wide.
48,000 pounds.
Needless to say, while not especially
16,000
crowded
pounds, you
that
better
morning,
believe it.
the tunnel was
So when the margarine started to melt from the heat, the margarine wouldn't have burnt on its own, but when it mixed with the flour, it became like... It worked as like a wick, like camera, like, you know, like you can't light a candle on fire. You got to light the wick. Like you can't light the side of a candle and it catch fire, even though the wax is flammable, but it's got to be liquid and vaporizing, right? So that's the same thing. If he was just carrying, margarine and it caught fire, it would just be a big puddle of margarine on the ground. But because the margarine could soak in with the flour, and just check this out. Everything is just better with butter. I need cookies. Just lay it. I like butter. I agree. I love butter. But the margarine floods now. Yeah, flour is highly explosive, right? A lot of energy in there. That's why you eat bread, because the energy that's in the flour, right? Check out Pakistan. She's saying hanging bridge. All right, we'll check it out after this. The margarine. No. It's
far from empty. If it had been empty, de Grave might not have noticed so many drivers flashing their headlights at him. One car after the other was flashing its lights, as if tapping out a message in Morse code. A motorcycle weaved in and out of traffic farther back. It was Spadino, racing his motorcycle like a man possessed. Witnesses would theorize that he was trying to catch up with de Grave's truck to flag him down and warn him. There was smoke coming from under the cabin of his truck. De Grave came to a stop, inching over to the side of the road. Fires like these weren't entirely unheard of, and in some cases, they were small enough that they could be
I'm sure he'll say it's all
extinguished by the driver himself.
Really,
So De Grave bent down to get a look at just what he was dealing with.
It changed the air in a weird way.
And when he got down there,
there you go, right, just like that.
A ball of flame engulfed the truck.
So they couldn't get in to the tunnel from the other way with a fire truck. So they had to let it burn. Now they've got fire trucks that are double-headed, so they can drive in forward and then drive out forward. They have two forwards. They don't have a back. They have a cab that you in the front and a cab in the back that face both directions. So you can drive in this way and then drive out that way, and it's still forward to both times. No, that was actual cow's milk. That was cow's milk, like straight out the teat. That's just they call it pet milk. It's not homogenized and not pasture. Something else I don't know came up. Are you talking about the Boston molasses floods? The Boston molasses floods. No, Wisconsin butter fire, great cheese fire and great butter fire, 1,800 tons, 4 million pounds of Ostermeyer sausage in a sausage facility. About 2.5 hours it spread, 5 hours the building collapsed. $70 million in contents. No pictures? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that. I got margarine wrong. I guess I found something else instead. Yeah.
Powered by more than 100 gallons of diesel and boosted by the extremely flammable margarine that was in his truck. The margarine was basically just emulsified vegetable oil that, once melted, created combustible fumes. So even though he was just transporting foodstuffs...
So, like, even if you open a tub of margarine, you can't hold a lighter to it and it light on fire. It needs, just like the wicking action of wax, like of your candle wax, it needs the wick, the heat when you first light it. There's enough wax in the wick that'll vaporize, and then that starts burning. This is why the wick doesn't burn, right? It just sits there as it melts wax around it, wicks up, vaporizes, then stays burning. Butter is so sacred. Every time the stream starts over by accident, Richard's saying, "Oh, you gotta be kidding me! It's perfect. It's exactly how I feel. You gotta be kidding me."
For all intents and purposes, De Grave's Volvo might as well have been a tanker truck. De Grave made a run for it as the truck was being swallowed by the inferno. By this point, traffic had begun to further gather in the tunnel as the fire occurred at roughly the halfway point between the French and Italian sides, meaning many drivers were already well on their way inside when they encountered the debilitating smoke and fumes. In addition to making visibility difficult,
you couldn't see because it's black smoke. Like candles, it's like, it burns pretty well. So there's no smoke, right? But this would be black smoke it would create. Crisco's a cheap candle. That's exactly right. Just jam a thin candle, center the can, make heaters out of it. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Near impossible. One of the obstacles impeding escape for the drivers was that there simply wasn't enough usable oxygen for the engines of their cars to produce.
So because the fire was using all the oxygen, their cars stalled because there's no oxygen for their... this is crazy shit.
Combustion. The drivers who didn't roll up their windows with the hopes of riding out the catastrophe until rescue could arrive abandoned their cars and made a run for the tunnel bunkers, which were specialized fire-resistant shelters installed roughly every half mile in the tunnel. Yet there were two problems for anybody trying to make it to those bunkers. For one, in addition to the smoke making visibility a problem, The heat had caused the electrical system of the tunnel to fail, so there was no lighting to guide them to those shelters.
Well, look it
People
up.
couldn't see, they couldn't breathe, and they couldn't drive out the Italian side because even if their cars worked, de Graaf's truck had created a barrier that prevented escape in that direction. In the midst of the chaos, Pierlucio Spadino Tinassi sprung into action to help, coming across an unconscious man who was still alive somehow. It was French truck driver Maurice Lebras. With poison fumes crowding out the oxygen, Spadino acted quickly, finding one of the nearby shelters and dragging Maurice in there with him, and then radioing the control room for help. In under 5 minutes, firefighters from the nearby Chamonix Fire Department arrived in 2 separate trucks. But while the firefighters may have had breathable oxygen tanks to support them, they didn't have enough, and even if they had, their vehicles malfunctioned the closer they got to de Graaf's burning Volvo anyway. So not only were their trucks not close enough to fight the flames, the firefighters were too far into the tunnel to retreat, and so they too sought the shelter of the bunkers. Now, it was around this same time that Italian emergency services made their way into the tunnel, venturing in as far as their sight would allow. While the conditions made visibility virtually impossible for the French firefighters, the Italians were actually able to make it to within a few hundred meters of de Graaf's truck. They had eyes on the vehicle and its burning skeleton, and the flaming fuel gathering in the road and creeping towards the abandoned cars. While not what we would think of as an explosion, these were very dramatic combustions, eruptions of flame, because the fuel tanks turned these abandoned cars into flaming cars, and then these flaming cars amplified the other flames and thickened the smoke and turned up the heat exponentially. If there was any kind of miracle here at all, it's that in the moments before this eruption of flame, the firefighters had been able to reach drivers who were closer to the Italian side. In total, 12 survivors were led out of the tunnels to safety. Among them was Patrick Devoiseau, the truck driver of the Renault Express.
I'll look it up. I'm not going to be. I don't want to.
And friend of Spadino. But for the motorists on the French side, conditions were quickly becoming incompatible with survival, and some of the Italian firefighters had become trapped in the tunnel as well. There were 15 firefighters trapped in the tunnels total, and so the Italians launched a desperate rescue attempt. By this point, it was accepted that anybody who hadn't made it to one of the refuges along the tunnel walls could not have survived, and even the people who did make it into the shelters probably didn't have long due to the heat. The ventilation system for the tunnel ran underground and led into ventilation ducts inside the fire shelters. So while it was kind of a long shot and a slow-going retrieval process, this would provide the best chance of reaching any survivors in the shelters without being overcome. Yet it was still dangerous just due to the temperatures, the poor visibility, and the slow oxygen starvation. So it was a considerable act of courage for them to even attempt this, without knowing if anyone had even survived at all, or if they were just recovering those who had already perished. While it took the better part of 5 hours, the Italians were able to rescue and evacuate all of the firefighters who'd been trapped in the tunnel. Each was taken to the hospital in critical condition, but it was a bittersweet outcome. Nearly all of the firefighters ultimately survived, except for one, who sadly passed away from a heart attack due to the extreme heat and smoke inhalation. The fire burned for 2 days before temperatures reduced enough for crews to be able to go in and assess the damage and record a death toll. At the fire's peak, temperatures were estimated to have exceeded 1,000 degrees Celsius or 1,832 degrees Fahrenheit.
Of butter
Recovery
and 10
efforts simply
tons of
weren't
flour.
possible in the immediate aftermath without endangering the lives of more firefighters and rescue personnel. But once temperatures cooled, the full horrors of the Mont Blanc tunnel fire became truly apparent. As one French firefighter would tell reporters later, quote, "The sights in the tunnel are unimaginable. There are heavy trucks which have melted into the tunnel floor until they are no higher than a car. Many of the bodies have been incinerated. All that remains are a few blackened bones." End quote. It was estimated that 29 people died in their vehicles and 9 others perished trying to flee on foot. Among the 9 were Perluccio Spadino Tinazzi and Maurice Lebras. The death of the single firefighter
You know
brought the
what's
death count.
crazy is imagine all of that like vaporized margarine, oily freaking wackadoo. So you're breathing. I mean, think when you fry food at 350 degrees, you're frying the flesh out of stuff, and you're breathing in a oil vapor that's hotter than that, and you're just frying yourself. I wish they said how many got out. Let's see.
To 39.
Yeah, you're breathing in not
It was
just the
an
plastic. It's the it's not the hot air. It's the hot oil that you're breathing in that's cooking your alveoli. I can't remember what they're called. Alveoli. The air sacs in your lungs. You're cooking them with the oil. It's freaking because it's gonna
Unthinkable loss, particularly in a tunnel that had become such a vital part of daily life for people in the region.
And the thing is, the hot oil, like even if it wasn't the hot air, so to speak, right away, if the hot oil's coming through, it would burn your skin. But yeah, that's alveoli. Okay, alveoli. So I was right. I thought right. Yeah, consider margarine plastic. My bad. No, no, it's right. It's still right. It's absolute shit.
And while it did indeed take 2 days before temperatures cooled,
And why wasn't there fire suppression systems in there? They didn't mention anything about
sufficiently
that.
for recovery teams to enter, it would actually take about 5 days before any evaluation of structural damage could be rendered, much less attempted. The tunnel would remain closed for 3 years while the structure was rebuilt and improved upon, and authorities investigated just how this happened.
You ain't putting that out. If it hits your skin while it's burning, it's just gonna. You better like flick it off or do something. Man, it'll just continue to burn through. Dumping water on it makes it worse. That's rough stuff because it reacts with the water in your skin. Yeah.
The first place. And while it took the better part of 6 years investigating, gathering evidence, and lining up the proverbial ducks before anybody was brought to trial for the Mont Blanc tunnel fire, that day in court would eventually come. On January 31st, 2005, a total of 16 defendants were placed on trial for manslaughter. They included truck driver Gilbert Degrave, who had survived the tunnel fire, as well as Gérard Roncoli, the tunnel's French head of security, Chamonix Mayor Michel Charlet, former president of the French tunnel operator Remy Chardon, the French and Italian operation company.
Yeah, but they couldn't get closer than 100 meters from the fire, right? And if you're trying not to kill everybody, you know, like you would think, right? But that's also a big ass tunnel. How do you flood that thing? How do you flood it with enough air? I mean, enough like argon. Like who's got that on hand, right? Like yeah. I mean, it would work if you could get enough and gather. Like everybody's got a tank of argon. Get here, you know. Unlike America, they actually prosecute them, right? Yeah, I agree. That's bullshit.
Companies
I mean,
themselves,
we
Italy's
definitely gotta-
chief of
do
security
something about that.
for their side of the tunnel, and Volvo, the company that manufactured the FH-12. The prosecution pushed back against the narrative that had taken hold in the intervening years, that this disaster had been somehow unavoidable, because even the theories that assigned blame still offered a possible out for the accused. For instance, there was debate over how the fire even started. One theory held that a cigarette stub tossed out of another vehicle entered into the Volvo's engine induction system and set the air filter on fire, which then ignited the margarine in the rear of the truck. A series of circumstances that aligned to create a disaster that wouldn't otherwise have occurred and arguably couldn't have been prepared for, depending on whose side you want to take. Yet this was part of the issue that tied back to Volvo. Even if you allow for the possibility that this was just a freak accident, theoretically, it shouldn't have even been able to happen.
Right.
The prosecution levied accusations that Volvo should have been aware of faults in the design of the truck itself that could allow for this to happen.
Yeah, they had to have been dismissed.
Combustible debris finding its way into the engine bay.
That's bullshit.
For their part, Volvo conducted...
So this is what I think also, Chance. I bet you everybody got away with it. I think this is probably performative. Volvo should have known that something could, well, we'll see. I think it's just performance. We'll see. That wall 40 to 60 feet, that's a wall 40 to 60 feet. Y'all see that? Which one?
Their own investigation and found no such flaw, going so far as to suggest the fire was the result of an accidental and sudden oil leakage of unknown cause. In some ways, Volvo was probably the biggest target out of all the defendants in terms of international recognition, but the negative sentiment in the court of public opinion seemed to center on Gilbert Degrave, who was accused of failing to move his vehicle into an emergency lane before abandoning it, resulting in the truck allegedly creating a barrier that prevented drivers from being able to get through to the Italian side of the tunnel and to safety. Now, the defense would push back against these claims, arguing that Degrave did everything he was supposed to do in that situation. He was said to have tried stopping the fire with the extinguisher in his cab and only made a run for it once it was clear there was nothing more he could do. And one would imagine that by the time he got out of the truck to check on the smoke and the truck then ignited in a ball of flame, well, if he wasn't already in one of the emergency pull-off areas, it wasn't like he could safely re-enter the truck to drive to one, you know? Yet the argument was that he should have gotten out to check only once he had made it into one of those side lanes.
When I first started driving, I drove an old Kentworth fleet truck that had a transmission that got so hot you could see casting glowing. I'm surprised it didn't flame up.
In order to prevent traffic blockage. For his part, Degrave refused to become the, quote, 40th victim, telling a French magazine, quote, "I swear I did nothing wrong. I did everything possible to try to ensure there would be no victims.
He was in a tunnel. He was in a tunnel. There was no... He would have had to have gotten to an area that you can pull off in, right? It's not like he just stayed there and there was a lane next to him. You have to get to an area that's a pull-off lane. Yeah.
This trial to arrive at the truth, and I expect everyone to accept their share of the blame." End quote. Regardless, even if you accept the theory that Degrave's actions made all of this worse, he's hardly the only one against whom...
3 miles. They said it was about the halfway point through the 7-mile tunnel, 3.5 miles. If there was no tunnels,
you could levy that accusation, as this seemed to be as much of an institutional failure as any sort of individual one. Now, the trial was held in Grenoble, France, since the majority of the victims perished on the French side of the tunnel. Yet the alleged problems that resulted in this tunnel fire were as multinational as the construction of the tunnel itself back in the 1960s. The Guardian would review the institutional failings that
formed. Got 6:30 twice this week. Passed out with my shoes on. What granola? Yeah, Alps tunnels are crazy, especially the last one they opened. Yeah, they're fascinating. A tunnel that long should have had emergency shoulders. Yeah, and this was built back in the 60s, and this happened in 1999, so like almost 40 years into the service of it,
formed the basis of the prosecution's case in that trial of 2005. Quote, "The main focus of the prosecution's criticism is reserved for the tunnel's operators, who will have to explain why an emergency drill had last been held in the tunnel in 1973, why safety teams had only half the equipment they needed, why the closed-circuit TV system was not working, why it took 9 minutes for the warning lights in the tunnel to be switched on, and why the tunnel's faulty ventilation system fueled the inferno with more fresh air rather than
Right. So the instead of it sucking air out, sucking the air out of the tunnel so that the fresh air just comes in from walls, they were blowing air into the tunnel, so it worked as a blast furnace. Maybe instead of make a train for that would have been a better idea, because then I agree. Tunnels, they don't have shoulders, right? Yeah, they don't have shoulders, and the ones in America mostly, they don't have. I don't even remember pull-offs in the tunnels that I've been in. Furnace tunnel, right? Yeah,
evacuating smoke and fumes. End quote. The main thrust of the case against management and operators was that this was a failure stemming from a lack of coordination between the French and
1973 was the last time they had a fire drill.
Italian companies jointly in charge of the tunnel. For example, the French were able to signal for help sooner because they had smoke alarms that had been triggered just prior to de Graaf's truck igniting. But it was reported that the Italian side had no such warning since one of the crucial smoke detectors had been out of order, and Italy and France had never coordinated their rescue operations to come to a consensus on what the procedure would be should a disaster of this magnitude ever strike. So when it did strike, they were less prepared than they ought to have been. Yet even if they had coordinated, it might not have made a difference, since a false alarm from the day before the fire had disabled the smoke alarms on the Italian side of the tunnel, although another report I found suggested that tunnel workers had manually disabled them due to the false positives. Either way, the tunnel workers were unaware of the fire in its earliest stages, and while security cameras during those early stages of the fire allowed both the French and Italian sides to see that a fire had started in the tunnel, the picture quality was inadequate for them to see where it was actually coming from. And to make matters worse, as mentioned in the Guardian report earlier, the ventilation system was faulty, yes, but from what I gathered, it was mainly faulty in the sense that it was insufficient to actually fight any sort of fire. This was a longitudinal ventilation system meant to dilute vehicle exhaust. It wasn't going to remove smoke from a fire, yet the French tried using it to do just that. And it didn't work.
7 Mile
and not just because it wasn't really designed to do that, but also because even if it had been, operators on the Italian side decided to use their ventilation system to pump fresh air into the tunnel on the premise that this would help fight the fire, only for that decision to instead feed the fire rather than slow it down and push more smoke over to the French side.
Theoretically, if there would have been doors that could have been shut on both sides, then they could have suffocated it too.
This bolstered the prosecution's argument that there was a lack of a unified command structure here. France was responsible for France, Italy was responsible for Italy, and never the twain shall meet. And because of this, it was alleged that the people in charge of rescue operations had not been adequately trained, that they didn't understand the systems they were in charge of.
Like, this is 1999. Who's that stupid, right? And then to let it burn for 48 hours.
In the first place. A report by The Independent would recount another aspect of the prosecution's case. This one related.
I used to think about this so much when I was a kid. I used to think if I get caught in the tunnel, like I used to think that the water was on the other side of the tiles, like how inside of the tunnel the walls are tiled. I thought like one tile would fall off and then water would start pouring in. And I remember like planning it out in my head, like what I would do, how I would get out. And what I planned to do was I would use the car tires. I would go from tire to tire and I'd take the valve stem cover off and I go, and I breathe in air from the tire, and then I go to the next tire and take the valve stem cover off, and then and use that. And I planned that all out, like what I would do, how I would use my fingernail for the valve stem. And I even thought about what I would do if my fingernail started to get wet and I couldn't push the valve stem, that I could use the other side of the cap. I thought all this out when I was like 10 years old to make sure that I could get out of the, once the tiles fell off the wall and the water started going in. I was thinking of that, but suction may have collapsed the doors of the tunnel, right? Yeah, that's true too. Yep, one of the OG prank videos is buried alive. Yeah, that's so. Yeah, dude, I thought it was a good idea. I thought it was a brilliant idea for my young self.
To the firefighters.
Imagine that, right? It would work.
Rescue personnel, noting that an Italian rescue crew that reached the fire didn't know how to operate their emergency truck and had to then be rescued themselves, while firefighters from the French end didn't have sufficient breathing equipment. As noted, a proper emergency drill had not been conducted since 1973, some 26 years before the Mont Blanc tunnel fire. So how could they possibly learn and improve if learning and improving hadn't been a priority in close to 3 decades?
Right.
A preliminary report on the tunnel fire alleged that the management company in charge of the tunnel had prioritized toll fees over security. So none of what the prosecution was arguing was new information. These were alleged to have been known institutional failures that simply never got addressed. If nothing else, the tunnel's very design made it dangerous. On the one hand, it was smart to install those shelters with fire-resistant blast doors, but they weren't built to withstand this kind of prolonged onslaught. Right. In explaining how Pierluigi Tinazzi and Maurice Febra perished despite having made it to one of the fire refuges, a New York Times report from 2019 would state, quote, "The refuge had a fire door rated to a 4-hour standard. The fire burned for 50 hours." End quote. In essence, people did precisely what they were supposed to do, and they died anyway.
Yep.
Because the tunnel was openly hostile to survival.
Yep.
You had extremely combustible cargo being transported in a compact, poorly ventilated area that was too short and too narrow for the size of the trucks it was taking in. One traffic accident could turn a truck into a giant wall that prevented travel in either direction.
Yeah, imagine if it was a fuel tanker.
And this is before addressing the other elephant in this crowded room. You see, it wasn't just that the tunnel was insufficient to accommodate heavy goods vehicles, but that because it was built in the mid-1960s, the tunnel was not sufficient to accommodate modern heavy goods vehicles with their larger cargo, their bigger fuel tanks, and greater volume of combustible elements. And this is how regional government officials ended up being prosecuted as well. Chamonix Mayor Michel
Yeah, brother, don't
Charlet
forget to like,
was a
share, subscribe.
controversial
Thank you, my
defendant
friend.
because
Thank you,
some
John.
argued he really
Imagine,
didn't
the spreading
belong
of the
there,
fire once you-
as the September
once it's going, you
2005
can't really
edition of the
outrun it.
Transportation and Environment
Right,
Bulletin noted that not only
so
did the
them blowing air into it will blow the hot air around, and that can move a lot faster than you can. Right?
position of mayor hold no real authority over tunnel operations, but Mayor Charlet, despite his lack of influence over their operation, had actually expressed his concerns about the tunnel anyway, calling for the amount of trucks admitted into the tunnel to be reduced.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys.
This was a trial that was essentially tailor-made for the Monday morning quarterback, but it wouldn't be the newspapers or the court of public opinion that would decide its outcome. If it had been, there might have been an entirely different outcome altogether.
The verdict.
The trial was expected to last 3 months, yet it took 6 before
Average
a verdict
people there
was
were in good
rendered.
shape too. Yep. They
On
were.
July 27, 2005, 13
Here you
out
go.
of the 16 defendants
Okay,
were
no.
convicted of involuntary manslaughter or negligence. And while these are obviously convictions no person should ever want on the books against them, you would be hard-pressed to argue that the punishment fit the alleged crime. The harshest sentence fell upon Gerard Roncoli, the tunnel's head of security, who only received a 6-month prison term on top of a 2-year suspended sentence, meaning after he finished his 6 months, he would be released from prison.
Right. So right. This was performative. All these people died, and he gets 6 months in jail. And he
But have
probably
to
got
spend
day
the
for
next
day.
2
so he probably
years
did
on best behavior, or else get sent back to jail for 2 years. So not great, but not really a punishment commensurate with the gravity.
Right. So same thing as America. You don't get, nothing happens to you. I mean, what? Who gives a shit? And he probably went to a open, like a cageless jail that probably had, people washing his feet and stuff. All right, 11:45. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night, everybody. I appreciate y'all being here. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Love y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.